The Rose Palace was engulfed in flames, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. The building was cracking and crumbling, with thick smoke and fumes rising into the air. The scene was chaotic, a battlefield littered with agony and bloodshed. Students in uniform were burning, some being mercilessly murdered by hooded figures cloaked in capes. Their faces hidden, these figures wielded swords, mercilessly cutting down the students around them. Agonizing screams echoed as blood soaked the ground. Amid the carnage, one student fought back, a young man named Theo Rangar. His eyes were filled with fury as he faced off against one of the attackers. The man, powerful and unrelenting, swung his sword toward Theo's feet. But Theo, quick and determined, dodged the strike with his own blade. The Rangar clan, he thought, the Grand Ducal clan that guards the empire at the northernmost end of the continent. His mind raced as he recalled the legacy of his bloodline. The reason why the Ragnar clan has solidified themselves as the Great Northern Wall for over 1,000 years is because of a special constitution, said to have inherited dragon blood. Everyone of the Ragnar bloodline is born with exceptional magic power and stamina. And swordsman talent. Everyone, except me. Theo struggled against the man's strength, but he couldn't keep up. The man's blade struck Theo's stomach, and blood poured from his wound and his mouth. Staggering, Theo gasped for breath, his vision hazy. The man in front of him sneered, "Even at the end, you never learn. There are things that you cannot do, no matter how much effort you put in. People refer to that as having no talent." Theo raised his head and forced out, "What?" The man began removing his mask, revealing a face that Theo recognized immediately. Not inheriting talent despite being of the Ragnar lineage? I would be bitter as well, young Master Theo. Theo's eyes widened in shock, he hadn't expected to see this face here. He shouted, "Rendon? Why are you?" Rendon smiled, cutting him off. "You know, seeing you train tirelessly every morning despite your lack of talent was a pitiable sight indeed. Especially when it's not like hard work will get you anywhere. Imbecile of Ragnar was perfect for you." With that, Rendon burst into laughter. "You should have just hidden away, you talentless fool. Heck, it was laughable seeing you struggle trying to make something of yourself." Theo clenched his teeth, pain coursing through him. "No, Rendon." He tightened his grip on the sword buried in the earth and shouted, "Did you approach me to become my sword instructor and teach me all those useless sword techniques? Just to sell out the Rose Palace to those damn bastards?" With a furious effort, he tried to rise, but Rendon effortlessly raised his sword and slashed it across Theo's chest. Theo screamed in agony. Rendon, with a relaxed expression, placed his hand on his waist and said, "Why do you fault me, young master?" He then placed a hand on Theo's head, adding, "This all happened because of you. Why can't you see that?" Rendon yanked Theo's hair, forcing him to look toward the burning Rose Palace. Theo could barely open his eyes. "Look! Why is the Rose Palace burning? Why are your household members dying?" Just then, another man grabbed Theo's mother by her hair, pulling her toward Theo before slamming her down onto the ground. She lay there, lifeless, completely breathless. Rendon continued, "Become a cold, lifeless corpse." He sat on the floor, mocking Theo. "Because you were the imbecile of Ragnar. In the clan ruled by the strong, you were the weakest." Theo's gaze remained fixed on his mother's lifeless body. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Rendon." In a surge of fury, he pulled out his sword and leaped toward him with all his might. But another man in white armor intercepted him, swiftly aiming his sword at Theo. With a swift motion, Theo fell to the ground, landing on his back. "You talk too much. Finish it already." Rendon was taken aback. "Sir, my apologies. I was just going down memory lane. I'm almost done." Theo, his eyes barely open, could hear the words and thought, "Done? Is this it? I couldn't protect or accomplish anything, only to see all of it burn away. Is this truly the end? Talent? If only I possessed talent." He closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Would things have been different? Theo was dead. He heard a voice echoing in his mind. "You have died." It sounded like a computerized voice. He blinked and saw a blue screen materializing before him with the words, your trait has activated. Returning to the regression point. Suddenly, Theo found himself back in the arena, a wooden sword in his hand. In front of him stood Rendon, also holding a wooden training sword. With a restless expression, Rendon said, "You seem tired. All right, we can finish our lesson here today." Theo wasn't shocked, confusion washed over him instead. Rendon noticed his absent-mindedness. "So absent-minded," he remarked. Sweat trickled down Theo's face as he thought, "What the? Did I just die? Oh, I must be having a flashback of my life." Rendon, observing Theo, called out, "Young master." Theo thought, "I cannot believe the face I'm flashing back to. Is Rendon's fucking shit face the last thing I see?" He sighed deeply, then opened his eyes to the screen displaying, Tutorial Quest 1, punch Rendon in the face. Theo stared at the screen, bewildered. Huh? Tutorial Quest? Punch Rendon? What the hell is this? Is this how flashbacks are supposed to work? He quickly glanced at Rendon. "What's wrong?" Rendon asked. Theo dropped the wooden sword from his hand, clenched his fist, and thought, "Yeah, I do not know what's going on. Maybe this is a gift from God, giving me a chance to let out my frustration before I go." He quickly clenched his fingers, filled with determination. "It might be a dream, but I'm giving you a pummeling." He charged at Rendon and threw a punch. Rendon didn't even flinch at the impact, but Theo felt a sense of satisfaction. "Why is this dream so realistic for my punch to be so soft?" Rendon, now irritated, swiftly threw Theo away, saying, "I thought I said our lesson was over." As Theo sat on the floor, he muttered, "What the hell? Am I supposed to experience pain in a dream?" Rendon sighed, "I understand your frustration. The awakening ceremony is fast approaching, yet you're seeing no progress despite your efforts." Those words shocked Theo. Awakening ceremony, but even so, I cannot forgive a student who lashes out against their master, Rendon continued. He held the wooden sword firmly, stating, "As a Ragnar, you should have used a sword, not your fist." Turning away, he said, "I shall see you at our next lesson." "What's going on?" Theo called after him. The other students around them started sneering and laughing. "Imbecile, why is he faulting his master when he's the talentless moron? Is he really even a Ragnar? He's too incompetent even for an illegitimate child. If that's all he can do with the work he's put in." Theo was in shock at the scene unfolding around him. He clenched his nails into the ground and thought, "I do not believe it." The clear pain he felt and the realistic sensation around him made him look at his muddy hands. This isn't a flashback. He quickly stood up, realization dawning on him. It's real. The awakening ceremony would be 10 years ago. Does that mean I've returned to when I was 17? How is this possible? His eyes darted back to the screen displaying, "Congratulations, you have successfully completed Tutorial Quest 1. As a reward, Ragnar's talent has activated." What? Theo stared at the words in disbelief. The screen continued, "Will you receive that reward now? Yes or no?" With determination, his finger slid toward the yes option. As he pressed it, a burst of energy surged within him, leaving him confused. The screen declared, "You have received the reward." A powerful wind began to swirl around him, enveloping him in a whirlwind of energy. The screen flashed, "All your stats will now increase at a tremendous speed." Theo thought, "What the hell is going on?" The screen read, "Starting the next quest." At the Rose Palace, Theo's swordsmanship tutor, Rendon Harvey, sat at the table, tea served before him. Lady Cecilia Ragnar, the matriarch of the Rose Palace, sat across from him. "I see," she said, her voice calm. "Yes," Rendon replied, chuckling lightly. "To be honest, I have never seen someone this talentless." He laughed again, adding, "But that is why I am here. The true teacher, Rendon. I will teach him the best I can. I will make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months, at least." Cecilia, holding a pouch in her hand, nodded. "Yes, I will leave him to you, Rendon." She extended the bag towards him, and he accepted it. "Please give him a bit more attention," she requested earnestly. "Of course," Rendon replied, his tone dismissive. "I'm planning on teaching him day and night. Do not worry." "I'm not worried. I believe in my theory," she stated confidently. Walking of the passage, Rendon inspected the pouch of coins, he smirked. You will have to worry. Although I am not teaching him properly, it is true that he is completely lacking in talent. Like mother, like son, indeed. That blood won't go anywhere. He opened the pouch, eyes gleaming at the sight. Anyway, this is great. Looking at the pouch full of coins, he thought, as exceptional pay and the privilege of being the tutor of the Ragnar's direct line, I'm guaranteed a secure future by disclosing information about you and meddling with his growth. Looks like the imbecile of Ragnar will be my benefactor. Just then, Theo stood in front of him, looking up with a mix of determination and confusion. Rendon's curiosity piqued, but Theo only shouted, "The imbecile," and darted past him toward the door. Seriously, that idiotic loser, Rendon muttered, shaking his head. Cecilia, meanwhile, was giving instructions to her servant when Theo dashed in from behind, shouting, "Mother! Son!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up. Theo ran toward her and hugged her tightly. She stumbled slightly but laughed, "You must be tired from training today as well." But then, noticing the sobbing sound, she asked, "Son, why are you?" Theo, tears streaming down his cheeks, was lost in a painful memory. He recalled the haunting image of his mother lying lifeless on the ground, dead. I've really returned to 10 years in the past, he thought, anguish gripping him. Looking at his mother through watery eyes, he realized, I need to change the future. I am weak without anything to my name right now. But if that mysterious message window is real, I can be stronger. Strong enough to hold my ground in that damned war for the throne. He hugged her again, feeling her warmth. And strong enough to take revenge on Rendon. The message window flickered to life, displaying, Tutorial Quest 2, Train Your Body to a Limit, 0 out of 100%. Theo sprinted across the vast arena, every ounce of stamina and force propelling him forward. I want to take revenge against Rendon so badly right now, he thought, determination burning in his chest. But I cannot do anything with this weak body. I need to focus on getting stronger first. He pounded the ground, the arena stretching endlessly before him. In his previous life, he had briefly dipped his toes into the intelligence agency known as Black World, where he had been relegated to the information team due to his lack of skill. But now, he could hardly believe he would be using the information he had acquired back then in this way. The potion that greatly empowers the body, Bloody Sword Imperior's elixir, its true worth will be revealed in the future in the secret manual. Most importantly, the extreme training he had once given up on because of his perceived lack of talent was now within his reach, thanks to Ragnar's talent. A smile broke across his face as he ran, the thrill of potential flooding his veins. The message window updated, 27 out of 100%. Watching Theo run tirelessly, a nearby student turned to another. How many laps has he done without taking a break? The second student raised an eyebrow. Was he always that fit? With every lap, Theo thought, with this, I will run as much as I could not, and swing more than I have ever swung before. He swung his training sword in all directions, pushing himself harder than he ever had. Then I can really become powerful this time. Motivation ignited his spirit. 65 out of 100%. Days passed, and it was deep into the night when Theo continued his relentless training, his figure a silhouette against the dimly lit arena. On the stairs sat Evelyn Nereville, the girl manager of Training Ground 4. She yawned and took a drag from her cigarette. He's been training without sleeping for days now. The imbecile of Ragnar, huh? Is he really talentless? As Theo swung his training sword, he thought, I am going to die. 97 out of 100%. The weight of exhaustion bore down on him, yet the drive to prove himself pushed him onward. He recalled last night when frustration overwhelmed him, prompting him to throw his sword to the ground and lay flat on the floor, the fatigue nearly breaking him. The message window displayed 90 out of 100%. Suddenly, he was jolted by a decrease in his progress, 89 out of 100%. What? He was shocked. I never expected the percentage to decrease just because I rested a little. Determined, he shot back up. Now you've just goaded me into pushing through until the end. 98 out of 100%. With a renewed surge of energy, Theo swung his sword with all his might, his focus unwavering. Theo pushed through the final moments of his training, his body screaming in protest. I am nearly there, just a little more. The message window flashed, 99 out of 100%. He ran as if his life depended on it. Just a bit more, until I cannot breathe anymore. From a distance, Evelyn watched with an impressed expression, noting his determination. As he sprinted, the screen finally congratulated him. Congratulations. You have successfully completed Tutorial Quest 2. A wave of joy washed over him. I did it, the message continued, you have obtained Dragon Heart as a reward. As a bonus reward for a fast clear, you have received 10 annuals of your past life magic powers. Overcome with fatigue, Theo collapsed to the ground. The message window appeared again, asking, will you receive the reward now? With his nearly lifeless body, he managed to lift his finger and click on yes. Receiving rewards, he closed his eyes, and a gust of energy swirled around him, but he was too exhausted to move. Evelyn, watching from afar, noticed his stillness with concern. The morning light streamed through the window as Theo slowly opened his eyes, disoriented. He quickly sat up and scanned his surroundings. Where am I? Just then, Evelyn entered the room. Please don't worry, this is the break room of Training Ground 4. Even our Ragnar will collapse if you push yourself like that. Theo smiled, recognizing her. Evelyn. She smirked, her cigarette dangling between her teeth. You remember me? I'm the manager of Training Ground 4, Evelyn Narraville. You lost consciousness while training alone in the morning, so I moved you here for the time being. I see. Thanks. She observed him for a moment, then handed him a cup. But young master, you do know that within the Ragnar clan, opening your mana hell before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right? Taking the cup from her, Theo replied, of course, but confusion creased his brow. Then you should also know what happens if you break that rule. Sipping his tea, Theo asked, why are you suddenly asking me that? Right before you lost consciousness, a mana wave occurred that aligned with the opening of a mana hall. Theo's mind raced. What is she talking about? Did you perhaps open your mana hell, young master? He looked at her, eyes questioning. What do you mean by mana hell? If I did, I wouldn't be alive. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from Theo's chest, and memories surged through him like a tidal wave. You have obtained Dragon Heart as a reward. As a bonus reward for a fast clear, you have received 100 annuals of your past life's magic power. His heart raced as the realization set in. Dragon Heart? My goodness! A smile spread across his face, a mixture of disbelief and excitement. Theo thought about the Dragon Heart. A mana hell can be placed with a dragon's heart. Placing a mana hell in the heart makes it operate more efficiently, but humans who are not dragons place them in the lower abdomen because the human heart cannot handle the mana heart. That is why every warrior like Ragnar longs for a dragon's heart. It is an easy way to become overwhelmingly powerful. However, humans have not been able to overcome their human limitations. But now that the dragon heart has been given to him, Theo felt the glow and the heart on his chest. He thought Quist's rewards were amazing. He then looked at Evelyn, who was eyeing him with a suspicious expression, holding tight to the handle of her sword. Thanks to that, I'm now in an awkward situation, he thought. High-ranked swordsman Evelyn Narraville had retreated after losing her left arm and had become the manager of Training Ground 4, but she was also the commanding officer of the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry. She was so skilled that even the demon dragon of the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry adored her. Furthermore, she was known as a fearlessly principled person who would not tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, when I was being inflexible, she relinquished her position as my direct master. In other words, if she found out about my Dragon Heart's mana hell, would be executed immediately. However, Theo gulped and then said, can you handle it? What if I don't get caught? Talking about executing me just because of your mandatory feelings, can you handle the consequences? Evelyn looked at him with curious eyes. I can use that against her, he thought. I am also an heir of Ragnar. If they find out that your suspicions are baseless and false, this could be seen as you defying the Ragnar name. She replied, yes, these are the rules. The punishment for humiliating an heir, he pressed. Execution, she responded. Good, you do know. Then why don't you go ahead and check? She started thinking. What is this feeling? Was he this kind of person? But that was definitely a mana wave. She raised her hand and said, then please excuse me. She quickly moved her hand toward Theo's abdomen and thought, even if he is of Ragnar's bloodline, rules are rules. Putting her hand on his abdomen, it started shining. She couldn't feel the mana hell on his abdomen. Lowering her head, she thought, he doesn't have a mana hell. I was wrong, that's not possible. Theo broke the silence. So, no mana hell? She quickly bowed and said, please execute me. It appears that I was wrong. I will pay for my sin with my lowly life. Theo stood in front of her, smiling, and thought, there cannot be one. Dragon hearts are different from ordinary mana hells. The existence of a dragon heart's mana hell can be controlled fairly by its user, in other words, I can hide my mana hell at will. The fact that a human can have a dragon heart will only be revealed a few years from now. She would never guess that I have a dragon heart. He raised his hand, moved closer, and then patted her back. No need for that, he said, sensing her confusion. As he started walking, she turned her head to look at him. With a raised hand, he added, you only did what you had to, am I wrong? There aren't many who would risk their lives to demand the truth from a higher. Besides, he thought, Evelyn is one of the strongest. It would benefit me to rid myself of her contempt. He continued, moreover, the reason for restricting the opening of mana hells before the awakening ceremony is due to worries about mana hells overflowing. For you to be concerned about me, the bastard of Ragnar, overflowing my mana hell, kind of makes me happy. Thank you for taking care of me, Evelyn. Evelyn sat on the ground, watching him go. As Theo walked down the hallway, he thought about the dragon heart and the 10 annuals, or 10 years worth of magic power from his past life. A smile spread across his face. I can become overwhelmingly powerful in this life. A few days later, on the training ground, Rendon was shouting, no, that's not it. You have to swing it a bit more to the right here. How many times do I have to tell you? He was training Theo, his voice echoing with frustration. Theo thought, it's nice that I'm getting stronger, but pretending to be weak while listening to Rendon teach is tough. Rendon, you bastard. He's subtly but deliberately teaching me weird sword techniques. Make it more like a right angle. Rendon barked. Theo thought, I'm becoming more certain that there's a mastermind behind Rendon's actions. The person who killed me. I must find out their identity. A smile crept across his face as he thought, right, I can do that. Rendon, Theo said. Young master, chatting during lessons is prohibited, Rendon replied sternly. But Theo quickly cracked his training wooden stick in the middle, exclaiming, I cannot listen to your lessons anymore because it's utter trash. How did you become a middle-ranked swordsman with your skill level? The commission Rendon received. Theo thought, I must have been acting as my instructor to keep an eye on me. Rendon, holding his training sword on his shoulder, replied, what did you just say? Theo walked closer and said, are you deaf? Your skills are utter trash. He thought, I'll just have to make him resign from the position. Rendon got so angry that he shouted, young Master Theo. Seeing his reaction, Theo thought, if things go wrong for him, then he'll have to contact the mastermind. At Camellia Palace a man opened the door with a laugh and said, Axion, have you heard yet? The bastard of the Ragnar is going to have a duel with my master next week. In the chair in front of the bar, Axion was sitting with a drink. He held his drink tightly, and the men behind him sat with excitement. It seemed he was blaming his instructor for his lack of talent. He might be left half-disabled after the duel. Axion quickly turned around and threw the glass in the face of that man. The man fell to the ground as Axion got furious. So what? What does it matter to me if a bastard becomes half-disabled, he shouted. Axion Ragnar, known as the Four Hounds of the North Dark Tiger, beside him stood Remington Narcio the Four Hounds of the Northern Silver Lion, who remained silent. Just then, a nine-dragon sky dragon, Ed Troyven, walked in, saying, it should do. Things must go wrong if we let our guards down. He walked past the body of the fallen man. Axion said, that's only true with people who have talent. Remington quickly bowed his head. Axion continued, you worry too much, uncle. Why are you worrying about that bastard? Ed replied, with Ragnar, unprecedented things can happen from even the slightest possibility. A flame in the wind, even that can light a blaze at any time. Axion dismissed the concern, saying, anyway, this is a good thing. That instructor should take care of it for us. A week later, at Training Ground 4, the arena was packed with a crowd of students and onlookers. Among them was Evelyn, her gaze fixed on the action. In the middle of the arena stood Theo, gripping his sword tightly, but he couldn't shake off the frustration in his mind. Shit, I just wanted to get him fired after humiliating him, he thought. But there Rendon was, standing before him with a sword drawn, looking ready for a fight. Things have gotten out of hand, Theo continued to ponder, feeling the pressure of the moment. Just then, a window message appeared in his vision, Tutorial Quest 3, Fight Rendon and Win. Theo smirked, a spark of determination igniting within him. I will get my revenge on Rendon, he thought. Earlier, when Theo confronted Rendon, he said, I'm saying your skills are trash. Rendon, caught off guard, shouted back, young Master Theo. But Theo was already moving to end things. You're fired, Rendon. Get lost, he said, turning to leave. As Theo began walking away, Rendon, clenching his teeth in frustration, shouted after him, I can't accept this. There's still ton of time left on my contract term. Theo turned, unfazed. What about contract term? If your employer says you are fired, that's that, he replied. Internally, Theo thought, considering my past life, I want to immediately beat him to death, but I am not confident enough in my skills yet. First, I will separate myself from him and dig up more information on him. Rendon, feeling the heat of desperation, thought, no. If I get fired now, I'll fail my mission. I have to convince him somehow. He shouted, young master, please wait. This goes against the rules. If I report this to the tribunal, just then, a notification popped up in Theo's vision, Tutorial Quest 3, Fight and Win against Rendon. Theo's eyes widened. What? He thought. Evelyn stepped in, suggesting, let's handle this the Ragnar way. Rendon, irritated, muttered, Evelyn, Theo asked, by the Ragnar way, you mean? She replied confidently, the rule of the strong. Let's settle this in a sword match. No need to go to the tribunal, we should follow the will of the victor. Rendon laughed, that's a great idea, thinking, the heavens are on my side. Evelyn continued, the match will be in a week. Is that all right? Theo, internally panicked, thought, of course, it's not. I can't even beat Rendon yet. A week later, at Training Ground 4, the crowd was buzzing with anticipation. I heard he can't even swing a sword properly, someone whispered. But he's still a Ragnar, isn't he? Another countered. Yeah, but he's Ragnar's cripple. No way he'll beat a mid-rank swordsman. In the center of the arena, Rendon stood confidently, taunting, young master, if you apologize right now, I can treat this as if nothing happened. There is no need to risk your life over your pride. Theo, undeterred, retorted, that's what I should be saying. If you do not want to become a one-armed swordsman, it would be best for you to just accept that you have been fired. Rendon sneered. Was thinking of overlooking it one time because you are so pitiful, but that would not do. I should just kill him while pretending it's a mistake. The result of the match is already given, so there is no problem there. This is actually better, he thought. He challenged, then come at me first. As your teacher, I will concede the first strike. With speed and determination, Theo raised his sword and charged at Rendon. The crowd watched in astonishment, some whispering, how could this be? Look at that, as expected, the imbecile is losing. He really is someone who does not know how to swing a sword. At this rate, he might really die. Theo's sword clashed against Rendon's block. With a sinister smile, Rendon taunted, what happened, young master? You cannot do anything against the mid-ranked swordsman you were looking down on. As their swords met, Rendon thought with disdain, this is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar is not even a low-ranked swordsman, but an apparent swordsman. Recently, his skills may have strangely improved a bit, but that is not enough. If he were at least at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, that would be a different story, but there is no way the imbecile of Ragnar could beat me. They continued to exchange blows, eyes locked on each other, as Rendon's overconfidence began to show. Just then, a flashback appeared in Theo's mind. Theo entered a room, confronting Evelyn. Evelyn, What were you thinking when you suggested a match? Evelyn was sipping a drink. She replied calmly, I was helping you. If you want to cut him out, you need to be thorough about it. It appears he has something backing him, so just firing him won't solve this. Surprised, Theo asked, Evelyn, how did you know about that? She explained, since he was teaching you a weird sort of style, I had someone secretly investigate him. Theo thought to himself, Evelyn didn't catch this in my past life. I guess it's because I've caught her interest due to the Manhwa incident. Evelyn set her cup on the table and continued, from my investigation, all of Rendon's traces lead back to Camellia Palace. Theo thought, Camellia Palace. Was this all because of the miserable war for the throne? These damned bastards. However, he said, it's surprising you've discovered this much. But with my skill, I still cannot beat Rendon yet. What will you do now? Evelyn looked at him with confidence. You can beat him. You are underestimating your potential too much, young master. Back in the present, Rendon leaped into the air, holding his sword with a sinister laugh. If you kneel right now and beg, I might just forgive you. He slashed his sword toward Theo, but Theo blocked it. As the blade clashed, Rendon's mind raced, wait, something's off. He looked into Theo's eyes and saw a glowing intensity he hadn't noticed before. He's been fending off all of my attacks for a while. What is this all of a sudden? This is not the Theo Ragnar I know. He tried to strike Theo again, pointing his sword toward him, thinking, how did his skill grow this much? In the arena, the crowd watched, murmuring as they saw Theo holding his own against Rendon. Remington, watching closely, thought, is he really being pushed back? Doesn't it seem like he's fending him off properly? 1 week earlier, Evelyn looked at Theo and said, 1 week. If I personally train you for 1 week, you will easily be able to suppress someone like Rendon. Ignoring the teacher and teaching you is going against the rules, after all, but Rendon is the bastard who has no right as a teacher. Theo smiled, thinking, to think things would work out like this. It was worth having Evelyn in my debt. However, one thought nagged at him. He asked, what's your reason for going so far to help me? Was it because of what happened last time? Evelyn responded, there's that as well, but there's also someone I know who would like you. He's obsessed with collecting talent. Suddenly, in the present, Rendon launched a full-force attack against Theo, frustration boiling in his eyes. But Theo blocked his sword. Their blades clashed, each pushing against the other with all their strength. Rendon, straining, thought, from the beginning, he had no talent. So how could it be that all this time he was just acting like an idiot? But why? Theo spoke coldly, Rendon, who is the one backing you? Rendon pushed him away, shouting, what do you mean by backing me? Theo replied, did you think I wouldn't know that you were giving me trash lessons this entire time? Rendon shouted, how absurd. Do you know how hard I worked? Theo interrupted, was it Camellia Palace? Rendon's face went pale, sweat starting to form as he thought, how? Theo smirked. It's good that you're honest, Rendon. Do you know what it feels like, he said, tightening his grip on his sword and stepping closer, to have your arm chopped off? Theo was so swift that his sword reached Rendon before he could even react. Rendon only registered the sight of Theo closing in. And in a flash, Theo's blade sliced through Rendon's limb so swiftly that Rendon barely noticed, until his arm flew through the air. Gasps filled the arena. Rendon's scream of agony pierced the silence as he collapsed, clutching his bleeding stump, yelling, my arm. My arm. This fucking imbecile dares. Theo calmly approached him, thinking, with this, I am certain I will become stronger. Rendon writhed, shouting, how? This is impossible. How? Theo aloud, he said, what did you say to me last time? That it was my fault that things had come to this? Rendon, red with rage, screamed, what do you mean? Theo raised his sword high, blood flickering in his eyes. It's your fault that you are dying here today. Among the Ragnars who believe in the rule of the strong, you are the weakest. With a final, decisive swing, Theo's blade cut through Rendon's neck, severing his head. Suddenly, a message window appeared, congratulations. You have successfully completed Tutorial Quest 3. Everyone in the arena was struck silent, eyes wide with shock. Evelyn looked on with a satisfied smile, The message screen displayed, "For exceeding the objective, you have received a bonus reward. Will you receive the reward now? Yes or no?" Theo's sword still dripping with blood, clicked, "Yes." The screen responded, "Reward received." Theo was standing in front of the lifeless, headless, and armless body of Rendon. The onlookers were abuzz with disbelief. An imbecile apprentice swordsman against a mid-tier swordsman? How did this happen? One of them murmured. Well, Theo thought, how uselessly weak I suffered at the hands of someone like this in my past life. Things will be different from now on. He looked at his fist, feeling the rush of power within him. Suddenly, a message window appeared. The ability observation has been activated as a reward. As an additional reward, 1 year of magic power has been attained. A magic power? Theo pondered. But what exactly is observation? As he was thinking, a figure leaped from the stairs to the sky and landed behind him. Theo was shocked. There was an immense power emanating from the figure, causing the floor beneath him to crack. He instinctively moved forward a little when someone shouted, "Ragnar?" Filled with fear, Theo turned his head to look. It was a huge man clad in armor, one eye covered with a black patch. He was towering and imposing. Smiling, he was Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armed dragon cavalry. Theo thought, a demon dragon? How is he here? How long has he been watching? Everyone around them was shocked. They exclaimed, "It's the commander of the white-armed dragon cavalry. One of the 9 dragons." Evelyn, placing her palm on her head in disbelief, added, "Commander, you have completely destroyed the flooring. Is it so hard to come in normally?" Theo was barely able to look at Julius. He was overwhelmed with fear. "What is this? What did I do?" But Julius Ragnar only laughed heartily. He quickly moved towards Theo and said, "How exciting. Nice, nice. I was certainly surprised you are carrying around this kind of thing. Has the student suppressed the master?" Julius patted Theo's back, but his hand was so heavy, and he was so large that it shook Theo slightly. Julius continued, "No, it's a little bit disrespectful since you killed him, right? Though from what I have heard, that kind of guy deserves it." Theo managed to say, "Lord Julius." Julius laughed again, a booming sound that echoed in the arena. "Who cares? Theo Ragnar." Julius Ragnar placed a hand on Theo's shoulder and said, "Come and join the white-armed dragon cavalry." Theo looked at him, feeling the weight of the moment. Evelyn smiled beside him, but everyone else was in shock. "No way," they murmured. The imbecile of Ragnar scouted into the white-armed knights, no matter how well he fought. Remington, who was sitting nearby, turned to a man who was shouting, "Hey, do you think there has ever been a case where a parentless swordsman, one who has not even undergone the awakening ceremony, has been scouted?" The man shook his head. "Not that I know of." Remington began to think, of course there hasn't. It's impossible to judge someone's true potential while their mana is closed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magic power could be lacking. No matter how great Julius Ragnar is, even he cannot be sure. But could the demon dragon see that kind of potential to take such a chance on me, perhaps? Theo Ragnar. In the arena, Theo replied firmly, "I must decline." The crowd gasped. Julius looked curious, and even Remington was shocked. Evelyn and the others were equally surprised. Whispers spread among the people. "What? Have you heard? The imbecile of young Master Theo? I heard that he destroyed his own master." "Is that really okay?" one asked. "Well, that just means his master was weak," another replied. "He seemed kind of useless, actually. And after witnessing it, the demon dragon tried to directly scout him into the white-armed dragon cavalry. The young master declined because he felt like his skills were not enough. The humble Ragnar, you do not see that every day." At Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar stood by the window, a frown etched across his face. "Things have become complicated. I cannot believe he killed Rendon." Ed Troyven, standing nearby, replied, "Please do not worry, my lady. Did you not assign Rendon to him specifically because of his awful skills?" Emil turned her head towards Ed and said, "The death of someone like him is of no concern to us, brother. The demon dragon reached out to him personally. What is more, they are saying that a villain ordered it." This means we cannot even interfere anymore by assigning him a new master. If he starts to stand out, it will get that much harder to take control of the Rose Palace. Just then, the door swung open and Axiom entered, brushing his hair back nonchalantly. Stand out? He echoed with a smirk. Why are you worried so much? There is no way the clan head will take interest in this. Our plans can proceed normally. Emil turned to Axion, exasperated. You understand that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is for you to remain powerless, yes? That's what I am saying, Axion shot back confidently. That invisible one is still powerless. How much could someone like him have really changed? Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in the underdogs, interjected, Axion. We should have said not to make any rash decisions. Axion picked up a sealed envelope from the table, his expression turning mischievous. Very well, since mother and uncle worry so much, I will just play with him a little and make him understand his place. At the training ground 4, Evelyn, holding her sword, smiled at Theo. Good job today, young master. Thanks, Evelyn. It's definitely different learning from a proper master like you, Theo replied, a hint of admiration in his voice. Evelyn raised an eyebrow, her expression turning serious. It would have been better if you joined the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry, though. Why exactly did you decline? Theo paused, lost in thought. The White-Armed Dragon Cavalry. I'd be lying if I said I don't regret it a little. It was my dream in my past life. However, joining it now would be unwise. There's no reason to limit myself this early. When I think about the privileges that will be showered upon the top performers of the awakening ceremony, entering the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry can't compare. With a chuckle, he rested his sword on his shoulder and said, I did not want to receive any special privileges. I still think that I am not enough. I am satisfied with you training me for the awakening ceremony. She smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment. Okay, but the commander will be disappointed. Theo looked at her, then focused his thoughts on observing Evelyn. As he did, a screen appeared above her, displaying information. Observing Evelyn Nereville, the screen read, Evelyn Nereville, age 24, female, title, former deputy commander of the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry, rank, high-rank swordsman, status, admires Theo's humility and character, feels energy for the first time in a long while teaching Theo Miss of the White-Armed Dragon Cavalry. Seeing the information, Theo thought, this observation skill is definitely very useful. I will definitely be able to take advantage of this later on. He lingered on the last paragraph about Evelyn's status when someone interrupted him. Pardon me, young Master Theo, said a man. I came from the Southern Inspection Post. My name is Sybil Dree. There is something I must discuss with you. Theo turned to him, surprised. With me? As he contemplated, the screen appeared again, this time displaying, observing Sybil Dree. That's right, Sybil said, appearing anxious. The observation read, Sybil Aria, age 17, male, title, Dunes of the Southern Inspection Post, rank, apprentice swordsman, status, possesses a strong longing for Theo, wants to spar with him. Theo felt a bit strange, thinking, longing? Spar? With that look? With me? Just then, a message window appeared, the last tutorial quest has begun. Tutorial Quest 4, discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar, 28 out of 100%. Sybil, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I wish to follow you, young Master Theo. To be honest, I have ignored you all this time. I believe that the title of Ragnar's Invisible fits you perfectly. Listening to this, Theo felt pissed. This bastard, he thought. But Sybil continued, bowing respectfully. But I came to learn that you train harder than anyone else every morning. The result of such efforts was your mysterious growth, which I was able to see firsthand. You are my ideal, young Master Theo. The moment I wanted to give up on myself after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, you appeared. Sybil quickly bowed down with his sword and pleaded, please give me the opportunity to clash swords with you. Theo remained silent, lost in thought. Normally, I wouldn't doubt his true intentions, but he seems genuine. This is unexpected. After taking down Rendon and with the rumor of my receiving Lord Julius's attention spreading, I thought people overwhelmed by their inferiority complex would swarm to test me. I never expected that there would be those willing to follow me instantly. I guess it means everyone still has the pride of Ragnar, at least. Sure, I will need people of my own to become the clan head of Ragnar after all. And this quest is the final tutorial, the title I was never able to escape. With this new opportunity, I will completely abandon it in this life. Looking at Evelyn, he said, Evelyn, could we have a moment? Of course, she replied, a smile on her face. Please show off your skills. Theo raised his sword toward his face, announcing, Theo Ragnar, the apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. My master is Evelyn Narraville. Evelyn smiled at him as he spoke, raising his sword. Sybil announces an apprentice swordsmanship of the Southern Inspection Post. I inherited the swordsmanship of the Karai clan, and I am proficient with the quick sword. Let's have a good spar. As the battle began, Sybil charged at Theo with full force, raising his sword high. He's quick, Sybil thought, even though I'm called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, I'm still confident in my speed. Theo blocked his attack with his sword and dragged him away. As expected, young Master Theo's skill is the real deal, Sybil thought. Theo reflected, this is an idiot. If this was in my previous life, I would have struggled to take even a few hits. However, Theo quickly raised his sword and, with incredible speed, executed a spin, the force of which sent Sybil flying backward, causing his sword to fall to the ground. This is easy for me now, Theo thought as he watched Sybil tumble away, falling to the ground. Sybil laughed and said, as expected of young Master Theo, I lost. Thank you. Though ashamed of his loss, he added, I learned a lot. It was a good fight, Theo replied. Just then, Theo caught a glimpse of his reflection in his sword. A blue ray shimmered from one of his eyes. Wait, can I use observation on myself? He wondered. He then spoke aloud, observation. The screen appeared, displaying, observing Theo Ragnar. It worked, he thought, feeling a rush of excitement. The screen continued, Theo Ragnar, 17, male, title, Imbecile of Ragnar, talent, player, Ragnar, observation, access is denied. Status, strongly yearns for the awakening ceremony. Level 1. Stats, strength 13, dexterity 14, vitality 12, magic power 190, intelligence 11, luck -49. You have received stats. Stats will be noted with numbers from now on. Seeing his observation, Theo thought, the abilities I have are categorized under talent. That means if I keep doing these quests, will I be able to get 4 more of these? He laughed to himself, a smile spreading across his face. I can even check my own stat values personally. My magic power stat is high, thanks to my past life's magic and the dragon heart. But what's with the negative luck? Am I cursed or something? Was my unluckiness in my previous life all because of this? I need to find a way to increase my luck for now. As Theo's gaze swept over the students around the arena, Evelyn mused, no matter how weak Rendon was, he was still a mid-rank swordsman. Young Master Theo defeated Rendon and even received the approval of the commander. With its rule of strong motto, there are 2 reactions from Ragnar. It's either they become envious of him or he becomes their subject of admiration. And the one gathered here seems to be of the latter. The crowd start to murmuring, the rumors were true. If I were in Sybil's place, would I have even been able to block his sword? One man exclaimed, me too. I want to spar with him as well. Noticing the man, Theo activated his observation skill. The screen displayed, Eden Naylan, 19, male, title, pillar of the Naylan Viscounty, rank, low-rank swordsman, title, passion and perseverance, status, yearns to spar against Theo. Theo looked at him and said, Eode Naylan? Eode quickly shouted, you know me? Theo rested his sword on his shoulder, come forward, let's spar. Eode raised his sword, a grin on his face. It's an honor. I am Eode Naylan. As the 3rd son of Viscount Naylan, I have learned the swordsmanship of double ascension. Theo, Ragnar of Rose's Palace, Theo replied. I hope we have a good fight. They both charged at each other. Eode aimed a strike at Theo, but Theo dodged swiftly. The screen appeared, basic swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Eode quickly aimed a strike at Theo's neck. The sword was dangerously close, but Theo realized it in time, blocking the attack and pushing Eode away. The screen displayed, changing hard swordsman proficiency has increased. Then, Theo struck Eode's arm, causing his sword to fall to the ground. Eody sighed, "It's my loss." The screen appeared again, "You have gained the approval of Eody Nalen. Luck increased by 1. Approval increased my luck?" Theo pondered. "Does it also track my reputation?" The screen continued, "You have gained some experience points, then I just need to keep fighting," Theo concluded, feeling invigorated that he started sparring with everyone who wanted a chance against him. The screen chimed each time, "You have gained the approval of Banat Ramiro. Luck increased by 1. You have gained the approval of Eric Moron. Luck increased by 1. You have gained the approval of Manfred Nonbert. Luck increased by 1. You have gained the approval of Manuel Noir. Luck increased by 1. You have gained the approval of Vero Parenk. Luck increased by 1. You have gained the approval of Daniel Riemann. Luck increased by 1. At the end of the sparring session, Theo was covered in sweat and dust, having defeated almost half of his challengers. Standing in the center, he called out, "Next." "Who's next?" Looking at the screen, Theo thought, "I have fought so much at this point." The screen displayed, Tutorial Quest 4, Escape the Title of Invisible of Ragnar, 29 out of 100%, seeing the progress, Theo frowned slightly. But it only increased by 1%, seeing the gathered people, Theo thought, "These are all individuals who already approve of me. I either need to fight strong opponents or showcase my skills in front of those who look down on me. I need a different event to prove myself." Just then, a voice came from the crowd, saying, "You look pretty exhausted. Will you be all right?" Theo turned his head a little and replied, "I'll rest when I need to. Right now, I don't." Person continued, "If you say so, then I will request a spar from you this time." A figure stepped forward from the crowd, catching Thu's attention. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. It was Remington. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. "Remington, one of the Hounds of the North? The 4 Hounds of the North? Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narshio, and Camellia Palace's Axion Ragnar." Remington introduced himself, "Remington Narshio. I came early to see the swordsmanship of my lord Ragnar before the awakening ceremony." Theo glanced at him, and the screen appeared, observing Remington Narshio. The screen displayed, Remington Narshio, 17, male, title, Deputy Clan Head of Narshio, Silver Lion, 4 Hounds of North, rank, Apparent Swordsman, titles, Sword Genius, Keen Senses, Extreme Hard Worker, status, surprised at the appearance of a rival he never expected. Theo raised his sword, declaring, "Theo Ragnar, the 3rd son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar, and an apparent swordsman preparing for the awakening ceremony." He thought, "I never expected to meet the sword genius, Remington. I respect him like this." Ignoring the fact that I'm proceeding with my quest, he continued, "It's an honor to cross swords against the famed deputy clan head of Narshio." Remington responded, "I just want to fight against you with everything I currently have. I'm looking forward to a great battle." Theo tightened his grip on the sword, questioning himself, "Can my current self defeat Remington, one of the 4 Hound of the North?" They both charged at each other, swords raised. Theo aimed to strike Remington's weapon, unleashing energy from his sword. However, Remington skillfully blocked the attack. The screen chimed again, "Quest, Escape the Title of Imbecile of Ragnar, 30 out of 100%. Theo and Remington clashed swords, their intense gazes locked. The sound of steel against steel echoed until suddenly Evelyn's eyes darted to the ground. Theo's sword had broken. Sybil gasped, "Young Master Theo lost? I can't believe this." Another man scoffed, "What did you expect? No matter how much Thu has grown, it's impossible for him to beat one of the 4 Hounds, the strongest of this generation." Sybil shot back, "But did you see his fighting spirit? Young Master Theo is different." Just then, Remington raised his voice. "No," he announced, "it's my loss." He lowered his sword in respect, adding, "Thank you for a great duel. Your sword was already worn, and you were exhausted before we even began. This match goes to you in spirit." Theo held the broken sword and said humbly, "In a real fight, no one would make such considerations. A loss is a loss once the sword is broken." Remington smiled, and the two shook hands, a gesture of mutual respect. "I hope we can have a proper duel next time," Remington said. Theo nodded, "I hope the same." The crowd murmured in awe. He was acknowledged by one of the 4 hounds. Sybil smirked, see? Young Master Theo is different. The screen appeared before Theo. Tutorial Quest 4, Escape the Title Imbecile of Ragnar, 35% complete. Evelyn, watching from the side, smiled approvingly. Theo thought, he is strong. By obtaining talent and secret manuals through quests, I have become incomparably stronger than in my past life. But I felt at the moment our swords clashed. I am still greatly lacking. It is a shame the duel fizzled out, but I still gained a lot. Not only did my luck increase by 10, but my reputation has greatly improved. It's a shame the quest progress hasn't increased much, but I can always look for other methods. What would be a stage for me to gain approval? Remington then stepped forward, pulling out a sealed envelope. Young Master Theo, he began, I didn't come here solely to duel you. I also came to invite you to the Scaled Dragon Society. The crowd gasped, and Sybil's jaw dropped. The Scaled Dragon Society? The high society group that only those who have been selected can join, and Remington is inviting him personally? Theo eyed the envelope and thought, to be invited to the Scaled Dragon Society. Theo said, is it okay for someone like me to participate? Your group is famous. Remington replied, nonsense, you are more than qualified. Besides, it's not that serious of a group. It's simply a social group for peeps attending the upcoming awakening ceremony. Sybil, feeling heartwarming, said, then why am I not being invited? His companion added, I want to cry. Hearing that, Theo thought, I don't know Remington's motive for inviting me, but the Scarlet Dragon Society revolves around Axon. It's full of people who look down on me. Still, it's the perfect environment for me to advance my quest, and it will give me a chance to gather information on Axon and the Camellia Palace. I see no reason to refuse. With a calm smile, he reached out and took the envelope from Remington. Thank you. In that case I'll participate. The screen appeared again. Tutorial Quest 4, Escape the Title Imbecile of Ragnar, 36% complete. Remington shook Theo's hand once more. Good thinking. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. The next meeting will be in 2 weeks. Nearby, Evelyn took a slow drag of her cigarette, watching Remington with a curious, calculating gaze. Moments later, at the Rose Palace, Cecilia opened the door with a warm smile. My dear son. Theo turned, surprised. Oh, mother, I was about to deliver you the news. Just then, several servants entered the room, surrounding Cecilia. Theo looked around, confused. Mother, what's all this? She moved closer, a glint of pride in her eyes. I heard you have been invited to the Scaled Dragon Society. The Scaled Dragon Society include Axion, the son of the cunning Emil, and brilliant talents like Remington. The servants began to take Theo's measurements meticulously. Cecilia continued, everything from how you dress and how you compose yourself, it will all be scrutinized. I know that you will show no fault with your etiquette, but attire and demeanor are different matters entirely. Fortunately, this is something I can help you with. Lest you forget, this mother of yours used to be an actress. I am glad I can be of assistance to you, my dear son. Theo's mind wandered as he watched her, recalling her hardships. Born the illegitimate son of a commoner concubine, he knew Cecilia had always carried a heavy heart, feeling guilt over the label it placed on him, though it was never her fault. In the harsh world of the Ragnar clan, he could only imagine how difficult it must have been for her to raise him, her lacking son, as the clan would say. My dear son, Cecilia whispered, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Your mother believes in you. You can do this. Theo smiled, hugging her back tightly. You don't need to worry about anything anymore, mother. As they pulled apart, Cecilia's eyes shone with pride. My son, a member of the Scarlet Dragon Society. Theo's expression hardened slightly, thoughts turning strategic. I'm going to pulverize the Scarlet Dragon Society. 2 weeks later, on the night of the Skeleton Dragon Society banquet, Remington waited by the horse and carriage, casting glances towards Rose Palace. Then, he spotted Theo stepping out, dressed impeccably in a sharp outfit with a half-cape draped over one shoulder, his presence more commanding than before. A servant behind Theo called out, Young master, you can do it. Theo smiled, approaching Remington, who looked slightly surprised. Is that really you, young Master Theo? You look like a whole new person. Theo chuckled. Even you're teasing me now, Sir Remington? Remington raised his hands in protest, laughing. I'm being sincere, he said, offering a hand toward the carriage. After you. As Theo climbed in, he thought about the changes he'd undergone. Remington's not wrong. I've grown taller, and my muscles are more developed. A week of dedicated training had clearly paid off, and he had not only earned Remington's friendship but had also attracted new followers. He remembered Evelyn's words with a smirk, only intended to train young Master Theo for a short time. How did I get stuck with this whole entourage? Training with all his newfound supporters had made these past 2 weeks intense. Inside the carriage, Remington looked at Theo. I heard this is your first formal banquet. Ah, yes, Theo replied, his voice showing a hint of nerves. No need to be nervous. Remington assured him. You'll do just fine. The only thing is, my friend Axion, he can be quite mischievous. But it was actually Axion who insisted on inviting you. He's eager to meet you and even organized this entire banquet just for the occasion. So try not to hold it against him. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. So it was Axion, not Remington, who invited me. This seems a little too convenient. Out loud, he said, I'm looking forward to it. Internally, though, he braced himself for whatever fun Axion had planned, thinking, looks like I'm about to receive quite the welcome. As the carriage journeyed toward Camellia Palace, inside, a different scene unfolded. Axion Ragnar, sipping tea with an amused smile, murmured, Imbecile of Ragnar, I'm quite excited to see how our new toy performs. The carriage stopped in front of the Grand Camellia Palace, its elegant structure looming ahead. Theo and Remington stepped down, taking in the sight. Remington looked at Theo and said, We have arrived, young Master Theo. Theo took a deep breath, staring at the imposing palace. The Camellia Palace, he thought, the one who instigated Rendon to interfere with my growth, and the one who finally consumed me, my mother, and the entirety of the Rose Palace. Remington gestured toward the entrance. Shall we go in? Yes, Theo replied, steadying himself. As they walked through the entrance hall, Remington leaned in. I received news that Exxon would personally come out and greet you. He should be waiting at the entrance. Axion. Theo thought, it's obvious why Axion invited me. Since the imbecile of Ragnar is acting up, he is probably trying to help me in my tricks. But I did not come here without a plan either. I will make you understand who you are trying to temple on Axion. Theo glanced around as they moved forward, noticing a distinct blue light glimmering in a nearby window, a signal he recognized. The blue light of the quest, he mused, is there a quest inside the Camellia Palace? Just then, Remington shouted, Young Master Theo. Theo barely had a moment to react as a bag of flour plummeted from above, hitting the ground near him with a burst of white dust. Coughing and brushing off the flour, Theo said, I'm fine. Remington glanced up with an angry expression, What do you think you are doing? He shouted. Theo thought would not have been able to dodge and just gotten hit if this was my previous life. I thought Remington was in on this as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The message window appeared, Remington Narcio status, confused at the unexpected situation. Theo's gaze shifted up to the windows, where he spotted a student grinning maliciously. Welcoming me with flour. The one who would do something like this are. At that moment, Axion appeared, his hand on the student's shoulder, peering down at Theo and Remington with a smirk. What do you think? It's just greeting between friends. That's basic courtesy. Remington's glare hardened. A greeting? What are you talking about, Axion? Axion's smirk deepened. What? Are you actually angry? Just take this as greeting between brothers. He taunted. As Theo observed Axion, the message window appeared Axion Ragnar, 17, title, Dark Tiger abilities, Madness, Psychopath, Overwhelming Swordsman status, excited at finding a new toy to play with. Theo took a steadying breath, hiding his anger as he said, Thanks, Axion. Really, I didn't expect that. He repeated the word, thanks. Theo kept his calm demeanor, giving a slight smile. Sure, with how welcoming you are to me, naturally I do be thankful. I am looking forward to the party today. Axian's smirk faltered briefly before he forced a sinister smile back on his face. You have gotten really fun while I have not seen you. At the party, under the dim lights and lively chatter, members of the Scaled Dragon Society lounged around with drinks in hand, murmuring to each other. What is Axian even thinking? One of them sneered. Inviting that imbecile into the Scaled Dragon Society. Doesn't he see he's just treating him like a toy? Remington, standing beside Theo, looked uncomfortable and leaned in. Young Master Thu, I apologize once again. They're not usually like this. Theo gave him a calm nod. It's fine. I'm honestly more grateful. With that, he started walking away, thinking to himself, go on, talk as much as you want. You all need to badmouth me at least this much so I can crush you later. His gaze shifted toward a door where he noticed a faint blue glow, the same light he'd seen from outside. Looks like the blue light's coming from that direction, he mused. It must be a quest, but I'll need a way to approach it naturally. Just then, Axian began descending the stairs with a sinister smile. How is it? Enjoying the party? He asked, his voice dripping with mock courtesy. Theo met his gaze, reminding himself, stay calm, stick to the plan. With a courteous smile and open arms, he replied, of course. Thanks for the invitation. Axian chuckled. Right, sorry about what happened earlier, I might have gone a bit overboard. Moving closer, he put a hand on Theo's shoulder. You'll accept my apology, right? Before Remington could interject, Theo replied smoothly, why apologize? I only remember a greeting. Axian's smug expression faltered, clearly caught off guard, but he laughed it off. Wow, look at you, Theo. You're fine. I never knew you had it in you, seems you've changed a lot. I'm starting to like you more. Nearby, a few members laughed louder, one sneering, look at that, he's just smiling and acting like Axian's bitch. Another added with a smirk, an illegitimate child with no roots, can't fight back against the noble blood of Troyven. More voices joined in, that's true. Even as Ragnar, they are on different levels. There is no way you can compare Troyven, the noble swordsmanship clan from the east, and a random woman from who knows where. Their voices were loud enough for Theo to hear every insult. The conversation among the guests continued as they eyed Theo with disdain. One of them sneered, but why is Remington fluttering about that imbecile? Another leaned in, replying with a sly tone, well, if you look into it, Remington is actually also illegitimate. Quickly, someone else interrupted, looking around nervously, hey, be careful what you say. The other replied, right, that's a forbidden topic. Remington, overhearing the ridicule, lowered his head in dismay. Theo clenched his teeth, his patience wearing thin. I was planning to observe a little longer, he thought, but that won't do. He turned to Axian with a cool smile. Axian, I think it's time I greet my new friends properly, don't you? With that, he walked over to the table, picked up a wine bottle, and approached the man who'd been mocking him and Remington. Holding out the bottle with a smile, Theo stand in front of that man said, what? Did I say something wrong? Theo held the bottle firmly by the neck, swinging it down on the man's head with force. Gasps filled the room as the bottle shattered, and the man collapsed, clutching his bleeding head and yelling in pain. You fucking bastard, you dare, he spat, writhing in agony. Theo coldly kicked him in the chin, sending a spray of blood from his mouth as he fell flat on his back. Standing over him, Theo sneered, bastard, I only give you a little greeting. That is hurtful to say. The man continued to scream, blood pooling around him. Several nearby members were stunned, quickly whispering among themselves, what? What just happened? Is Theo really an imbecile? The quest screen appeared before Theo's eyes, escaped the title Imbecile of Ragnar, 41 out of 100%. The number ticked up to 43 out of 100%. Remington, watching from nearby, thought, young Master Theo is not someone who would do that. Wait, was it for me? Theo looked around, smirking. With that, I think I have given you my welcome greeting. He pressed his foot down on the man's arm, took hold of his hand, so now I should give you my goodbyes as well, right? Theo snapped man's arm with a sickening crunch. The man's scream intensified, and the quest screen updated, 58 out of 100%. The man lay on the ground, nearly motionless, as Theo brushed his hair back. Anyone else want to say hello? 66 out of 100%. At that moment, 4 men in full armor ran up, swords drawn, and surrounded Theo, aiming their blades at his neck. One of them declared, "The sin of hurting the young master will be paid for in death." Theo smiled, unfazed. Yeah, this is how it should be, he thought. Looking at the body of man, Theo asked, "Who is this guy?" One of the men stepped forward and introduced. The third young master of the Hanavi clan. He is young master Ian Hanavi. Listening intently, Theo thought, this is the reason I came to this scaled dragon society filled with enemies. Out loud, he said, "Oh, one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar, the Hanavi clan." As he faced the 4 men, their swords at his neck, he thought, these guys wouldn't sit by and watch when the so-called imbecile they always look down on suddenly starts acting up. But I will no longer tolerate disrespect. Raising his voice, Theo declared, "So what? Do the dogs of one of the Ragnar Bannerman clans dare demand my death? Can you take this? Can you take responsibility for those words?" The men who had their swords pointed at Theo were taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. They thought, what is this power? Is this really the same imbecile of Ragnar we know? Realizing who he truly was, they considered, this man holds the right of succession, carrying the direct blood of Ragnar. Ragnar is the Lord of the North, the ruler over the 6 snow clans. Declaring death upon someone with such blood is a grave sin, one punishable by the destruction of an entire clan. It dawned on them that while this protection hadn't applied to him before, they couldn't ignore it any longer. The need to apologize grew stronger in their minds. Just as they were about to make their move, Theo's voice echoed through the hall, commanding, "Kill them." Suddenly, in a swift motion, the blade sliced through the necks of the 4 men. Their heads fell to the ground as blood poured out. Standing there, her blade dripping, was Evelyn. The guests around gasped in horror, and a notification appeared in Theo's mind, "Escaped the title of Imbecile of Ragnar, 70% complete." Axion's eyes widened in amazement, taking in the sight before him. Axion looked surprised and said, "Evelyn." Evelyn stepped forward toward Theo, smirking. "When did you realize I was following you?" Theo met her gaze and replied, "It was obvious." Inwardly, he thought, I don't know why she chose to follow me, but thanks to her, I can turn the tables without any worries. Few days before, Julius held a bottle of wine, opened it, and said, "You said you would not take in disciple anymore, so is your new swordsmanship disciple to your liking?" Evelyn glanced at him, unimpressed. "Don't you have some place to be? You have only ever stayed outside before I retired." With a smirk, Julius took a swig straight from the bottle. "My joy and life recently has been tormenting you. So what's your answer?" Evelyn eyed the bottle. "That's an expensive drink." Ignoring her comment, Julius pressed, "Yeah, so, your answer?" She hesitated, then smiled nervously. He was beyond expectations. Considering just his attitude and talent, he is the best among the ones I have taught. Julius raised an eyebrow. "Didn't Axion also pass through your hands? And yet, this guy's the best?" Evelyn nodded firmly. "When considering his potential, I say that his is beyond that of even young Master Axion. These are not empty words I am speaking." Julius wiped his mouth with his hand and laughed. "Well, you've got 2 good eyes. If he's as talented as you say, did he just hide his strength all this time? It's hard to believe a person could change so drastically." Evelyn looked thoughtful. "That seems to be the case, but it's odd that someone who has hidden his true strength all this time has suddenly started showing it off. Being hasty is one step makes one bound to trip, but it seems like he was being cached by something. That's why I am worried about his attendance at a scaled dragon society this time as well." Julius placed the bottle on the table. "If you are worried, it's probably because of the brat Axion, then follow after him." Evelyn blinked. "Poured on." Crossing his arms, Julius smirked. "It might be different from what you are worried about, but something will happen when wolf cubs who are actively searching for blood gather together. They start to solidify their hierarchy. Well, while you are there, try and tempt that Thu guy a little as well and get him to join the white-armed dragon cavalry. Both of you." Evelyn listened closely as Julius slipped on his jacket. He looked back and added, "Do you think you can retire just because you cannot ride a dragon? Come back and take responsibility for the one you introduced." "I will be going now. The wine was great, it tasted good." As he left, Evelyn glanced at the white coat of the white-armed dragon cavalry he left on the table. She muttered to herself, "Wine tastes good because it's expensive." Now, back in the present, Evelyn stood in the Camellia Palace, observing the shattered bodies around. She muttered to herself, "He noticed that I followed him and orchestrated this situation on purpose. Maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society while aiming for this from the start. He was someone I didn't need to worry about to begin with, but since when did he notice my presence? He is definitely not ordinary." Theo, smiling toward Evelyn, thought, "I sensed you from the moment I got in my carriage." The possessor of a dragon heart can unleash their energy perception, also known as the sixth sense. Anyway, thanks to that, the stage has been set. Theo then called out, "Evelyn, most of the people here have shown disrespect to the successor candidate. What is the punishment for such a crime?" The people were visibly frightened as Evelyn replied with a smile, "Depending on the clan's law, immediate execution is also possible." Theo smiled back, "Since they are all children who have not even completed their awakening ceremony, take only one of their arms and end it there." At his order, Evelyn quickly rushed forward, saying, "Understood." She began cutting the arms of those who had disrespected Theo and Remington, announcing each one as she did so. "The second son of the Byron clan," she declared, cutting the limb. "The first son of the red and white mercenary crops," a window appeared, "escaped the title, Imbecile of Ragnar, 72 out of 100%. Evelyn continued, "Fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild. Third son of the Clark clan, 76 out of 100%. First daughter of the Howard clan, 79 out of 100%. Just then, a person rushed toward Axion and tugged at his pants, pleading, "Please save me." Axion, with a restless expression, replied, "Why should I? This is just a greeting." The man looked at him in shock, but before he could respond, Evelyn came over and cut off his limb as well, announcing, "First son of the Perenk family." Then she turned her gaze to Axion. Axion looked back and remarked, "I never expected to meet you again like this, Evelyn." "It has been a while, young master," she replied, 82 out of 100%. Looking around, Axion thought, she only aimed for those who made comments about the bloodline. She's made it so that even I, as a fellow successor candidate, cannot stop her. Evelyn approached Theo and said, "I have cut the right arms of the 14 people you ordered me to." Theo asked, "Good work, what's their status?" Evelyn replied, "If they take their arms to the priestess right now, they will be able to reattach them, although their lives as swordsmen will be a different matter." "Perfect," Theo said, starting to walk away. "Young Master Theo, are you all right?" Remington asked, noticing the scene. Axion thought to himself, both Remington and Evelyn have gotten drunk on him at some point. Theo Ragnar, the imbecile of the Rose Pestle, has truly changed. Axion smiled with a sinister grin, thinking, "I want to crush you underfoot." Theo began walking and said, "Let's go now, Evelyn and Remington." They both followed, replying, "Yes, let's go together." As the three of them walked, Axion and Theo caught each other's gaze. As Theo passed Axion, he tapped Axion's arm and said, "I had fun, Axion. I will see you later." Escape the title, Imbecile of Ragnar, 100 out of 100%. A congratulatory message appeared, "You have successfully completed Tutorial Quest 4 at the party with Evelyn Narraville." Axion, furious, shouted, "Theo Ragnar." A window screen appeared, stating, "All tutorial quests have been completed. Now no one will call you the Imbecile of Ragnar." As the three of them walked outside, Theo thought, "With that, the quest is complete. But my true revenge starts now." The screen displayed, "Receiving reward, experience elixir, type, potion effect, 5 level UPS requirement, below level 30. Inside the Camellia Palace, Emil sat at her desk, carefully writing on a piece of paper. A guard approached and began recounting the events. Emil paused mid-sentence, her pen hovering above the paper, and asked sharply, "What? Say that again." The guard repeated the details more clearly, saying, "Axion Scaled Dragon Society was, inside the inn, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. People were laughing and toasting, raising their drinks high as they celebrated. In celebration of young Master Theo's unbelievable high society debut, they cheered, their voices filled with joy. Amid the festivities, Theo took a sip from his drink, a frown creeping onto his face as he thought, done in by that imbecile, Theo. Emil stood up abruptly, her voice sharp as she said, not only did you give that imbecile bastard justification, but you even allowed your people to lose an arm. Axion, standing nervously in front of her, muttered, yes. Her voice rose as she started shouting, do you really believe that makes any sense? I warned you repeatedly not to take things lightly. Forget pressuring him into submission, you've just given him the grounds to go wild. I've told you before, once that lowly Theo Ragnar begins to stand out, it'll become far more difficult to take over the Rose Palace. Axion tried to interject, you don't have to worry, I will, but Emil turned her face away from him and cut him off. I don't want to hear it. Go and reflect on what you've done. Reflect on how close you came to ruining our great plan just for the sake of chasing shallow pleasures. Axion bit his teeth in frustration and replied, I will keep that in mind. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Emil exhaled deeply and fanned herself with irritation. How does he manage to be so impulsive? Troyven emerged from the shadows. Please don't be so angry. This incident might not be all that bad. Emil looked at him and asked, and why is that? He stepped forward and explained, the Rose Palace has always been a part of the clan head's harem, making it incredibly difficult to claim ownership over it. Even though it's been outside the clan head's primary interests, a place where riffraff gathers, it still had his backing. What we needed was justification. He clenched his fist and added, thankfully, with Theo causing chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting, he's slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace. Using that incident as justification, we can leverage legal procedures to suppress him. Emil paused to think, realization dawning on her. The reason I found Theo's growing strength unsettling was that I feared their influence would expand if the clan head paid more attention to the Rose Palace. But if we, the Camellia Palace, use proper legal measures against Theo, the Rose Palace will have no choice but to submit to us, the Troyven. That way, we can take over the Rose Palace without making any noise. Snapping her fan shut, she turned to him. How long will it take to prepare? He smiled confidently. Preparations are already complete. By tomorrow morning, you'll wake up to uplifting news. He stepped closer, holding out a small box. So, enjoy your bath and get a good night's sleep, my lady. I've even brought you an aromatic candle from the South Akron volcanic region. It took great effort to acquire. Emil smiled warmly and hugged him. As expected of you, elder brother. This is why I can't help but love you. Inside the inn, Remington held a drink in his hand and said, I was quite shocked, actually. I didn't know you cared for me this much, young Master Theo. Theo, sitting beside him, looked confused and asked, what do you mean? Remington lowered his head and replied, I'm talking about the Scaled Dragon Society. Theo glanced at him and thought to himself, is he drunk after just drinking orange juice? Remington continued, while you endured the insults thrown at you, the moment they began to insult me, your friend, you didn't hold back and stepped up for me, young Master Theo. I couldn't do anything myself. How embarrassing. Saying this, Remington looked toward Theo and began to think, the more I look at him, the more surprising he is. He endured the time when they looked down on him, seeing as an untalented, illegitimate child, yet he still ended up as a strong person. Even against opponents who he doesn't have the strength to win, he has the willpower to eke out a complete win. Against the Chameleon Palace who no one could go against, he had the courage to wield his sword without any hesitation, all just for me. At that moment, a screen appeared with the text, Remington Narcio, age 17, male, status, greatly touched because he believes Theo cares deeply for him. Theo, noticing Remington's expression, felt a bit shy and thought to himself, it seems he has greatly misunderstood something. Remington suddenly stood up from his chair, deep in thought. My clan ordered me to build friendly ties with Axion, but I have a different idea. Standing tall, he placed one hand on his chest, looked directly at Theo, and declared, from now on, I wish to follow you, Sir Theo. The entire inn erupted in cheers. Woo! As expected, the strong recognized the strong. You two are awesome. Theo blushed and quickly said, "No, wait. I think you're misunderstanding," but before he could finish, Evelyn's voice rang in his head. Just let him be. Startled, Theo thought, telepathy? He turned to look at Evelyn, who was watching him with a knowing expression. Her voice echoed in his mind again. It's not a bad misunderstanding. Besides, maybe everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. Theo smiled and muttered, "I'm not anyone special." As he thought about everything, his mind wandered. In a way, this might all be because of that message window. Whether it was regressing to the past, receiving Ragnar's talent, or becoming so powerful, it all started with that. I wonder what it is. At first, I thought it was just fragments of my regret, but the details are too precise. It feels vaguely familiar, like déjà vu. Well, whatever it is, it's helping me, so I guess it doesn't matter. He recalled something else. Since the Scaled Dragon Society incident ended, my level went up. It seems leveling up gives me points to increase my stats however I want. How terrifying. I fear what the shining future I've become capable of will bring. Smiling slightly, he added to himself, "First, I need to prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack." Theo lifted his head and looked at Remington. "Remy," he said, "since you've mentioned it, will you help me with something?" Remington, smiling, replied, "Of course, young master. Ask me anything." "But, did you just call me Remy in such a friendly manner?" Theo pulled a folded piece of paper from his hand and moved closer to Remington. "The war for the throne between Axion and me will only grow fiercer soon," Theo said. "To prepare for when that time comes, I need your help." Remington stared at him in shock as Theo extended the paper towards him. Theo thought to himself, in the future, Remington becomes the head of the Narshio clan, and their forces become strong enough to rival the Ragnar clan. I need to use this opportunity to bring him completely to my side. Theo said. "Take this, Remington." Still in shock, Remington slowly took the paper and responded, "Sure. I've already pledged to follow you, young Master Thu. Whatever it is, I'll help you." Theo smiled. "Thanks." Remington, still a bit flustered, tried to return to the earlier topic. "But just now, you called me Remy in such a friendly manner." Before he could finish, the sound of armored footsteps interrupted him. From outside the door came a shout, "Theo Ragnar." The door burst open, and fully armed royal guards stepped into the inn. The room fell silent, and the crowd's whispers turned into exclamations, "The sword of law." One of the guards unrolled a scroll, holding it high. "Theo Ragnar," he announced, "you are under arrest for threat, assault, and intimidation." Evelyn shouted, "What is this nonsense?" Theo calmly stepped off the bar chair and began walking towards the guards. "It's all right, calm down," he said. He reached the guards, took a look on the warrant, and read it. The ink hasn't even dried yet, he thought. They must have rushed to prepare this. After a moment, Theo raised his hands. "Let's go," he said with a faint smile. The guards threw the handcuffs onto his wrists, and Theo began walking with them toward the door. The crowd erupted in shouts, "Young Master Theo." Theo turned back briefly, offering the onlookers a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Remington, still holding the folded paper Theo had given him, lifted up. Evelyn, standing nearby, exchanged a concerned glance with Remington as Theo disappeared through the door. At the Rose Palace, Theo's mother, her voice trembling with anger and fear, shouted at the servants, "What did you say? Our Theo is being taken where?" When the response came, she collapsed onto the floor. "The tribunal," she cried out in despair. The butler quickly tried to knelt beside her, trying to calm her down. "Your Grace," he asked softly. She shook her head, trying to regain her composure. "It's all right," she muttered before asking, "What is he being charged with?" The butler hesitated. "That is, it seems to be because of the Scarlet Dragon Society. They are accusing him of inciting a rebellion." Her voice rose again, this time laced with disbelief. "What? Do you think they will go to trial with this?" He nodded solemnly. "Yes, I believe so." She said, "Since he completely destroyed the Scarlet Dragon Society, this won't end easily. Who would have thought that him being invited there would lead to this?" She then whispered, more to herself than anyone else, "No, he'll get through this. This is the kind of child our Theo is. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "Son, please come back safely." In the carriage, Theo sat silently beside the guards. Looking out at the approaching tribunal building, he thought, "It's been a while since I've been here." His eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. Since I completely destroyed the Scarlet Dragon Society, this won't just end with simple imprisonment. They'll definitely take this to trial. Bringing Ragnar's successor before the tribunal? They must want to question my qualifications as the successor. The carriage came to a halt at the gate of the tribunal building. One of the guards ordered, "Get off." As Theo stepped out of the carriage, he thought, "They're trying to crush me completely this time." A small smile tugged at his lips. But that's exactly what I'm hoping for. As he was escorted toward the tribunal's large doors, they swung open. The guard announced, "Prisoner Theo Ragnar has been escorted in." From inside someone ordered, "Bring him inside." Walking through the grand entrance, Theo thought, "Yes, if I'm going to reveal what I've prepared, it has to be on a stage of this magnitude." Inside the enormous hall, Theo found himself standing in the center of the room. Above him were 9 towering seats, 4 of them were filled with imposing figures. Looking at them, Theo thought, there are some truly remarkable people gathered here. 4 of the 9 dragons who protected Ragnar. Among them, his eyes fell on a fearsome figure. The demon dragon, captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar. His gaze shifted to another individual. The sky dragon, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven. If this were my past life, I would have been so overwhelmed that I could hardly breathe. Next, he saw a regal woman. The sword dragon, lady of Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar. Finally, his eyes landed on the most intimidating presence. The elder dragon, head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar. Wolfgang's commanding voice echoed through the hall. "Theo Ragnar?" Theo raised his head and replied calmly, "Yes, head counselor. It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here in this palace, though." Theo thought to himself, head counselor Wolfgang values bloodlines above all else. To him, a half-blooded, illegitimate child like me must seem utterly disgusting. He doesn't even try to hide it. Wolfgang dismissed Theo's greeting with a wave. "Enough with the greetings. You're aware of the fact that you were summoned here to answer for your crimes, right?" He continued, his voice filled with anger. "The Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan, because of your foolish actions, all of them are now clamoring to cut ties with the main family." Wolfgang's eyes burned with contempt as he shouted, "Can you, a bastard, bear the damage you've caused? Therefore I will hold you accountable. You've dragged Ragnar's honor through the dirt." Theo exhaled slowly, his voice calm yet firm as he said, "Your words are correct. I was far too careless. I should have cut off their heads, not just their limbs." The hall erupted in shock. "What?" they shouted, disbelief ringing in their voices. Theo raised his hand, commanding silence. "They are our subjects. The Lord bestows land and honor, and the subjects offer their loyalty and lives. This is the way of chivalry." His tone grew sharper as he continued, "Yet they dared to threaten their lord. If I had known they would be this insolent, I would have cut off their heads right away." Theo's voice thundered in the hall. "They must be punished, and the principles of chivalry restored. How could I sit by and watch as Ragnar's honor, upheld for over 1,000 years, is trampled?" A moment of stunned silence followed, broken only by Julius Ragnar's chuckle. Amused, Julius thought to himself, impressive as ever. As expected, this should end with a normal punishment. Wolfgang, however, shouted furiously, "To mock me with such sophistry." Osa Ragnar, calm and composed, interjected. "Wolfgang, I have listened to your opponent, and in theory, what you said is correct." Wolfgang, caught off guard, hesitated. "Sword Dragon?" But Osa interrupted him. "However, while Ragnar is strong, it is not truly great. If we do not listen to the voices of our vassals and knights, we would inevitably fall. Because one cannot rule this world with just tyranny." Theo nodded, his tone measured. "I will make sure to keep this in mind." Inwardly, Theo was calculating. The first wife of the clan and the sword dragon, the best swordsman in the north. Fortunately, she doesn't seem hostile toward me. But why would she intervene on my behalf, even knowing this? OSA, her expression unreadable, continued, so I hope you understand that the punishment you will receive is justified. Theo asked, may I ask what punishment that would be? Wolfgang declared, 3 months of probation. Theo stiffened. But the awakening ceremony is in just 2 months. Wolfgang's voice boomed, how dare you talk back? OSA interjected again, her voice steady. I have taken that into consideration. You will be allowed to participate in next year's awakening ceremony instead. It has already been decided that the 15 children injured by your hand will also participate next year. Hearing this, Ed Troyven smiled to himself. Thanks to the demon dragon's interference, the punishment is lighter than expected. But this isn't too bad. His thoughts turned devious. Having the awakening ceremony delayed brings great dishonor within Ragnar. For someone representing the Rose Palace to carry such dishonor will give ample justification for the Camellia Palace to overtake it. Once our plan is set in motion, he will have no choice but to accept it. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we could just kill him. Not that I think he would be that foolish. Just then, Theo spoke. I want to appeal. The room froze. 4 of the council members thought simultaneously, you fool. Ed Troyven tried to hide his smirk, thinking, your arrogance truly knows no limit. This will make things even easier for us. Julius Ragnar leaned forward, his voice heavy with authority. Do you even understand what it means to appeal? Theo stood firm, his tone unwavering. Of course. Inwardly, Theo began to strategize. I know this isn't something that can usually be resolved with just 3 months of probation. It's nothing but a slap on the wrist. That demon dragon must have pulled some strings. He spoke with conviction. In the strong and proud Ragnar, appealing means war. But I have no intention of accepting even that slap on the wrist, Theo thought, a smile forming on his lips. In the end, only the victor speaks the truth. On the contrary, I expect to be rewarded. Suddenly, a message screen appeared in front of him, entering main scenario. Through this scenario, you can uncover many secrets hidden in this tightly sealed world. We wish you success. Scenario Quest 1, The Successor's Path Objective, Hidden Northern Branch of the Siri Merchant Guild. At the hidden branch of the Siri's Merchant Guild, chaos reigned. Flames engulfed the area, lighting up the night as Evelyn fought fiercely against the last opponents. From behind her, Remington emerged, surveying the destruction. He said, so this is where they've been hiding. Walking toward Evelyn, Remington held a box tightly in his hands. He looked at her and said, it's just as the young Lord Theo said. Troyven's Camellia Palace is finished now. Theo stood tall before the council as Wolfgang's voice rang out, full of disdain. You're going to turn an issue that could be resolved within 3 months of probation into a war? You are beyond arrogant. Do you truly believe that you alone can face the combined forces of the 15 clans? Theo said, that is something that I need to handle. And in cases like this, where there's such a huge difference in power, isn't making appeals through proxy battles normal? Julius Ragnar listened intently, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. Usually appeals means deciding the winner and losing through wars. However, in the case where the war is nearly impossible due to the sheer difference in power, each force will send a representative and the winner will be decided in a 1-to-1 sword duel. This is a proxy battle, which means the representative of the defendant will naturally be Theo, while the chance is high that the representative of the plaintiff will be Axion. If that happens, it is all about a granted that Theo will lose. So why is he making this choice? Does he have something up his sleeves? If he is believing that either Evelyn or I will step forward as his representative, he will be gravely disappointed. Theo's voice boomed again. As the rule said, we will decide on the representatives and have the proxy battle in a week. How is that? Ed Troyven said to himself, it's an obvious tactic. He's planning on having the demon dragon or Evelyn as his proxy, but by their personalities these two would not do that. You will have to fight personally, Theo Ragnar. I will send Axion and make you understand your place through death. Ed then said, sure. Then for the representatives, I thought you were a quiet child. Everyone turned, startled by the interruption. The massive double doors of the council chamber swung open, and figure stepped inside. "But it seems you've become quite adept at concocting such foolish schemes," the man said, his voice deep and commanding. "You've changed a great deal since the last time I saw you, my son." Gasps filled the room as the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar, walked in. Everyone quickly bowed down. Theo also bowed, saying, "Apparent swordsman, the Ragnar greets the incarnation of the great dragon god." The screen appeared, Scenario Quest 1, Path of the Successor, take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Theo thought, this is my first quest since that tutorial. The secret of Camellia Palace, is this what the blue light was? It's been so hectic that I had forgotten about it. There was definitely something there. No, now is not the time to be distracted by that. I need to take care of this first. An insane variable just appeared. "Why did father come here?" Kyle Ragnar, standing in front of Theo, said, "Stand, my son. I heard about your situation by chance on my way here, and it seems you are in a complicated position. I heard you wanted to make an appeal through a proxy battle." Theo replied, "That's right." Kyle Ragnar, putting a finger on his chin, said, "If that is the case, it will be difficult for you to enter the proxy battle yourself. Who were you planning to select as your proxy to stand in your place?" Theo thought, this is a test. "Wait, is this," Theo said, "someone to stand in my place? No one like that exists. I was naturally thinking of stepping up myself for the appeal." Kyle Ragnar said, "Then you will lose." Theo replied, "How can I know that if I don't try? Even if I am forced to bend, I will not lower myself willingly." Kyle Ragnar laughed, smacking his own face while laughing. He said, "Did you all hear that? These words of my son, even if forced to bend, he will not lower himself willingly. There is no better way to describe Ragnar than this." Julius Ragnar smiled. Kyle said, "Your attitude has truly satisfied me." Theo said, "Thank you for your praise." Theo thought, the proxy battle is only bait. I am not thinking of fighting, so it's nice that I can say the truth without holding back. The work I requested of Evelyn and Remington, the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, if I have that, I can get a victory without even fighting. Kyle Ragnar said, "Then I personally wish to give you an opportunity. As a master of Ragnar, I, Kyle Ragnar, wish to test a single strike against you." Theo was shocked. Kyle continued, "Forget about the trial." Theo thought, what? A single strike? Kyle said, "If you can endure a single strike, I will absolve you of all your charges. Come outside now." He turned around as he said that. Ed stopped Kyle, shouting, "Clan head. That can't be done." Ed Troyven thought, testing his single strike against him means he approves his opponent. If he survives it, he will become someone who has received the approval of the clan head. I do not think that Theo, that bastard, will be able to endure it. But just in case, if he somehow does. No, I need to stop him from looking favorable in the eyes of the clan head. Ed said, "How could those vassals and bannermen dare to commit on the blood of your son?" As is the rule, proceeding with the proxy battle would be, Kyle Ragnar said angrily, "Sky Dragon, shut up. If a vassal dares to speak in that way, you just need to get rid of him." Clenching his teeth, Edith said, "Understood, clan head." Kyle then looked towards the other three of the council and said, "Do you have something you wish to say, Demon Dragon? You have been giggling for quite some time now." Julia said, "It's nothing. It's just that it has been a while since you have shown such interest, clan head." Kyle Ragnar said, "You speak nonsense. Let's stop our small talk here. So how about it, son? Will you do it?" Theo thought, a single strike from the clan head? Things have changed in a direction I could not even have imagined. My plan has crumbled. Theo smiled and thought, but a chance like this is always welcome. Theo put his hand on his chest and said, "That is too heavy for me. How could I compare your single strike with a proxy war against vassals and bannermen?" Kyle said, "Are you saying you won't do it?" Theo said, "No, I only wish to say how unfair this transfer is." Kyle said, "Unfair?" Theo said, "Since the trial has become stricter, shouldn't my compensation also be increased?" Kyle said, "Such as?" Theo looked towards Ed and said, to something like the Camellia Palace. Theo said, something like the Camellia Palace. Ed shouted in disbelief, bastard. Wolfgang thought, what madness. To propose a deal with a clan head? This half-blood does not know his place. A duel is conducted under the premise that both parties are equal. His arrogance will be his downfall. Kyle said, fine. If you are aiming to become the successor, you will need at least this much gumption. Any objection, Sky Dragon? Sky Dragon Ed Troyven bowed and said, everything in Ragnar belongs to you, my lord. How could I dare to commit on your decision? Kyle said, good, then prepare the stage right away. Kyle turned around, saying, I will test Theo Ragnar here and now. Outside, on the arena stage, Theo and Kyle were facing each other. Down from the stage, 4 of the successors stood observing. Ed thought, damn it. The trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate him. No, there is no need to be anxious. Even if that brat is stronger now, there is no way he can withstand a single strike from the clan head. A feat even high-ranked swordsman would find it difficult. Theo will die here. He has to die here. Theo smiled and thought, I bet that's what he's thinking. Unfortunately for you, that's not what's gonna happen, thanks to the tutorial reward I received. Kyle felt something unusual and said, did you consume an elixir while I wasn't looking? No, even if you had, such a rapid change would be, well, it doesn't matter much to me how you got stronger. Theo thought, he is sharp. Even the 9 dragons have not noticed. Kyle said, at the end of the day, you are also of my flesh and blood. So, are you all warmed up? Theo replied, yes. Kyle, putting his sword forward, said, normally, I use a great sword, but since you do not even know how to use mana yet, I will use this rusty steel sword. Any objection? Theo said, of course not, my lord. Kyle said, all right, well then. Suddenly, Kyle's entire body began emitting red energy. The pressure was overwhelming, and his sword began to glow. He said, let's begin. Theo, confused but prepared, tightened his stance though, to emit such pressure with just his fighting spirit. Kyle walking toward Theo said, I am surprised you are still standing. Theo thought, of course, my strength stats have almost tripled. The reward I received from clearing the tutorial, the Excellence Elixir, granted me 5 levels. I put all the allocatable stats into strength. It's a liberating feeling, leaving the realm of the ordinary and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. With this much strength, I should be able to block a single strike from father. As Theo finished his thought, Kyle began running toward him with immense speed, like a flash of light. Theo, struggling to track him, saw a sudden shine of light and said, I can see it. Kyle struck. Theo braced himself, and though the strike landed, Theo managed to block it. The wind blew violently behind Theo as the stage crumbled and rumbled beneath them. Kyle smiled at Theo, turning around and saying, it's been a while. Theo stood there, his sword shattered into small pieces from the strike. His clothes were torn, and the pressure had left its mark. Kyle continued, since I've found a decent son. Ed clenched his teeth in frustration, while Julius smiled knowingly. Kyle then announced, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through his will. The trial is concluded. The message screen appeared, you have successfully completed the sudden quest, single strike of Kyle Ragnar. You have obtained inventory authority as a reward. You have obtained the blue key as a reward. Theo was lying on a bed, his cheeks were bandaged. Slowly, he opened his eyes and thought, where am I? Just then, Cecilia grabbed his hand tightly and said, you are finally awake, my dear son. Her voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. She continued, you fainted while standing. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I heard you had been struck by the clan head's sword? How are your arms? Are you injured? Please try moving your shoulder. I need to call a physician immediately if it's been fractured or dislocated. Theo gently replied, I'm okay. Please calm down, mother. But, where am I? At that moment, Julius appeared at the door and said, by the order of the clan head, the now former lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the director of intelligence have all been vacated. Theo, stunned, said, does that mean? Julius smiled and said, that's right. This is the Camellia Palace. A message screen appeared before Theo. The scenario has been updated. Scenario Quest 1, Path of the Successor. Take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secret. Camellia Palace, 1/1, Secret, 0/1. Outside the Camellia Palace, Emil was shouting angrily, "Why would I, the rightful master of this palace, be forced to vacate my own property?" The guards tried to calm her, saying, "Lady Emil, please calm yourself. We beg you, please compose yourself." Nearby, Ed Troyven stood observing. He turned to Axion, who was standing beside him, and said, "Axion." Axion turned toward him and replied, "Yes, uncle." Ed said coldly, "You must kill Theo Ragnar." Axion lowered his head and said, "I plan to take his arm during the awakening ceremony." Ed interrupted sharply, "No. His head. You must take his head." Axion lifted his head to meet his uncle's gaze, his expression hardening. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Theo was walking down a long corridor, deep in thought. Things went in a completely different direction than I had planned. But this is a far better result. I managed to obtain the Camellia Palace without using any trump card. On top of that, I obtained a second authority, inventory. He opened his inventory and saw 2 items, a key and an apple. Curious, he tapped the apple, and it materialized in his hand. He took a bite and tossed it away, saying, "I don't know how such things are possible, but it will come in handy." Then, he touched the key icon, and the blue key appeared in his hand. A message screen popped up, blue key type, miscellaneous effect, dungeon opening requirement, matching dungeon gate. Theo examined the key and said, "This key is undoubtedly related to this palace." He said this while staring at a massive door in the distance. The blue light emanating from it caught his attention. He began moving toward the door, drawn by the mysterious glow. Theo moved closer to the door, gripping the blue key tightly. He inserted it into the keyhole, and with a click, the door creaked open. What lay beyond left him utterly stunned. A massive cave stretched out, vast and shadowy, hidden behind the Camellia Palace. He exclaimed, "A cave? Inside a room in the Camellia Palace?" A message screen appeared before him, "You have discovered a dungeon for the first time. Your experience earned inside the dungeon will double as a reward." Theo thought, this must be another quest of some kind. A dungeon here? Interesting. Determined, he stepped forward into the cave, muttering to himself, "Whatever this is, I'll clear it. I can't miss out on double experience. Oh right, I shouldn't go in empty-handed." Opening his inventory, Theo equipped himself with several swords and a sturdy shield before re-entering the dungeon. Holding the shield firmly in one hand and sword on other, he said, "All right, let's check it out." As Theo ventured deeper into the cave, he suddenly heard a low, menacing growl. He froze in place, scanning his surroundings. In front of him stood a massive white wolf, its fur glistening faintly in the dim cave light. Theo murmured, "A wolf? And quite a big one at that, big enough to be a demonic beast." The wolf, baring its sharp fangs, roared furiously and charged toward him, its jaws snapping. Theo raised his shield just in time. The wolf's powerful bite clamped onto the shield, causing Theo to stagger slightly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're pretty strong. But I won't lose in a battle of strength." With a fierce shove, Theo pushed the wolf back, freeing his shield from its jaws. The beast, now even angrier, roared louder, shaking the cavern walls. Theo tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes narrowing. He leapt into the air, swinging his blade toward the wolf. But the creature's speed was incredible, it dodged effortlessly. Theo landed back on the ground, muttering, "The hide's pretty thick and it's fast. A half-hearted attack won't work. This is no ordinary wolf. It might be as strong as a demonic beast from the demon sea beyond the northern wall. That would explain its strength. It won't be easy to deal with." The wolf crouched low before leaping high into the air, aiming to strike Theo from above. Theo clenched his jaw and ran straight toward the beast, thinking, "If only I could replicate that ray of light I saw during Father's single strike, that breathtaking, pure white arc." He swung his sword at the wolf again, but the beast dodged, moving its head to the side at the last moment. Theo grimaced. Of course, copying that technique won't be easy. Father's single strike is a move meant to bring certain death. The key must be focusing everything into one attack. Theo dropped the shield from his hand and thought, I'll rely on speed, just like the secret art Evelyn taught me. Standing tall in the darkness of the cave, Theo gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at the wolf. His blade gleamed as he aimed for the beast's head. In one swift motion, he stabbed the wolf's eye. The beast howled in pain as blood gushed from its wounded eye. Theo smirked and said, Good. I can do this. 2 months later, at Training Ground 4, the area was bustling with activity. A man in the crowd remarked, There are even more people now. Sybil, standing beside him, replied with a sigh, Tell me about it. At this rate, we should just change training grounds. Ever since the word got out that the clan had taught young Master Theo the single strike, people keep flocking here to spar with him. Even though the young master is, suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the chatter. Hey there, you luckies. Sybil turned to see Henry Morris, the apprentice swordsman of Plum Blossom Palace, striding in confidently. He smirked and said, When on earth your oh-so-incredible young master showing up? It's been 2 months now. Where's he been? I thought he never missed a day of training. I guess the coward run away after that fake story about him spread too far? Sybil's jaw clenched at Henry's taunt, but Henry wasn't done yet. He laughed, saying, It might be a total lie since he did win the trial, but there were no witnesses, he must have exaggerated it. And the news that he crushing the Scarlet Dragon Society must also, before Henry could finish his sentence, Sybil punch his face, sending him flying back. Furious, Sybil shouted, Henry, you hideous shitface. You're nothing compared to the young master. The guard accompanying Henry stepped forward, shouting angrily at Sybil, How dare a dropout like you, but the guard froze mid-sentence when he noticed the glares from everyone at the training ground, their eyes burning with anger. He hesitated, stepping back. Meanwhile, one of Sybil's friends teased him, Sybil, you of all people shouldn't be commenting on someone's appearance. Sybil scowled and retorted, Whatever. I've had enough of these assholes showing up just to cause trouble. And now they dare insult young Master Theo? Draw your swords. Without hesitation, all of Sybil's companions drew their weapons, their eyes blazing with fury. Sybil shouted, This is war. Henry, still recovering, stood up and snarled, You dropout losers must have a death wish. He drew his sword, preparing to fight. But just as the tension peaked, everyone froze in place. The air grew frigid, and a sharp chill swept across the ground. Their swords were suddenly encased in ice. All eyes widened in astonishment. A woman stepped into the frozen path, her presence commanding. Sybil gasped and shouted, When did she? Ray? It was Ray Ragnar, renowned as the Four Hounds of North Frost Sword. Behind her, an enormous man stepped forward. Sybil's eyes widened even further as he exclaimed, Even Lank's here? 2 of the 4 hounds? The towering figure, Hulkus Lank, known as the 4 Hounds of the North Black Bear, surveyed the scene with a grin. He snorted, It's just you guys? Where's Flash Tiger? Henry, confused, stammered, Excuse me? But Hulkus ignored him, drawing his massive sword that radiated raw energy. He roared, Are you deaf? I said, Where's Flash Tiger? The master of this training ground. Ray Ragnar remained silent, her icy gaze observing everything calmly. Hulkus raised his voice again, I'm here to have a bout against Theo Ragnar. Inside a dark, damp cave, Theo Ragnar was catching his breath. Water dripped from his face, and his broken sword hung limply in his hand. His clothes were in tatters, his body battered and bruised. A glowing screen appeared before him, displaying his progress, You have leveled up. You have hunted 170 demonic beasts. Demonic beast in dungeons, 1/171, Theo's stats appeared, Theo Ragnar age, 17, male level, 15 strength, 91 vitality, 20 intelligence, 19 allocatable stat, 0 dexterity, 25 magic power, 198 luck, -6. Theo took out a small bottle of potion and opened it, saying to himself, I almost died a few times, but this thing saved me. He drank the contents of the bottle, and a glowing screen appeared in front of him, beginner's healing potion type, consumable effect, recover health and wounds by 10. Theo felt his body recovering almost instantly. A surge of energy coursed through him. He glanced around, seeing the aftermath of his battle. Countless wolf carcasses littered the ground. He was even sitting atop the body of the massive white wolf he had slain. With a faint smirk, Theo said, "It was pretty rough at the start, but it got easier as I leveled up. Time flies, for it to already have been 2 months." Another screen materialized, demonic beasts in dungeon, one of 171. Looking toward the deeper part of the cave, Theo muttered, "Then there's only one left. That usually means the boss is about to appear." He ascended the stairs leading further into the dungeon, and as he climbed, a screen appeared before him. Entering the 5th floor, Theo glanced at his broken sword, the blade cracked and unusable. "This thing isn't usable anymore." Opening his inventory, there was only one sword left in his possession. Grabbing it, he inspected the weapon. "Is this all I have left?" he muttered. He recognized it immediately, the ceremonial sword his mother had gifted him on his birthday. Holding the blade, Theo thought back to his past life. "In my past life, there was a lot of friction between me and her leading up to the awakening ceremony. So I just tossed this sword aside in the room and left it to rust." Looking closer at the weapon, he admired its craftsmanship. "Now that I'm taking a closer look, it's a good sword, forged from white snow steel." A memory flashed before his eyes. He was back in his room, and Cecilia had opened the door, smiling warmly. "Happy birthday, my dear son," she had said, as servants followed her, carrying an array of gifts. She added with excitement, "I've been waiting for midnight to shower you with these." But Theo, impatient and dismissive, had shouted, "Mother, the awakening ceremony is upon us. I have no time to waste on birthday presents. You should know better than anyone that good equipment does not change one's bloodline. Please leave." The memory faded, and Theo stared at the sword in his hand. With a solemn expression, he said to himself, "Whatever the case may be, I won't repeat the mistake of my previous life." He gripped the sword tightly and continued deeper into the cave. The ominous glow of another screen appeared before him. "This is the boss room. A strong demonic beast will appear. Please be cautious." Theo stepped forward cautiously. As he moved closer, he noticed a massive silhouette in the darkness. His eyes widened as a creature came into view, a blue, muscular dragon with huge claws and a powerful tail. Its scales glistened under the faint light, and its sheer size exuded a menacing presence. Theo's grip on the ceremonial sword tightened, his voice trembling as he whispered, "A dragon." Theo stood before the massive creature. He muttered to himself, "No, thankfully it's just a lesser drake." Despite the attempt at reassurance, thoughts swirled in his mind. Ragnars are said to be the descendants of dragons, and the final verse of this strange quest is written in Draconic. Could this really be just a coincidence? Shaking off his doubts, Theo raised his sword high into the air and declared, "I don't know. But one thing is for sure, I need to defeat this thing to clear the quest." A glowing screen materialized before him. Scenario Quest 1, Path of the Successor. Objective: take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Progress: Camellia Palace 1/1 Secret 0 of 1 Demonic beasts in Dungeon 1 of 171. Theo tightened his grip on the hilt of his ceremonial sword, planting his feet firmly on the ground. A wave of uncertainty washed over him as he gazed at the lesser drake. "But can I actually win?" he wondered. "It's still a kind of dragon, after all." He steadied his breathing and thought, "Let's try using the single flash. I've practiced it enough against the dire wolves. I may not be able to match my father's dragon flash, but if I push my dragon heart to its limit, I should be able to seriously wound it." With determination, Theo pointed his sword at the dragon and launched himself forward at full speed. The drake's glowing eyes snapped open, but Theo moved faster, slashing his blade across one of its massive eyes. The creature roared in agony as blood poured from the wound. Theo thought it worked. But before he could follow up, the drake whipped its tail with and Theo pushed away from the position. Theo gritted his teeth. "I was hoping to pierce its brain," he thought, wiping the blood trickling down his face. "But it seems my attack didn't reach that far. Still, I've seen the possibilities." The drake roared furiously, towering over Theo. Theo gripped his sword with both hands and planted his feet, murmuring, "Secret technique, Jester's footwork." As the drake charged at him, its roars echoing through the cavern. Theo thought, if I can distract it with a normal attack and then aim for its weak point. Before he could act, the drake unleashed a deafening roar. A red message screen appeared. The lesser drake's fear dominates the battlefield. Status effect, fear. Movement speed decreased by 10%. Theo's body froze momentarily as dread seeped into his very bones. Damn it, he cursed. My body. The drake's massive claws swiped at him, and although Theo tried to dodge, the blow landed squarely. He was flung across the cavern, colliding with a stone wall that shattered under the impact. Blood streamed from his wounds. I guess it's the boss for a reason, he muttered. It will be bad if I let this drag out. The drake charged toward him again, its claws scraping the stone floor. Theo forced himself to his feet and sprinted toward the beast, his mind racing. I need to aim for its weak point for a quick finish. As he studied the drake's body, his eyes caught sight of the vulnerable scales beneath its underside. His eyes lit up. The reverse scales, he whispered, with newfound resolve. Theo pointed his sword at the dragon's weak spot and dashed forward. Using all his strength, he plunged the blade into the reverse scale, driving it deep into the creature's flesh. The drake let out an earth-shaking roar, thrashing wildly as blood spilled from the wound. Theo gritted his teeth and pushed through. It worked, he shouted, but his victory came at a cost. The drake's furious thrashing left Theo gasping for breath, exhaustion overwhelming him. At training ground 4, Halkas's voice boomed across the field. What are you saying, Ray Ragnar? Theo Ragnar needs to fight me first. Ray Ragnar, unfazed, casually placed a hand on her ear and said mockingly, losers should stay out of it. Halkas's face turned red with anger. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve by the day, Ray. 3 years is more than enough time to close the gap. Ray smirked and taunted. Loser. Halkas clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. Fine. Let's have another duel. The winner gets to face Theo Ragnar. Without waiting for her response, he lunged at her with his massive sword, but Ray nimbly blocked his attack. From the sidelines, Sybil muttered, the heck is going on? Henry whispered, I don't know, but I'm scared. As their fierce battle continued, a tall figure suddenly appeared between them. Remington stepped forward, effortlessly blocking both of their attacks with his sword. If you're going to brawl, do it elsewhere, he commanded. This is the domain of young Master Theo. I will not allow you to cause trouble while the master is away. Halkas's grin widened. Oh, Remy, perfect timing. I've been wanting to duel you as well. Remington sighed in irritation. Halkas, did you not hear what I just said? Before he could finish, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A suffocating wave of energy blanketed the training ground, making the air heavy. Intense, red energy began to swirl ominously, filling the area with immense pressure. Remington's eyes darted around. He thought, what is this killing intent? From the edge of the training ground, Theo Ragnar emerged, his body surrounded by an intense red aura. Remington stared in disbelief. This overwhelming pressure, what happened during his seclusion training? Halkas, however, smiled broadly as he turned toward Theo. So, you're finally here, Theo Ragnar. A red message screen materialized in the air. The skill, Lesser Dragon Sphere, has covered the battlefield. In the midst of the battlefield, Theo stood atop the defeated Lesser Drake, his sword resting against its rough scales. Gasping for air, he muttered, it started thrashing out of nowhere when I touched its reverse scale. I really thought I was done for. Finally catching his breath, Theo leaned back on the motionless body of the drake. Good thing it wore itself out over time. The scale is still its weakest spot after all. A message screen appeared before him. You have obtained Lesser Drake's tooth, you have obtained Lesser Drake's claws. Theo read the descriptions on the screen carefully. He glanced at his worn sword and said, enhancement material for weapons, huh? I should use these to repair my sword. I got it from Mother after all. Hunting the Drake really wore it down. Another notification appeared, you have obtained skill, Lesser Drake's Sphere, rank, D+ mastery, 1% effect, releases killing intent unique to the Lesser Drake, overwhelming those near you. Inflicts fear on targets weaker than the caster. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. Dragon-killing intent, he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. But I heard only the chosen ones can use that. I never thought I'd get the chance to try. A grin spread across his face as he placed the sword, claw, and tooth into his inventory. Still exhilarated, he muttered to himself, even then, I'm not really sure this will be useful in Ragnar. As Theo started walking toward the exit, he muttered to himself, that place is swarming with powerhouses after all. A message screen appeared, Camellia Palace dungeon cleared. Stepping out of the dungeon, Theo closed the heavy door behind him and said, anyway, I've completed the quest. Another notification popped up, Scenario Quest 1, Path of Successors, Objective, take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secret, progress, Camellia Palace January 1st, Secret 1/1. Congratulations. You have successfully clarified Scenario Quest 1. For clearing the scenario quest, you will receive the following reward. As the message disappeared, a shiny object began revolving in front of Theo. Reaching out, he grabbed it carefully. The screen identified it, Nest Compass Type, Miscellaneous Effect, guides the holder in the direction of the nest. Theo examined the round object closely, noticing the arrow symbol at its center. Nest Compass, he questioned aloud. What is this? Is this really connected to the next quest somehow? After a moment of inspection, he shrugged and said, whatever it is, I'll keep it for now. Sliding it into his inventory, Theo took a deep breath and started running toward his room. I should just go back and rest. I'm so exhausted. As he neared his quarters, a servant came rushing toward him, shouting frantically, young Master Theo. There you are. Hearing the urgency in her voice, Theo stopped and turned around. But as the servant got a good look at him, her face paled, and she stammered, oh my. Look at you. Just where have you been? Theo waved her off casually and replied, nowhere really. What's the matter? Struggling to regain her composure, the servant said hurriedly, there are brawls happening in Training Ground 4 right now. Theo raised an eyebrow, his voice sharpening as he asked, what? Shortly after, on Training Ground 4, Theo stood firmly as a red vortex of energy revolved violently around him. A message appeared on the screen, Skill, Lesser Drake's Fierce, engulfs the battlefield. Theo, with an irritated expression, muttered, let's get lost. I need to rest. The sheer pressure from the Lesser Drake's Fierce overwhelmed everyone present. Henry's companions was so overwhelmed that foam formed at their mouths, and they fainted on the spot. Halkus, however, remained still, a grin spreading across his face. Such overwhelming killing intent, he said, laughing maniacally. I knew it. I had a feeling. You'll be fun. With his massive sword in hand, Halkus charged toward Theo, shouting, you are mine, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you really are. As Halkus swung his enormous sword, Theo calmly countered with his own. With just one swipe, Theo pushed Halkus away, sending him sliding backward. Ray, Ragnar and Remington froze in shock at the display of power. Halkus, lying on the ground, stared at Theo in disbelief. My strike was deflected that easily, he thought, his hands tightening on his sword. Even Theo, momentarily surprised, thought to himself, I deflected that? The impact of Theo's strike had sent Halkus skidding far across the training ground. Yet Halkus gritted his teeth, steadying himself. No way am I taking that, he roared, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Theo thought as a member of the Lank clan, Halkus was always considered the weakest of the 4 hounds of the north. His lack of intelligence and a balanced skill set often placed him at a disadvantage. However, when it came to sheer, raw strength, there was no one who could rival him. Halkus leapt into the air with incredible force, his enormous sword raised above his head. Try blocking this, he yelled, descending toward Theo with a ferocious strike. Theo Ragnar, he roared, aiming to test Theo's strength with everything he had. Theo watched intently. And yet, right now the sword of the Halkus. Theo countered with precision, blocking Halkus' attack and using his own sword to push Halkus' massive blade aside. The force of Theo's push sent Halkus' sword hurtling to the ground. Is being prepared by me. I can even counter it. It really worth leveling up. Seizing the opportunity, Theo wasted no time as he deflected Halkus' weapons to the side. He swiftly landed a deep slash across Halkus' abdomen with his sword, delivering a clean and precise strike. Halkus coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. He collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Theo stood over him, assessing the damage. I ended up using my full strength to swing without realizing, Theo muttered to himself. Good thing it was Hulkus Lank known for his toughness on the receiving end. He just fainted. The spectators erupted into cheers. Woohoo! Young Master Theo has defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 Hulks with a single strike. Theo raised his hand, trying to calm them. Wait a second. Lank is still alive and well. But before he could say more, a sharp crack echoed. Theo's eyes widened as he looked at his sword. The blade, unable to withstand the force of his attack, fractured into pieces and fell to the ground. Theo stared at the broken sword in shock. The sword, the one Mother gave me, his heart sank as he thought about its sentimental value, but the crowd misunderstood the situation and cheered louder. As expected of young Master Theo. He even broke his sword in a single strike. Theo shouted in frustration, "Why are you so happy about that?" From a distance, Remington and Ray Ragnar watched the scene unfold. Ray's gaze softened as a memory surfaced in her mind. She recalled a cold winter's day, snow blanketing the ground. A younger Theo stood before her, wearing a determined expression. "Who are you?" Theo had asked. She stood there, shivering, wearing only a thin shirt and no shoes. Theo looked concerned. "Why are you walking around in the cold like this? Aren't you freezing?" Without waiting for an answer, Theo removed his muffler and placed it over her shoulders. "How about I put this around you? You still look cold, but even that wasn't enough." "This won't do," Theo said, grabbing her hand gently. "Let's go to my house for now. I'll take you home once the snow stops." In the present, Ray, lost in her thoughts, smiled. Remington, observing Ray's expression, remarked, "Did she just smile?" Shortly after, in the evening at Camellia Palace, Theo sat in front of a massive table piled high with food. A party cap sat on his head, and the servants, excited and cheerful, were popping party poppers, saying, "Young Master, congratulations. Congratulations on earning the title of Flash Tiger. You've worked so hard for this moment, and now, just keep this momentum going all the way to the wedding ceremony. You can do it." Cecilia alked over, placing a dish full of food in front of him. "My son, try this abalone dish. The mollusks are caught in very limited quantities from the Adria Sea, and we slowly roasted them with butter. We were lucky to get some from the farm around the Fuhal Mountain, and we raised the heat just right." She kept pushing the food into his mouth, but Theo, feeling overwhelmed, said, "Mother, stop." She ignored him and she kept pushing food toward Theo's mouth, insisting, "Try this too. It's meat from chicken fed, only acorns from the western Laziria desert. The fowl were carefully slaughtered at just the right age and then simmered with ginseng imported from a far eastern country called Jussian." Theo couldn't bring himself to refuse, thinking desperately, "Please stop," but she kept offering more. Swallowing it all, he forced a smile and said, "It's delicious, Mother." Her cheerful expression shifted the moment her eyes landed on the broken sword. She froze, then shouted, "My son." "What in the name of—" Her voice trembled as she stared at the shattered blade. Theo, trying to calm her, explained, "It broke during training." Pulling off the birthday hat on his head and clenching it in his hand, he added apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's the precious sword you gave me for my birthday," and yet, before he could finish, she interrupted angrily, "That damn old man." Theo blinked in shock. Still glaring at the broken sword, she exclaimed, "He swore up and down that because it was made with white snow steel and ebony steelwood that it would never break." Theo tilted his head. "Ebony steelwood? From the southern Gaia jungle," she confirmed. "Yes." Theo furrowed his brows, thinking aloud, "That's rare and precious material. It's said to be as flexible as wood and as sturdy as steel," yet, Theo's thoughts trailed off as Cecilia continued, "If what he claimed was true, then this sword shouldn't have broken so easily. It's clear he lied." Now deeply concerned, Theo thought, "I knew it was a good sword, but I never realized it was that valuable. Where did she even get something like this?" Clenching her fists, she declared, "This won't do. I'll demand an explanation from him. This time, he'd better forge a sword perfect for my son." Theo waved his hands, trying to reassure her. "Really, I'm fine. I can use another sword. But she cut him off firmly. Absolutely not. People are finally beginning to recognize your worth. We need to be even more meticulous now, especially with the awakening ceremony just around the corner, don't we? Theo smiled weakly, unsure how to respond. She continued resolutely, there's no way I'm letting you attend the ceremony with a shabby, broken sword. Without waiting for his response, she began striding toward the door. Theo called after her, holding the broken blade in his hand, where are you planning to go? Turning back with unwavering determination, she announced, the best workshop in all of Winterra, the Basque Workshop. Basque Workshop, one of the 3 legendary weapon manufacturing workshops of Winterra, stood as a symbol of craftsmanship and size. Its fame wasn't just tied to its vast factory-like structure but also to its master craftsmen. The workshop's leader, categorized as special rank by the intelligence agency, held the title of Master Craftsman, a rare honor shared by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. She was known by many names, the elf of capitalism incarnate and the demon craftsman. Her name was Curson. Theo and his mother, Cecilia, arrived at the workshop. Standing before them was Curson herself, a high elf holding a massive welding hammer in one hand and a smoking pipe in the other. Looking at them, Curson said, well, look who it is. Theo, a little confused, thought, to think I'd actually meet this tycoon. Just how does mother know the demon craftsman? Ignoring his thoughts, Cecilia strode confidently toward Curson. You still haven't quit smoking, she remarked. Curson raised an eyebrow and, with her pipe still in hand, replied, Mother. Theo froze in shock and exclaimed internally, what? Curson, puffing on her pipe and gripping her hammer tightly, said, Dear customer, let me remind you that our relationship as parent and child ended the day you chose to run away. Theo's thoughts raced. Mother? I thought my mother was an orphan with no family left. Are you telling me the high elf Curson is her mother? Wait, does that mean I'm a quarter elf? He paused, a sudden realization dawning on him. So that's the reason for my dashing looks. Curson, seemingly uninterested in Theo's inner turmoil, turned to Cecilia. So, what brings our dear customer here today? You've never visited before. Without hesitation, Cecilia tossed the broken sword toward Curson B. To return a defective product. Curson caught the sword and held it up, inspecting it closely. Her face twisted in indignation. Defective? I'm speechless. How dare you call a weapon forged by me, Curson, defective? Unsheathing the blade, her eyes widened when she saw broken state. This is. Cecilia, with her hands on her waist, cut her off. If that's not a defective product, then what this is? Theo, still lingering behind, was preoccupied with a whirlwind of thoughts. I'm an elf. A quarter elf. Curson, inspecting the broken sword in her hand, turned her gaze to Cecilia and asked sharply, who wielded this sword? Cecilia replied curtly, my son, obviously. Who else? Curson's eyes shifted to Theo. That kid behind you? Cecilia's tone turned defensive. Watch your mouth. He's the genius who will rule over Ragnar from now on. Theo stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest, and bowed respectfully. Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. It is my honor to meet the renowned master of the Basque Workshop. Curson scrutinized him for a moment before glancing back at the sword. Right. I've heard of you. She raised an eyebrow and continued, but back to the matter at hand, were you really the one who wielded this sword? Theo nodded. That is correct. Cecilia exclaimed, see? What did I tell you? It's defective. Curson sighed, taking her smoking pipe out of her mouth. This is going to be a long conversation. Follow me inside. She turned and began walking deeper into the workshop. Theo and Cecilia followed behind her. As they walked, Theo leaned toward Cecilia and whispered, Mother, how are you related to the demon craftsman? Cecilia replied matter-of-factly, it's exactly as you heard. Theo blinked. So, she's really your mother? Cecilia hesitated for a moment before replying, well, you wouldn't know since I rarely speak of my past, but for 6 short months, she was my foster mother. She cared for me during that time. Theo processed the information silently. Her foster mother, Cecilia continued, Mother loves anything she deems beautiful, jewels, music, theater, even people. That's why she took me in as her foster daughter. She must have liked me a lot. Kurson, without turning, snapped, enough talking about the past. It's pointless. Cecilia chuckled softly. Oh my, I bet you don't actually think that. Theo, still curious, asked, so how did you end up leaving this place? Before Cecilia could answer, Kurson interjected, her sharp ears catching the question. She walked away on her own 2 feet, she said coldly. Claiming she'd become the Ragnar clan head's wife. To think she willingly went to such a miserable place. What a fool she was. It's commendable she's survived this long. Cecilia grinned slyly. The clan head was just too handsome, you know. Dashing, manly, and completely in love with me. Kurson said her with irritation. And yet, despite running away from home like that, you came crawling back last year asking me to forge a sword for your son. I've never seen such shamelessness. Cecilia laughed awkwardly. Mother, geez, why would you say that in front of my son? Kurson smirked. Am I wrong, though? Listening to their exchange, Theo's thoughts wandered. I've never seen Mother act this way. She's so different here, so unguarded. I guess I never really knew much about her in my past life. Was I too obsessed with the clan, too consumed by my own burdens to notice? He glanced at Kurson. And this demon craftsman. She seems to care for Mother. But if that's the case, why didn't she help her in my previous life? Kurson suddenly stopped in front of a massive iron door. We're here, she said, pointing toward it. This is my room, the master's office. Cecilia frowned. Why did you bring us so far inside? You better give him the best sword to make up for your prison stunt. She grabbed Theo's hand and added, wait outside for a moment. Theo raised an eyebrow. Mother? Cecilia protested, what? But before she could argue further, Kurson and Theo stepped inside, leaving her outside shouting after them. Mother! Mother! Son! Once inside, Kurseo wasted no time. She turned to Theo with a sharp, direct tone. I'll ask you straight and frank, do you have a relic of the primordial dragon? Theo blinked, taken aback. The primordial dragon? You mean the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan? I've heard the legend that our progenitor distributed the primordial dragon's treasures across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan, but Kurson's expression darkened, cutting him off mid-sentence. She unsheathed her sword, her voice rising in anger. A legend, huh? Feigning ignorance, are we? If you truly don't have a relic, then how on earth did my sword end up in this state? She pulled out the broken sword, holding it up as if it were a wounded child. Tears welled in her eyes. I poured my heart and soul into forging this baby. There's no way it would break against anything other than a relic. Theo stared at her in confusion, his mind racing. It broke when I fought the dragon. Why is she going on about a relic? Kurson's voice quivered with emotion. Do you even have any idea how much this sword cost? Before Theo could respond, Kurson turned abruptly, walking deeper into the room. Forget it. It'll be faster to show you instead. Theo followed her cautiously as she approached a massive coffin bound tightly with thick chains. Kurson placed her hands on the chains and gestured toward it. What do you see? Theo's gaze fell on the coffin. A faint, glowing blue light seeped through the cracks. He thought, that glow. It's just like the quest marker I saw at the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Kurson studied his reaction. I don't see or feel anything from it. But judging by your expression, you must sense something. She hugged the coffin tightly, her voice softening. I've tried and tried again to open this. To obtain the treasure inside. But it's all been in vain. She let out a resigned sigh, placing the coffin gently on the floor. This is the primordial dragon relic, she explained. A long time ago, in the age of myth, the primordial dragon removed one of its fangs and forged it into a blade, the legendary Moonlight Blade. If you can break the steel of this case and successfully retrieve the sword, it's yours. Theo's eyes widened in amazement. The Moonlight Blade? Kurson smiled faintly. But let me warn you, you may lose your life in the process. So, tell me. Do you want to give it a try? A slow smile crept across Theo's lips as he stepped closer. L. The sword is mine now. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. Scenario Quest 2, Path of the Successor, Objective, be chosen by the primordial dragon relic, White Moonlight Blade.
The White Moonlight Blade, the sword of the leader of the Black Snow, and one of the 9 Black Dragon, but very few people knew what the sword looked like because almost everyone who has seen or talked about the sword died or went missing. However, there is a story behind it. By sheer confidence, I ended up seeing the true form of the White Moonlight Sword. Why did the Black Dragon let me live? The Black Dragon's White Moonlight Sword is here, and it's actually a relic of the primordial dragon. I ran into the Black Dragon 4 years later, so Kirsten still had the sword during this time. Kirsten said, "How about it? Want to give it a shot?" Theo thought, in that case, the smile appeared on his face. I need to obtain it no matter what. And then he said, "The sword is mine now." Looking towards the lock of the coffin, Theo thought, this is similar to the Camellia Palace. In that case, with this blue key, Theo looked towards the blue key. Kirsten said, "A key?" Theo put the key inside the keyhole of the coffin and turned it. The blue glow shines, the chain starts to unwrap itself, and the coffin door opens. There was a burst of blue energy. It felt like Theo was getting engulfed inside the coffin. The black energy was pulling him in, wrapping around his body like tendrils. He thought, what's going on? He fell deeper and deeper into the darkness, an endless void swallowing him whole. Suddenly his eyes opened. He found himself standing in front of the burning Rose Palace. The flames roared, devouring the structure, their heat almost tangible. He muttered, "The Rose Palace. Why am I here again?" Then it hit him. Right. I was incredibly weak back then. That's why I need more power. Power to defeat Rendon and crush the Camellia Palace. Scenes shifted chaotically in front of him, each more disorienting than the last. The shattered images flickered until he found himself standing tall, and behind him was a massive griffin. From the corner of his eyes he sees sharp, claw-like projections reaching toward him. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed the griffin's beak, his grip firm and unyielding. The fiery image of the Rose Palace faded away, replaced by an endless white void. Theo looked at the griffin and said, "To try and take over someone's mind by using their desire for power against them. I guess it's not a monster sort for no reason." The griffin, its blue eyes glowing eerily, spoke despite its closed beak. "You insolent fool! How did you?" Theo cut him off, a smirk forming on his face. "I already conquered the despair you showed me long ago, dummy. You think I'd be tempted by your miserable power when I've already triumphed over my past?" The griffin narrowed its glowing eyes, confused. "What are you going on about?" Theo replied calmly. "You're quite different from the griffin in my memory. Let me guess, it's been a long time since you've been sealed. That must be why you're smaller now." The griffin's voice grew more desperate. "Let me go, human!" But Theo's grip around its beak tightened effortlessly. "I remember you being at least 10 meters tall. Now you're barely my height. Whatever the reason, it works in my favor." He raised his other hand, forming a fist. "You're mine now, White Moonlight Sword." The griffin flinched and said hurriedly, "Wait. Sir! Let's talk this out, like civilized beings." Theo was lied beside the coffin, clutching the White Moonlight Sword in his hand. Cecilia knelt beside him, panic etched on her face as she shook him gently. "My dear son, wake up. Please wake up." Her eyes darted toward Kirsten. "Mother, what is the meaning of this? Why is my son like this? I asked you to forge a sword, not do this to him." Her voice trembled with fury and worry as she cradled Theo's fainted body. Kirsten gritted her teeth, staring into Theo's black eyes. Her thoughts raced. The monster energy has fused with his bloodstream. I've never seen or heard of anything like this. And he already possessed a relic. I thought it'd be fine. Meanwhile, Cecilia, tears streaming down her face, cried, "If something terrible happens to my son, I will never forgive you." Just then, the grip around the handle of the sword tightened. Theo's fingers curled firmly around it. Cecilia gasped in shock as a blue vortex of energy began swirling from Theo's heart, radiating outward. The powerful energy engulfed his body, filling the room. Cecilia called out, "Theo!" Theo's eyes opened slowly, and Cecilia immediately pulled him into a tight embrace. "My dear son," she sobbed. Theo gently reassured her. Mother, it seems I've worried you. I'm fine. There's no need to be alarmed. A message screen appeared before him. Congratulations. By hunting a griffin, you have successfully completed Scenario Quest 2. Kristen, watching the scene unfold, looked at Theo in shock. The message continued, reward, ownership of the white moonlight sword. Theo glanced down at the sword in his hand, his thoughts calm but determined. I was lucky. The griffin was easy to defeat because it was freshly unsealed. Plus, its psychological warfare didn't work on me. Another message screen appeared. By absorbing the monster energy of the white moonlight sword, your magic power has greatly increased. Plus 30 magic power. Your magic power has surpassed 200. Your magic power has started to gain divinity. Theo looked at his hand, sensing the strange, revolving energy flowing through him. Deep within, he could feel the cold, pulsating power of magic. My magic power is rising to the level of a high-rank swordsman, he thought. The screen continued, divinity type, special ability effect. Body enhancement, +1. 5 seconds magic power recovery. Theo sighed inwardly. It's a shame I can't use all this magic power yet. I'll have to hold back until the awakening ceremony. He held up the white moonlight sword, and the Krisen spoke. You surprised this elf. Congratulations, you actually succeeded. Theo smiled. You'll keep your promise, right? Krisen replied. Don't you know? Elves cannot lie. The growling sound came from the word. Theo looked towards the sword. Krisen said. It's been defiant. Theo asked. Are you saying it still hasn't acknowledged me as its master? She shook her head. No, that's not it. It's probably feeling stifled after being trapped for hundreds of years. Now that it's finally out, it needs to release all its pent-up frustration. She gestured toward a massive wall covered in various types of cards. Why don't you swing at that wall with all your strength? Theo stood up and asked cautiously. Will that be okay? With a faint smile, she replied. What a useless worry. Even if it's the white moonlight sword, a swing from a brat who hasn't even had their awakening ceremony yet cannot damage the Basque workshop. Theo frowned slightly, thinking, that's kind of irritating to hear. Out loud, he said, Is that so? He pondered further. Since I can hide my dragon heart whenever I want, why not take this opportunity to test the white moonlight sword and my magic power? Walking toward the enormous wall, Theo gripped the sword tightly and said, Ben, please excuse me while I impose. He pointed the sword at the wall, and as he did, the cloth wrapped around the blade unraveled, revealing its radiant, shining form. A blue message screen appeared. White moonlight sword, the monster sword possessed by a griffin and a relic of the primordial dragon. Theo prepared to slash. He drew the sword back, and a vortex of blue energy began to swirl around him. Croson called out, her voice alarmed. Wait! But before her words could reach him, Theo had already swung the blade in a single, powerful strike. The sword struck the wall with incredible force. The blue energy erupted, and in an instant the massive wall split cleanly into 2 pieces. As the wall of the workshop split apart, Krisen shrieked. My workshop! My workshop! She clutched her head dramatically and wailed. My money! Theo, still gripping the white moonlight sword, glanced at it with a wary expression. This sword might be too dangerous. It absorbed all my magic power in an instant, he thought. Before he could gather himself, Krisen moved with startling speed and placed her hand on his abdomen. Theo flinched slightly. When did she get here? She's fast. Krisen examined him with a sly smile and said, Goodness, you really aren't proficient with magic at all. Did you seriously cleave the wall just from the blade's sharpness? Her eyes sparkled with pride and mischief as she studied Theo. She thought to herself, this boy is a genius. And this genius happens to be my grandson. Krisen placed a hand on his shoulder with a grin and declared, All right, Theo Ragnar, I'll be your patron from now on. You just need to spread your wings and show the world your skill. In her mind, however, her thoughts were less selfless. This kid will be the best advertising board for the Bonk workshop. With him, I'll rake in more money than ever. Theo tilted his head, visibly confused by her sudden enthusiasm. Nearby, Cecilia sighed and called out, Mother, I can see the money in your eyes. Later, outside the workshop, Theo and Cecilia prepared to leave. Theo handed Krisen 2 enormous drake claws and said, Please use these for the wall repair funds. Kristen took the claws, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Loot from a drake, she murmured, inspecting them. He must have acquired these while obtaining the relic. As Theo and Cecilia boarded, she started doing inside the workshop, she muttered. That daughter of mine sure raised an incredible son. Her musings were interrupted by a voice from above. Long time no see, demon craftsman. Kristen froze mid-step and looked up to see a crow with glowing red eyes perched in the tree. She demanded, Why are you here? 5 days later, on the day of the awakening ceremony, Theo was sparring with Evelyn in the training yard. Their swords clashed as they dodged and counterattacked with precision. Evelyn, cigarette in hand, observed Theo's movements and said, Your swordplay has gotten stronger and swifter overall. Theo smirked. That's a relief. I never thought I'd hear you praise me. Spectators gathered around to watch Theo's remarkable progress. Evelyn, still locked in the sparring match, thought to herself, It's been half a year since young Master Theo began to change. He's already grown strong enough to push me back. If he awakens his magic power today, it will mark the birth of a monster. After the sparring session ended, Evelyn stood beside Theo and said, You've done well, young master. You might even aim to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. I shall pray for your success. Theo rested his sword on his shoulder, grinning. Thanks. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become valedictorian, I'll make sure to mention your name during my speech in front of everyone. Evelyn blinked, taken aback. What? Why would you do that? Nearby, the spectators started clamoring. Oh, me too. Me too, young master. Please mention my name as well. Theo chuckled, waving them off. Geez, it's tough being popular. All right, I'm off now. At the central headquarters, the arena buzzed with participants and spectators alike. Theo stood, adorned in a pristine white long coat, in front of the massive gates and said to guards, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. As he scanned the crowd, he reflected, the awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for Ragnar. Every participant wishes to obtain good results at the awakening ceremony, and as swordsman of Ragnar, it is the first place they can be acknowledged and honored. With a resounding creak, the guards swung the gates open, and Theo stepped inside. The arena was massive, packed with onlookers, and at its center stood a platform with an imposing wall. As he walked further, Theo's thoughts continued since everyone of the Ragnar clan is watching, including the clan head. Seated prominently were Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head, the 9 dragons, and the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Catching sight of Hilda, Theo thought, the more I look at her, the less she looks 150 years old. Either way, it's a relief to see her attending again. The sound of a drum echoed across the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Standing at the center, the judge, Dragon Gate swordsman Vahana Ragnar, commanded, Attention! We shall proceed with the start of the preliminary examination. The preliminary examination will entail grabbing a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on top of the steel wall of the platform. For your information, the wall was forged with a mix of white snow steel. Those ordinary steel blades will not be able to scratch it whatsoever, but it all changes if you pour magic power into your attack. Vahana then lifted a small transparent box. Inside there was a pill, and continued, I shall now hand out Soma to you. 1 pill of Soma will provide you 10 annual of magic power. It is an elixir that will help you open your mana hell. Swallow the Soma and open your mana hell in the Danton. Only then will you be able to cut the white snow steel wall with those swords. The depth of your cut will determine your results. With a commanding tone, Vahana announced, From now on, the participant whose name I call will grab a Soma and get on the platform. Participant No. 1. Theo Ragnar. Hearing his name, Theo stepped forward, walking confidently towards the platform. As he advanced, he thought to himself, In my past life, Axion was the valedictorian, but not this time. Taking the Soma pill from the guard, Theo selected a sword from the platform and approached the wall. A massage screen materialized in front of Theo, displaying Scenario Quest 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. Become the valedictorian of the Awakening Ceremony. In the stands, Hilda Ragnar watched him closely and remarked, So that's the one, Kyle, the boy you mentioned before. Kyle Ragnar, seated beside her, replied, He must have caught your interest. Hilda said, Of course, I got curious after you said you were keeping an eye on him. Well then, let us have a look at how competent this descendant truly is. Theo relaxed his shoulders and stood in front of the wall. His thoughts wandered, the awakening ceremony. I'm a bit nervous, probably because it's been a while. From the platform, Vahana Ragnar instructed. Now then, please swallow the soma. Theo responded calmly. Understood. While his mind flashed back to a memory. In my past life, I swallowed the soma and was unable to control the mana. I severely injured my dantian. Determined, he thought, however, in this life, something like that won't happen. He swallowed the soma. Almost immediately, a surge of energy coursed through his body, like a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. He could feel the power rushing through every fiber of his being. As the energy burst outward, Vahana's eyes widened in shock. He dashed towards Theo, thinking, this moron. To cause a mana wave of this size. He can't be controlling it properly. Vahana's mind raced. When one swallows the soma, they need to use it carefully to allow the mana held to settle in the dantian. The more talented Ragnars have so much mana that, if they're not careful, they can become disabled. This guy, he's done for as well. Vahana watched as Theo's energy burst uncontrollably, his head hung low under the immense power. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Theo suddenly stood tall, his body steady as he absorbed the energy into himself. Vahana's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, he endured it. Theo clenched his fist, a confident smile forming on his lips. Finally, he muttered, I have both a dragon heart and a mana hell. His thoughts raced, it's almost a bit disheartening. From now on, I am officially allowed to use mana. With newfound determination, Theo tightened his grip on the sword and took his stance. He leapt into the air with incredible force, thinking, I need to pour it all out, refreshingly. As he ascended, a massive dragon of energy materialized behind him, glowing fiercely. The sight was breathtaking, leaving the crowd speechless. Hulkus, Remington, and Ray Ragnar stared in astonishment. Theo's slash came down in a single, blinding flash. The force of his attack was so immense that it left a deep, jagged crack in the snow-steel wall, far deeper and more visible. Axion, watching from the crowd, clenched his jaw in irritation. Vahana stepped forward, his voice firm and resonating. Theo Ragnar, passed. Theo descended from the platform, calm and composed. Spectators' voice trembled with disbelief as they muttered, No way. I haven't seen something like that since young Master Thorkel. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Is that really the sword slash of someone who just unleashed mana for the first time? A spectator whispered. On the screen, a notification appeared, Luck 0. The curse of bad luck that has been in effect has ended. Now your fame begins to spread slowly throughout the world. Theo glanced at the screen and smirked. Finally, I've reached the same starting point as everyone else. The screen continued, many people have shown interest in your great performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wishes to take you in as a disciple. Julius Ragnar is discontented at the moment due to the interest focused on you. Robert Ragnar is cautious of you. Hilda Ragnar shows interest in you. Theo's thoughts settled on the final name. While the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon appearances were unexpected, catching Hilda's attention makes me especially happy. She has the heart of Garuda after all. If I can just obtain that. Sybil on the platform also slashed the snow-steel wall and was able to make a cut on the wall. Vahana announced Sybil Dree pass. Sybil, descending the platform stairs, clenched his fists with happiness. He said to himself, I also succeeded, young Master Theo. Hulkus Lank, Remington Narcio and Ray Ragnar, all of the 4 hounds of the north had monstrous results, but none of them made a mark as great as young Master Theo. As the platform cleared, Vahana's voice echoed. Axion Ragnar, come forward. From the crowd, Axion stepped out, his movements sharp and deliberate. Onlookers began to murmur. At this rate, it's a contest between the Flash Tiger and the Dark Leopard. One said. No. Another disagreed. Not even Axion can match that. To think the Flash Tiger was at that level. Axion heard every word, his frustration mounting with each comment. He strode confidently toward the platform. Vahana instructed. Then please swallow the soma. Axion downed the pill without hesitation. A red vortex of energy erupted around him, spiraling fiercely as the crowd held its breath, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Vahana shouted, Wait! As a massive red dragon of energy formed behind Axion. The sheer force of its presence was overwhelming. Axion swung his sword with precision. The slash landed on the wall with a tremendous force, leaving behind a deep, fiery mark that glowed ominously. The mark that Asian formed crossed the mark of Theo, creating a ripple of astonishment among the spectators. Vahana, observing the results, said, "This sure has surprised me several times today," he declared. Axion Ragnar passed. The crowd murmured in confusion. How could this be? One spectator questioned. They are almost identical. Who won? Another replied. In this case, the precision grading will determine who wins. After some time, Vahana stepped forward, standing before the drum, and addressed the participants. With this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is over. Good work, everyone, he announced. This year, I am very satisfied seeing many people who greatly increased their scores. Those who passed are to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. The participants stood still, their anticipation palpable as Vahana continued. And finally, we will announce the ranking that everyone was waiting for. The valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is... Vahana stood tall in front of the crowd and declared, "The valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is Theo Ragnar." A wave of murmurs and cheers swept through the arena as Theo froze in disbelief. Vahana continued, "You got a perfect 10 out of 10. Technique, magic power, control, speed, it was all flawless." The spectators erupted in excitement, shouting, "The flesh tiger took its place." "I cannot believe Axion lost," Vahana added. The depth of Theo Ragnar's sword mark was comparable to young Master Thorkel's record. The crowd buzzed louder. "He's close to young Master Thorkel Ragnar." Vahana then announced, Thorkel Ragnar, one of the 5 major candidates said to be closest to the successor. The salutatorian is Axion Ragnar. He also scored a perfect 10. However, he has been designated salutatorian because his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's. 3rd place goes to Remington Narcio. 4th place, Ray Ragnar. 5th place, Hulkus Laney. 6th place, Erika. 32nd place, Lizzie Zerk. 33rd place, Rico Edith. 87th place, Sybil Dree. Good work, everyone. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will take place in 4 days at Winter Mountain. To all 87 examinees who passed, make sure you come fully prepared. You are dismissed. With that, Vahana concluded his speech, leaving everyone buzzing with excitement and chatter. Later that night, inside the inn, the atmosphere was lively as people gathered to celebrate. A group surrounded Theo and Remington, congratulating them enthusiastically. "Congratulations on 1st and 3rd place. This is the true might of Training Ground 4. Congratulations, Sir Theo. Congratulations, Sir Remington." Theo, holding the drink in his hand, smiled and said, "Thanks, everyone. But this isn't over yet. Our goal is for all of us to pass the second stage together." He wrapped his arm on Remington's shoulder and added with a grin, "And we will become the final valedictorian and salutatorian." Evelyn chimed in with encouragement. "I am sure the 2 of you can do it." Remington, smiling humbly, said, "Congratulations on getting valedictorian, young Master Theo. It's great to see your hard work pay off." He lowered his head slightly, adding, "At the same time, I feel ashamed of how much I've fallen behind." Theo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Remy," he said with a warm smile, "I was simply lucky this time. Why does that matter between friends?" Remington exhaled in relief. "Thank you, young Master Theo. You've helped clear my mind." They raised their glasses, clinking them together. "Let's do our best in the second stage as well." Theo stood atop a frozen mountain, gazing at the vast expanse before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. "First place in the awakening ceremony," he muttered to himself. "An achievement I wouldn't have dared dream of in my past life. Though, it might not have been a real fight to even defeat Axion. I can hardly believe it." He clenched his fist tightly. "But this is only the beginning. Stopping Rendon is far from enough. He was just a lackey. My true enemies are Axion and the Sky Dragon. I will use everything at my disposal to get the ultimate revenge." Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out the nest compass. "Anyway, this compass, it's pointing towards the Winter Mountain. In the second stage, I'll finally be able to figure out what this compass is referring to." As he stood lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Instinctively, he vanished from sight, blending into the surroundings. A man appeared, standing behind a tree, looking confused. "Where did he go?" he muttered before realizing something was amiss. Just as the man turned around, he felt the sharp edge of a sword against his back. "Who are you?" Theo demanded, appearing suddenly from behind him. The man turned in shock, his hands raised in surrender. "Wait, I'm not someone suspicious," he stammered. "I'm Gatsby Jotun of the Gale Swords platoon. The platoon captain sent me after seeing your performance at the awakening ceremony." Theo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A scouting offer? This is sooner than I expected." Gatsby nodded, smiling. "That's right. The captain is offering you an opportunity to take an admittance qualification test." Theo was momentarily confused. He sheathed his sword and asked, "You want me to take a test rather than just joining?" Gatsby smiled. "That's correct. But I'm sure you've heard the reputation of the Gale Swords platoon. Just being given a chance is already—" Before Gatsby could finish, a loud voice interrupted them. "As always, the Gale platoon are a bunch of morons," Gatsby said. "What? Who goes there?" A girl with a huge sword and a muscular build strode towards them confidently. "Young Master Theo Ragnar, unlucky for those morons," she said with a grin. "We, the Black Iron Cavalry, wish to invite you to join our ranks. What do you say?" Theo blinked in surprise. The girl's presence was undeniable. She was Ian Sasolo, the wise commander of the Black Iron Cavalry Fire Goblin. In one hand she wielded a flame, which seemed to dance and flicker effortlessly. Gatsby's eyes widened. "Fire Goblin?" he exclaimed. Ian smiled playfully. "Yeah, if you recognize me, scram." Before she could finish, more voices began to call out to Theo. A group of people, all from different factions, crowded around him. One said, "Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm from the Black Sword platoon." Another added, "We're willing to promote you to squad leader within 3 years." Someone else chimed in. "Sort of law here, the commissioner has personally promised, greetings from the Security Bureau. If you accept our invitation, we will provide any and all support." Theo found himself being squeezed in by the people, unable to move. One said, "Hey, get in line! No cutting!" "What line? You can stand in line by yourself. Don't be a sore loser just because you can't make a better offer," another added. Theo let out a laugh, finding the situation amusing but increasingly overwhelming. What a strange occurrence, he thought. I should slip away before things get more annoying. Suddenly, the air shimmered with pink flowers, floating gently in the breeze. A soft voice echoed through the air, and the crowd went silent. "I know I'll be criticized for being greedy," the voice said with a light-hearted tone. "But slowing my reputation slightly is nothing if it means gaining a greatly talented individual." Everyone was stunned as a figure descended gracefully from the air. Lady Osa Ragnar Plunus, the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace and Sword Dragon. Her presence exuded power and grace. The crowd gasped in shock. "Lady Plum Blossom!" they shouted, stunned by her arrival. "What business do you have here?" Osa Ragnar, her expression composed and serene, looked at the crowd and then at Theo with a smile. "What do you think?" she said smoothly. "Just like you, I've come here to see Theo Ragnar." Axion, his eyes burning with rage, swung his sword mercilessly, cutting through the people in his path one by one. Each slash was a reflection of the anger building inside him. His mind raced with memories of Theo Ragnar, the sight of him at the Camellia Palace when Theo had been invited into the Scaled Dragon Society, and the bitter defeat Axion had suffered during the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Every one of these memories fueled his rage further. "Theo Ragnar!" he shouted, his voice dripping with fury. Axion grabbed on man's head. The man shouted, "Young master," but he didn't listen. He slammed the man's head onto the floor of the arena, and the ground rumbled beneath him. The man was dead. He rampaged through the arena, unleashing his anger on the helpless bodies before him. The arena became littered with the fallen as Axion's bloodshot eyes scanned the chaos he had wrought. He felt something presence behind him. He spun around, swinging his sword wildly. It was Ed Troyven, he effortlessly deflecting Axion's attack with a calm expression by pinching Axion's sword midway. "How pathetic," Ed remarked. "Venting your anger here doesn't change a thing." Axion faltered. "Uncle," he muttered, his anger now tinged with defeat. Ed turned around. "At a time like this," he said, "you need to cool your head and come up with a plan. Follow me. I will tell you how to make the second stage Theo Ragnar's funeral." Osa Ragnar said. "So, lowering my reputation slightly is nothing if it means gaining a greatly talented individual." Everyone shouted. Lady Plum Blossom! What business do you have here, first wife? She replied. What do you think? Just like you, I have come here to see Theo Ragnar. The crowd was in shock. They said, for Lady Plum Blossom to personally visit him, whatever we offer now will seem insufficient. Then, pink energy began to evolve from OSA Ragnar, swirling around both her and Theo. Ian shouted, No way, an isolation zone! Could it be that she plans to personally share her teachings? As she said that, the energy vortex slowly engulfed them both. Theo found himself in an endless water-like place. He thought, a signature move of Lady Plum Blossom that creates a perfectly isolated space between the outside and inside. I've only ever heard of this. My popularity is finally catching up with me. OSA Ragnar, folding her hands, said, I'm sure the demon dragon will be furious once he finds out, but it's not like anyone can stop me from giving you a gift. Theo, concerned, asked, My gift? What do you mean? She unsheathed her sword and replied, The clan head swordsmanship is intense, like dragon fire descending from the heavens. It incinerates everything in its path. As she drew her sword, a huge blossom tree appeared above her. She continued, But I am different from him. I embrace countless variations in my sword. Theo looked up and saw the tree with blossoms falling down. She went on, Because the dragon I pursue is one that contains unlimited change. She began demonstrating her technique, sweeping her sword in limitless directions. Theo was mesmerized by the sight. She stopped and said, Within a single breath, I call this celestial flower rain, the first technique of the full blossom of the plum blossom. Theo clenched his fist and thought, what was that? Unbelievable. Within a single continuous movement, there were 120 circles and variations. So it's true when it comes to pure swordsmanship, she is even above the clan head. If I can absorb and apply what I just saw into my own body. He smiled and quickly said, I'm not sure I deserve such a gift. She smiled back and said, It's fine, as long as you enjoyed watching this. The isolated space broke and now they are back to everyone's sight. OSA Ragnar then asked, If you wish to see what comes after, come find me after the awakening ceremony. I wish for you to be a new wind in this palace. With that, she vanished with the blossom, leaving only the flower behind. Theo laughed and said, I've received something far greater. It will be hard for me to act shamelessly and not show my gratitude. I will probably become a scourge to be Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and join the white-armed dragon care. Well, I'll think it over once the second stage is done. 3 days later, at Winter Mountain near the northern Great Wall, the second stage of the awakening ceremony was about to begin. The second stage exam overseer, high-rank swordsman Jackie Ragnar, stood before the 87 participants and began explaining. The Winter Mountains stretch across a vast distance, from our homeland of Winterra all the way to the Demon Sea. Here, we Ragnars have shielded humanity from the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over 1,000 years. The Demon Sea is where countless demonic fiends lay waste. You all have the responsibility to one day inherit that duty. That is why this place has been selected as the site for the second stage. He paused, looking at the participants. However, merely being an apprentice swordsman does not mean you are yet capable of entering the Demon Sea. Therefore, the exam area is restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Take precautions not to enter the Demon Sea. All the 87 participants shouted. Yes, sir. He continued. The exam is simple. You have 15 days to defeat the demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountain and retrieve the bells we have placed on their necks. There are 7 different colored bells, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each bell has increasing point value in that order. Naturally, the higher the point, the more powerful the demonic fiend. Violet bell fiends are at a level that none of you are capable of defeating. Jackie Ragnar smirked before adding. But the violet bell fiends are also worth that many more points. The hunting method is entirely up to you. Whatever method you use, the only thing that matters is bringing back the bells before the end of the exam. Listen to that, Theo started thinking. Saying that we can use whatever method means that we can snatch someone else's prey or bells. They are purposely sowing seeds of discord, however this is the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle. Jackie then held up a totem. As a final note, across the mountain, we have installed totems that repel fiends. Inside the safe zones marked by these totems, there are supplies buried nearby. Utilize them to the best of your abilities. Now, the exam will commence. With a final shout, You all dismissed! The participants scattered. Sybil thought to himself, since this exam lasts for 15 days, supplies are crucial. I'll secure some supplies first, then go assist young Master Theo. Meanwhile, Axion, running into the mountain, remembered the words on Ed. You must move according to my plan, Axion. If you do, that place will become Theo's grave. As Theo walked, he murmured, I should get move on as well. Remington called out, Young Master Theo. He stopped and turned around to find Remington standing behind him. He asked, Remember how you said we were friends? Theo nodded, and Remington continued, I've thought long and hard for the past 3 days, and it seems that I consider you both a friend and a rival. Our desire has taken root, the desire to truly surpass you, young Master Theo. Theo smiled and said, I know that feeling, Remy. I also consider you my friend and rival. Remington, looking relieved, letting out laughter, and said, I was worried that the feeling was one-sided, but that's why I'll try to beat you during the second stage. That's what I came here to tell you. Theo grinned and replied, I wish you good luck. As he said that, Remington vanished from his sight. Theo thought to himself, Remington has set me as his goal. Could there be a more thrilling feeling? It's delightful to become someone's goal and truly become strong. Opening his inventory, Theo said, Well, let's set aside the mushy feelings for now. Time to search for a dragon's nest. He took out the nest compass. At the outskirts of Winter Mountain, Theo followed the nest compass closely as it guided him forward. He stopped when the compass pointed directly downward. Frowning, he muttered, Strange. It's clearly around here, but it's pointing underground. Do I need to start digging? Maybe I should have brought a shovel. He glanced at his sword, the white moonlight blade. I don't really want to use this to dig. As if reacting to his words, the blade let out a low growl. Theo gripped the hilt tighter and sighed. Well, if the wind won't serve. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, and a deep trench formed in the snow, cutting through the icy ground with immense pressure. A path was carved through the snow, splitting trees in its wake. Then take to the oars, Theo said, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Theo sensed someone's presence. Come out, he commanded. A man revealed himself, laughing nervously. What the wind did you notice? I thought I was following pretty quietly. Theo's eyes narrowed. You're. 3 figures stepped out from the shadows, their faces twisted with confidence and malice. It was Hyde, Cal, and Rune, the infamous scoundrels of Vuk Mountain. Hyde clicked his tongue. What did I tell you? I said we were too noisy. Cal, clearly shaken, muttered. We're done for. He's stronger than we thought. But Rune, the most confident of the trio, grinned darkly. In the first place, you think you can take us? Theo's thoughts raced as he recognized them. The 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain, as those who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during missions, they are a group that arose as a side effect of a rule of strong being so prevalent in Ragnar. I especially cannot forget the massacre they committed in the Vuk village. While I was working in the Black Snow, I was the one who personally picked up after them. So I know that horror better than anyone else. In public record, the death toll was 761, with 220 additional people missing. The shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified, because their heads were all destroyed. I thought that the terrible nature of them would get in my way in the future, so I was planning on dealing with them at some point, but I am meeting them like this. The fact that they were trailing me? Breaking the silence, Theo asked coldly. Did Axion send you? Hyde smirked, his expression unreadable. Rune let out a cruel laugh. Do you really think someone like us would be ordered around by some kid our age? Theo's asked. No. Rune's grin widened. Naturally. It's someone so high up that a bastard like you couldn't even imagine. Theo's eyes glinted with realization. So it's a head counselor. The trio froze momentarily, their composure shaken. Cal, standing behind them, stammered. We're done for. How does he know? Theo stepped forward. It's obvious. You're speaking about blood and heritage. And since an exam protector didn't come with you, you've conspired with them. Rune sneered, quickly regaining his confidence. Look at this guy. Pretty sharp for a dead man. Hyde whispered to Rune. But isn't this a problem for us? Rune waved him off, his arrogance unshaken. It's fine. He's already dead. Pointing his sword at Theo, he sneered. You know, it feels the best when I crush a good-looking face like yours. As Theo's sword transformed into a massive dragon with sharp claws, the tension grew. Rune, who had been so confident, clenched his teeth in fear. Theo said, "I don't want to become like you, so I'll do the opposite. Only your heads will remain." Theo's strike unleashed an enormous force, the dragon's claws slicing through the snow, creating deep marks on the ground as the earth trembled. Rune and his companions, Hyde and Cow, were caught in the devastating attack. Their heads were severed from their bodies, leaving only their heads intact, while the rest of their bodies were obliterated into tiny, unrecognizable fragments. Theo, gripping his sword tightly, muttered, "They weren't much trouble, maybe because they're still young." Reflecting on Lady Plum Blossom. "Celestial flower rain or full blossom of the plum blossoms that Lady Plum Blossom showed me after dissecting and reconstructing that style endlessly for 3 days. I am now able to use 3 single fleshes in a row. Using circles and arcs to grow curved lines, I can utilize many different transformations and applications. Of course, 120 times in a row like Lady Plum Blossom is still too difficult." Picking up Rune, Kai, and Hyde head, Theo said, "Let me throw your corpses over and then get back to thinking about how to get understand." Theo stood on a nearby cliff, tossing the severed heads one by one down the mountain. As he turned to focus on the nest compass again, he heard an unusual sound, not the expected thud of the heads hitting the ground, but something different. He spun around and peered down the cliff. To his surprise, invisible stairs emerged beneath the mountain, shimmering faintly. Theo exclaimed, "This, an invisible staircase?" A hidden message screen appeared before him. Frowny face, hidden quest unlocked. Find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave. Grinning, Theo began descending the stairs, saying, "So, this is the entrance." Meanwhile, back at the Wintera Hall, a guard read out the current rankings for the second stage of the awakening ceremony. Current first place Axion Ragnar, no. Of Collector Demon Bells 41, he is in a group with 21 people. Second place is Ray Ragnar. Julius Ragnar, seated at the round table alongside OSA Ragnar, Wolfgang, and Ed Troyven, furrowed his brows. He asked, "What about Theo Ragnar?" The guard hesitated before replying. "Theo Ragnar currently has 0 demon bells. He does not have anyone working with him either." Julius's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Guard interjected. "We assume he's moving quietly or lying in ambush." OSA Ragnar, clearly agitated, demanded, "If it's an assumption, are you saying no exam proctors have confirmed it?" The guard confirmed. "That's the case." Wolfgang smirked, leaning back confidently. "There are no rules that say just because he showed exceptional performance during the first stage that he is guaranteed to do the same during the second. His heart may not be prepared for real battlefield, especially the case since he is a natural child." Laughing to himself, Wolfgang thought, "Looks like those scoundrels did better than I expected." Ed, who had been sitting in front of Wolfgang, his mind racing, he tried to talk to Wolfgang through telepathy. "Head counselor, do you perhaps have anything to do with this situation?" Wolfgang smiled and replied, "Ah, goodness, I did not been able to tell you beforehand." "Well, as you can see, things have worked out too, so don't worry." Ed's expression shifted to one of shock. He thought to himself, "Damn it, that crazy old coot acting without permission." After Camellia Palace was taken, I used the opportunity to look through the Rose Palace. However, no matter where I looked, I could not find the primordial dragon relic. The clue about the Rose Palace's relic is definitely on the boy, Theo. We need to kill him after getting that clue from him. Ed continued these thoughts silently and then turned towards a servant behind him. He instructed him in his mind, inform Axion to hurry up. OSA Ragnar spoke up. "The head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director are scheming something. We will need to get up some precautions as well." Julius Ragnar clenched his teeth in anger and said, "No, Theo isn't someone who will crumble because of something like that. We must have his own circumstances. We do not need to go as far as interfering with the test to try and help him. Also, I cannot just ignore the fact that you made Theo without my knowledge." OSA Ragnar quickly became confused and said, "Isn't it fine if Theo is fine with it?" Theo entered underground. The ground was littered with moving skulls, half buried in the mud, their empty sockets fixed on him as they shifted restlessly. The underground was chillingly creepy, with the skulls seemingly alive and tracking Theo's every step. As Theo walked through the sinister scene, he noted their malicious gaze. "A pretty strong mental attack trap is set up here," he remarked. "Most people would have a breakdown if they get caught in it. However, this is nothing after passing the White Moonlight Blade test." His voice carried a steady confidence as he assessed the situation. Pausing, Theo placed his hand on a shining wall. More importantly, I never thought this was where the compass was pointing, he said thoughtfully. As his hand made contact, the surrounding skeletons began crumbling into dust, their ominous presence vanishing in an instant. Theo thought to himself, expand senses. A screen materialized before him. Frowny face divinity. Type special ability. Effect body enhancement, +1. 5-second magic power recovery, can expand one's senses through mana. At the far end of the cavern, a faint yellow light peeked through. Intrigued, Theo started heading toward it. All right, it's that way, he said. While walking, he reflected, this is the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, Black Snow will kill the hatchling and discover the legendary item. Apologies to Black Snow, but I will be getting it first. Theo's footsteps halted as he reached a massive golden door radiating with yellow energy. As Theo opened the massive golden door, his breath caught at the breathtaking sight before him. He exclaimed, Heavens almighty, this place is no hatchling's lair. The cavern was a sea of glittering gold coins, piled into towering mountains that seemed to stretch endlessly. Atop one of these golden peaks lay a colossal dragon. Theo muttered, Instant, it's the nest of a real ancient dragon. His gaze fixed on the dragon, which lay asleep atop its treasure. Theo's thoughts raced, this is quite the predicament. Forget the grimoire, facing a dragon like that means certain death. Why is such a creature here? Instant of hatchling, did Black Snow personally suppress this information, or is it because I came 3 years early? Whatever the case, this is outside of my calculations. I need to flee now. It's a shame, but I will have to come back later, closer to when Black Snow is supposed to discover it. As Theo turned to leave, an intense presence froze him in his tracks. He quickly spun around and was met with a terrifying sight. The dragon's massive yellow eyes were wide open, fixed intently on him. The dragon rose, revealing its imposing form, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. It has been a long time since a chosen one has visited this place. Theo stood rooted in shock as the dragon continued. My name is Lodbrok. I am the master of the Winter Mountain and the one you Ragnar called the Guardian Dragon. Theo processed the words in disbelief. This is Lodbrok, he thought. Quickly recovering, Theo dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. It is an honor to meet you, great ancestor, he said respectfully. Lodbrok tilted its head, looking puzzled. Ancestor? Theo asked, his voice filled with awe. Are you not the significant other of our progenitor, Lord Sigurd? And the mother of our second clan head, Lord Fridleif? Lodbrok huffed, almost amused, and replied, Oh, Frithleif, that damn lout. So he spread such nonsense. While it is true that Sigurd and I called each other significant other, it was a term of respect for a partner with whom I made a spiritual bond pact. There were no romantic feelings between us. Besides, how could a dragon and a human possibly mate with each other? Theo, now thoroughly confused, asked, Then does that mean the tales of dragon blood in our lineage were entirely propaganda? Lodbrok replied, No, not entirely. Through the pact formed with Sigurd, I did share with him my dragon blood. Theo's eyes widened. Then our Ragnar's. Lodbrok interrupted firmly. That's enough pleasantries. I shall begin my duty as the guardian dragon for the Chosen One. I, Lodbrok, in accordance with the primordial covenant, grant the Chosen One who has passed the trial an opportunity to ask 3 questions. Hearing this, Theo felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness, instead of combat I get to ask questions, he thought. My goal is to stand at the apex of the Ragnar clan. To achieve that, I need to become intimately familiar with my clan. I will use this opportunity to gain as much information as possible. Theo's lips curved into a slight smile as he prepared to make the most of this rare chance. As Axion slashed through the massive wolf-like creature, it collapsed onto the ground. A green bell fell to the ground near the beast. Picking it up, Axion remarked, That's 57 now. Without hesitation, he threw the bell toward one of his subordinates and demanded, Any update on Theo Ragnar? One of the men answered, There is still no news. He must be hiding somewhere. Axion's lawn key Orion Gardner smirked and replied, Maybe he got scared about having to face fiends for real. Meanwhile, Orion couldn't help but marvel at Axion's prowess. To defeat such a high-class fiend so easily. Axion is exceptionally beyond logic. I have to remain in his good graces, no matter what it takes, he thought. But aloud Orion added, He might have become stronger, but he has been an imbecile for so long. Before he could finish, Axion stormed toward him, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. With a dangerous glare, Axion growled, "I guess you wouldn't know since you were never strong. Have you ever seen me afraid of something? Once you have power, there's nothing to fear." He's clearly scheming something. Orion gasped and managed to choke out, "I see, sorry." From behind, another subordinate spoke up nervously. "Excuse me, Sir Axion, there has been a message from a Central Intelligence Director," he said, quietly. "Execute the plan." Axion released Orion, and he fell to the ground, coughing. Axion said, "Tell him I get it, so don't rush me. There's no one who wants to kill him more than me. I'll finish him off as soon as he shows himself." Meanwhile, deep inside the dragon's lair, Theo mulled over his thoughts, preparing to ask his first question. After much contemplation, he finally declared, "I am ready to ask my first question." The enormous dragon, Lodbrok, who seemed on the verge of dozing off, yawned loudly and said, "Finally." I had grown bored from waiting. "So, what is it that you wish to know?" Theo asked. "What is the reason that you are here?" The dragon's eyes gleamed with approval. A fundamental question designed to uncover as much background information as possible. A good question, indeed. "The reason I reside here is because of a monster that exists beyond the demon sea at the very edge of the world, the Nameless Sovereign. For the past 1,000 years, I have remained here, bound by the duty to protect the world from it. The Winter Mountains are merely an outpost for it." Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought, "I did not imagine it. What I saw in Lodbrok's eyes earlier was definitely fear. Nameless Sovereign. Can there really be a being that can instill fear in an ancient dragon that has ruled as a dragon king for over 1,000 years?" He clenched his fist and thought further, "I want to ask more, but there are other things I need to learn first." Gathering his courage, Theo asked his second question. "What are the relics of the primordial dragon?" Lodbrok's expression shifted slightly, and it replied, "Ah, you do not know, despite possessing 3 of them. You must have been quite lucky." Theo was startled. "I have 3? One is the dungeon in Camellia Palace. The other is the White Moon Blade. What is the remaining one?" He wondered. Lodbrok continued, "The relics of the primordial dragon are an answer against the Nameless Sovereign. The primordial dragon, Fafnir, created them by splitting his soul into 31 fragments to protect you humans. The relics do not have a common form that they share. They can be objects, experiences of sorts, or even strange phenomena." Theo's eyes lit up as realization struck. He thought, "I see. The third relic I possess is the phenomenon in which I traveled 10 years into the past. Regression. In other words, it's me. It all makes sense if this is an authority created by the primordial dragon Fafnir. But that's strange. Every relic had a dragon protecting it. However, there wasn't anything like that with my regression. It's as if..." Interrupting his thoughts, Theo asked his final question. "Why was I chosen?" The dragon stared into Theo's eyes and responded cryptically. "I think your question needs to be answered with a question. Why do you speak as if you were the only one who was especially chosen?" Theo froze. "I am not the only one that was chosen by the relic?" he stammered, his voice trembling with shock. As the realization dawned on him, Theo covered his mouth, his thoughts racing. Ed Crizzen, Black Dragon. They all knew of the relic and were trying to collect them. If they were also chosen by the relic, then they could also be seeing messages like me, or they might also be regressors. His fist clenched as he pieced together the fragments of truth. "I have gotten a step closer to the truth of the world, but this has only complicated matters. The Nameless Sovereign, a being that even an ancient dragon fears, as well as the possible existence of other regressors." Lodbrok's voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. "Well, that is the end of your 3 questions. Now that the quest is complete, it is time for your reward." Theo snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing. "Oh right. I came here to acquire a Mon Grimoire," he said aloud before his lips curved into a mischievous smile. "But I've changed my mind. I want something even greater, something impossible for an item," he thought to himself. Suddenly, a message screen appeared in front of Theo, stating, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the hidden quest. You have earned the opportunity to acquire a treasure of the primordial dragon as a reward." Lodbrok gestured to the golden cavern. "As you can see, my nest is filled with treasures from all over the world. Gems, grimoires, elixirs, secret manuals, weapons, whatever you select. It will be an object of unimaginable worth. I would give you any one thing that is within this nest. Theo gulped, overwhelmed by the possibilities. Lodbrok leaned forward and asked, "Now, what is it that you desire?" Theo clenched his fist, determination blazing in his eyes. With a steady voice, he declared, "I would like to have Lodbrok." The dragon's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Theo stood firm, his resolve unwavering, as the dragon, Lodbrok, roared with laughter. "It seems my popularity is timeless. That was quite the funny joke. Now tell me, what is it that you actually desire?" Theo looked at her, his expression blank and calm. "I just told you." Lodbrok blinked, momentarily confused. She asked, tilting her massive head. "That wasn't a joke," Theo replied without hesitation. "Correct." The dragon's eyes burned with fury. A guttural roar erupted from her, and waves of crimson energy filled the air. Theo could feel the immense pressure of her wrath as the energy swirled around him. Lodbrok bellowed, "Insolent! Are you trying to claim all the treasure and my knowledge with clever wordplay?" The sheer force of her dragon fear hit Theo like a storm. His knees buckled as he struggled to remain standing. Blood began to seep from his mouth and eyes, and he could feel his body nearing its limit. "I need to hold out," Theo thought, his mind racing. Summoning all his strength, he surrounded himself with the fear of a laser drake. A faint blue energy flickered around him, but compared to the overwhelming power of Lodbrok, it was nothing. The dragon laughed mockingly. "How foolish! You think you can stand against me with a laser drake's fear?" Despite the crushing force, Theo shouted through gritted teeth. "You, the guardian dragon, declared that I may have my treasure within your nest. There was no mention that Lodbrok could not be considered treasure." Theo thought, "This is a gamble one I'm risking my own life for. But the payoff is worth it." Lodbrok, the guardian dragon who founded the Ragnar clan alongside Sigurd. There is no greater proof of legitimacy than becoming her significant other. To avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, this is an opportunity one cannot let slip away. Gathering his last reserves of strength, the Nine shouted, "Please, Lodbrok! You promised me with your divine words. Stand alongside me!" Lodbrok's eyes widened, her fury subsiding for a brief moment. Behind Theo, Lodbrok caught a glimpse of a shadow, Sigurd's shadow, watching silently. The atmosphere grew colder as Lodbrok's voice softened. "Fine, I accept." Theo blinked stunned. Before his eyes, Lodbrok's massive dragon form shimmered, shifting into that of a woman. She stood tall, her figure elegant yet commanding. Her yellow eyes burned with ancient wisdom, and a two-horn adorned her head. Theo stared at her, mesmerized by her transformation. She smirked knowingly. "Taken by my beauty, I see, but I should warn you, I am already over 2,000 years old." Theo's gaze fell to her chest, where he noticed a dark, gaping hole. He stammered, "Great guardian dragon, your chest." Lodbrok glanced down at the void and smiled faintly. "Oh, this? To tell you the truth, I lost my heart 50 years ago. Since then, I've been patiently waiting for my death. At best, I have 3 years left to live. Because of this, I cannot leave my nest. In other words, I am unable to help you directly. So I ask again, do you still want to select me as your reward?" Theo's expression remained steady. He smiled confidently and said, "My answer remains unchanged. I would like to select you, Lodbrok, as my reward." A message screen appeared before Theo. "You have selected Ragnar's guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as your reward." Lodbrok sighed, shaking her head. "Foolish, but I guess that is also characteristic of a chosen one." Another message screen appeared. Title: Guardian Dragon Significant Other has been created. Title: Descendant of the Progenitor has been created. Theo looked at Lodbrok. He declared, "I will become stronger and obtain more relics of the primordial dragon." A message screen appeared. A soul link with Lodbrok has been established. Theo stood firm, holding the dark book Lodbrok had given him, as the glowing message screen appeared in front of him. "You have gained a large amount of experience points." Theo looked back at Lodbrok and said, "I will find something to substitute for your lost heart. Among the relics of the primordial dragon, there might be something capable of doing so." Another message appeared. "You have leveled up." Theo clenched his fist. "I think I need to at least do that much to be worthy of the title Guardian Dragon's Significant Other." Lodbrok smirked. "Please take care of me, my new significant other, but as I've explained, I cannot leave this place." Until you find and return with a solution, I shall remain here. There is something I need you to do to form a true soul link with me. She pressed the book gently against Theo's chest. Read this here and awaken your mind gate. It should take about a month. Simple food is scattered around the nest, so take your time reading. Theo took the book in his hands and stared at it as another message appeared. As a bonus reward, you have acquired the Grimoire Aman, Book of Aman, the Hidden Being. It contains magical principles relating to the sounds that resonate at the beginning of time, a holy sound that encompasses all the truths of the universe. Theo looked at the grimoire thorough. It's nice that I managed to obtain the Aman grimoire. Then he turned back to Lodbrok and asked, What do you mean, a month? Lodbrok replied, That's about how long it takes to first awaken the mind gate. Why? Do you have more urgent matters to attend to? Theo's expression tensed. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is currently underway. The exam is only 15 days long. I have less than half a month to complete it. May I please return after the exam is over? Lodbrok sat on the treasure box and said, Though it is possible. I will not permit it. Theo shouted. What? Lodbrok said nonchalantly. It would be no fun to simply let you go. You must open your mind gate before the second stage ends. I will not permit you to leave until then. Time remaining until the end of the second stage, 13 days, 310 hours. 3 days before the start of the second stage, in the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed held a small box in one hand and a pill in the other. He explained. As you know, the reason the totems are able to create an anti-fight safety zone is because of the fate summoning marble inside them. By amplifying the energy of the fiends sealed within, it creates an aura that repels other fiends. He paused, then crushed the marble in his hand, releasing a fine dust into the air. But if you destroy the marble, you can call upon a fiend whenever you desire. The objective of the second stage is to eliminate fiends and collect points. Theo himself has no choice but to hunt fiends. Axion, standing nearby, said, I understand what you're getting at, Uncle. You want me to use the marble to lure that bastard Theo? Ed nodded. That's right. But that alone is not enough. You cannot simply lure him in and kill him. We need information, specifically clues about the relic of the Rose Palace. Axion's eyes narrowed with irritation. Why not just torture him before killing him? Ed replied. You should know better. The gap in skills between you and Theo isn't that large. Restraining and torturing him won't be easy. But he is far too sentimental. Use his followers against him, the dropouts gathered in Training Ground 4. It will be easier to capture them as hostages and demand the information regarding Relic. Axion clenched his fists, understanding the plan. I understand, Uncle. Time remaining until the end of the second stage. 12 hours. Axion Ragnar stood at the corpse of a dead fiend, gazing into the distance with frustration. His score of 860 points placed him firmly in first place, but his plans were far from complete. That was the plan, he muttered to himself. But to think that, instead of searching for any fiends, Theo would stay hidden until the final moments of the exam. What a waste. We even went through the trouble of making sure some of the proctors would be Uncle's man. Plum Blossom Palace apprentice swordsman Felix Ragnar, ranked 7th with 446 points, approached him and remarked, Maybe the 3 scoundrels of the council got him. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that he hasn't shown up yet. Axion's eyes glinted with barely concealed rage as he shot a venomous look at Felix. For being the promising talent of the Plum Blossom Palace, that's quite the garbage insight. I can see why Lady Plum Blossom is so much more interested in Theo. Felix's face twisted with confusion and anger. What the hell does he mean by that? I'm helping him catch Theo, and he's taunting me for it. This son of a bitch. Felix clenched his fists in frustration. Axion unfazed smirk. It's whatever. I didn't expect much from you anyway. A sinister smile spread across his face. Theo, if you won't show yourself willingly, I'll gallantly force your hand. Turning to his gathered followers from the Scarlet Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Society, he declared, It's hunting time. We'll kill the rejects of Training Ground 4 one by one until he shows up. As Axion and his group moved forward behind the tree, Ragnar, 3rd place with 580 points, overheard their conversations. Elsewhere, a frost lizard, a middle-law class fiend, lay defeated by the combined efforts of Sybil, Edie and Binat. The 3 of them cheered at their success. Sybil exclaimed, We did it! Binat added with a grin, We defeated a yellow demon bell fiend. Yodi smirked. See, I told you we could, Sybil said. I'll have to brag to young Master Theo after the exam. The three stood in contrasting positions. Sybil Dree ranked 68th with 31 points. Edie Naren ranked 53rd with 52 points. Binat Ramiro ranked 62nd with 36 points. Sybil clutched a yellow bell in his hand. But there are only 12 hours remaining till the end of the second stage. Where is Master Theo? We even secured so many supplies for him. Edie replied. I'm sure he's seeing the bigger picture. He's probably doing something more important than just collecting points for the exam. Sybil nodded. I guess since survival is the only requirement to pass, rankings don't really matter. But still, I was excited to see young Master Theo become the valedictorian again. Binat chimed. Oh right, he promised me the same thing. A sudden and deadly strike interrupted Sybil. Orion Gardner appeared from behind, plunging his sword through Sybil's chest. He to the ground. Orion stood tall, his expression smug. Ranked 12th with 173 points, he sneered. You all make me laugh. Yodi and Binat froze in shock. Yodi shouted. Sybil! Binat glared at Orion. Secret Dragon Society? What's the meaning of this? Orion smirked. What do you think it means? Your sacrificial limbs to summon your precious young Master Theo. Both Edie and Binat tightened their grip on their swords. Orion continued. We want to see your damned young master, too. So don't resent us too much. Meanwhile, at Ludbrock's nest, Theo stood before Ludbrock, holding the grimoire Aman. Ludbrock smiled faintly. How surprising, she said. To open the mind gate in less than half a month, impressive. A screen appeared before Theo. You have partially grasped the magical principles within Grimoire Aman, creating a new skill. Theo grinned, thinking to himself, thankfully, the information I overheard in my past life was true. The key to mastering the Aman Grimoire is having both the quantity and quality of magic power. With my mana hell and dragon heart, I guess it's only natural I learn twice as fast. He said aloud. This much is easy. The screen updated. Your stats are too low. A lower rank skill has manifested. Hatchling Synchro, rank C. Ability to fairly manipulate and read residual thoughts of objects through psychokinesis. Ludbrock smiled approvingly. I expected nothing less from my significant other. With this, you have the basics. The rest must be honed through training. Once you reach a higher level, you'll even be able to hear my voice. Theo snapped the book shut, determination in his eyes. She continued. Also, you would be able to borrow Ludbrock power. But for that, my recovery must be prioritized. Do not forget I have only 3 years left at best. Theo clenched his fist and said confidently. Don't worry. I will accomplish it. Ludbrock smiled and raised her hand. A blue vortex of energy formed around her hand, then enveloped Theo. With that, she said, I declare the primordial covenant fulfilled. I shall await our next meeting, my new significant other, the first in 1,000 years. With those words, she teleported Theo outside. Theo found himself walking through the snow, deep in thought. It's great that I've formed a pact with Ludbrock, but I've made zero progress with the awakening ceremony. Only 12 hours remain. It's like I'm intentionally playing on hard mode. Looking ahead, he muttered to himself. If I hunt fiends the normal way, I'll never make it to first place in time. That leaves only one strategy: stealing the bells of Axion. He recalled, Axion got first place in my past life. I doubt that's changed this time around. In other words, I can get first place by simply defeating Axion, though I am sure it won't be easy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind a nearby tree. Theo turned, his eyes narrowing. A girl stumbled into view, blood streaking her face. She gasped. Found you? Theo asked. You are? Theo asked if she was Ray. She was. She appeared slowly from behind the tree and moved forward with unsteady steps. She was breathing heavily, and her clothes were dirted and torn. Blood streaked across her face, and she looked like she could barely stand. Theo looked at her in disbelief and asked how she ended up in that state. Did a fiend get her? He asked again. What kind of fiend could possibly do this to someone like her? As she stepped closer, he saw the deep sword slash across her chest. He thought to himself that this was no fiend's doing. A person did this. Theo stepped forward and asked again what happened to her. Ray simply said that they could talk later and told him to first go to the vest. As she moved closer, her legs gave out, and she collapsed into his arms. Theo caught her immediately. Her hand that was still clutching her sword ended up between both of theirs, and as soon as Theo held her hand along with the sword, a chilling message screen appeared. It read the latent thoughts buried within the sword and offered a head-splitting synchro. View the memory of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. In a flash, Theo's mind was drawn into the memory. Ray stood silently behind a tree listening to everything Axion and his people were saying. Axion asked where Theo was. One of his men responded that there was still no news, but after what they had done, Theo was bound to appear any moment. He added that they had left enough traces at the training grounds, and even set up fences to corner him into this direction. In front of Axion stood a wide open area filled with disciples tied up and strung from ropes like bait. Axion looked at them and spoke to Orion, asking if they should be killed or not. Orion tilted his head and asked if he had done something wrong again. Axion said, "Not you, these guys, they did?" He asked why Orion bothered bringing 9 of them. 2 or 3 would have been enough to use as hostages. Orion said, "You mean them? Why don't we kill a few then?" He raised his sword, but before he could swing, Ray Ragnar stepped out from behind the tree and shouted, "Stop." Axion narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it, Ray Ragnar?" She answered, "This is crossing a line." Axion looked irritated and asked, "How does this concern you?" "I do not want unnecessary trouble. Ignore this and go away." But Ray gripped her sword tightly and said, "We are Theo's comrades and so are they. Let them go." Axion's eyes filled with anger as he said, "I see, so you too are drawn to that imbecile." Without waiting, Ray leapt into the air, sword in hand, and charged straight at Axion. He quickly drew his own blade and met her midair. Their swords clashed, and with a single powerful swing, Axion slashed Ray across the chest. She fell and he landed calmly on the ground. The memory blurred and the message screen appeared. "Your stat is too low, you can only read a portion of Ray's thoughts." Theo's eyes widened and he clenched his teeth, shouting, "What the hell happened? Why did Axion capture my comrades?" He held Ray by her shoulders and demanded, "Tell me what is going on." Ray looked confused and asked, "How do you know that?" Then with a pained expression she said, "Axion has been hell-bent on capturing you from the start. But since you were nowhere to be found, he decided to take your friends as hostages." Theo's eyes filled with disbelief and he shouted, "What?" Ray said, "But I did not come here to tell you that." Theo stood silently and his thoughts churned. "Axion, and so you won't leave me alone in this life either. But I am not the same man who used to take it lying down." He shouted again, "Where are they? What the hell is Axion waiting for?" A messenger came running towards Axion. He said, "Theo finally showed himself. He's been spotted at the northern cliffside." Axion turned his attention sharply and asked, "Is that true?" Man confirmed it, saying, "We are certain. I was informed he has come into contact with Ray Ragnar, and is likely heading this way soon." Axion grinned with a sinister smile, and said, "So he is finally coming. Theo Ragnar, I will prove to everyone that no imbecile can surpass me." Just then a voice echoed in his mind through telepathy, saying, "Please do not forget Sir Axion, there is no need to face him directly. You only need to obtain clues to the relic using the hostages. We will take care of Theo for you. While we handle him, please use the summoning marble to distract the nearby proctors." Axion scoffed and muttered, Yeah, I get it, no need to worry." Ray Ragnar shouted, "No, you cannot go to Axion." Theo said, "The Central Intelligence Bureau protectors are in on it. This is too much even for you. This is no longer a competition in an exam, it's slaughter. They set up a trap specifically to kill you. You cannot go alone. Let's find some other proctor to join us." Theo clenched his teeth and said, "We do not have time for that. I am thankful for your help, but with every passing moment, who knows what's happening to them. I need to go now, so tell me where he is." Ray shouted, "Are you stupid? You will die if you go. What's the point of anything if you die? You need to play things safer even if it costs you." Theo shouted, "I do not want to lose my people, never again." He thought to himself, "Our goal is for all of us to pass the second stage together." Ray shouted, "This is the land of Ragnar, sacrifice is unavoidable." Theo said, "But you put yourself on the line, why? Because you yourself could not just stand by and watch." He clenched his fists and said, "I am sick and tired of being on the losing end like a pathetic fool. I cannot keep repeating my mistakes, so tell me, where is Axion?" Meanwhile, Remington walked into a scene filled with scattered supplies but no people in sight. Holding up a box, he said, "These are the supplies Sybil gathered." He then grabbed a belt and muttered, "Something's gone wrong, don't you agree?" He turned to Hulkus. Hulkus Lanky ranked 5th with 499 points and Erica Lanky ranked 4th with 521 points. Remington himself stood at 2nd place with 688 points. He looked at them both and said, Erica, sorry, but could you please help me for a bit? A huge gorilla-like white fiend growled in rage, gripping a heavy weapon in his hand. He slammed the snow-covered ground, but Theo swiftly dodged the blow. Holding his sword tightly, the blade unwrapped itself as Theo muttered, I do not have time for this, out of my way. With a powerful swipe, Theo unleashed such force that the fiend's body tore apart in a burst of blood. Without slowing, Theo kept running, thinking there's a high chance that Sybil and the other hostages are safe. Ed is likely the one pulling Axion's strings. He would have planned this to only take me out while causing the least amount of backlash. The fact that the Central Intelligence Bureau proctors are standing with Axion is proof enough. As Theo charged forward to reach his comrades, a group of fiends blocked his path. Without hesitation, he shouted Triple Dragon Claw and slashed the air. The strike tore through the enemies, cutting the massive beasts into pieces. Theo thought this trap was set by the proctors to kill me. Even if it keeps Axion from going too far, I still need to hurry. Axion is volatile and unpredictable. But I can use that recklessness against him. One of the fiends, despite bleeding heavily, roared and lunged again. Theo gripped his sword tightly, leaped onto the creature's head, and drove the blade straight down through its skull. The fiend screamed in agony before collapsing. After Theo left, Ray stood silently and said, Yes, this is how you have always been, Theo. She took a determined step forward and said, I will be the one to help you. Sybil's mouth was tightly shut with a cloth. He struggled to say something, but Axion slammed his foot into Sybil's face and said, Shut up. Sybil collapsed to the ground. Axion began unsheathing his sword and said, I told you I will kill you if you don't stay quiet. Then a voice settled into his mind through telepathy saying, Sir Axion, please do not forget the Central Intelligence Director's orders do not cause unplanned variables. Axion groaned in irritation and said, All right, fine. He sheathed his sword again and sat on Sybil's fallen body, staring toward a glowing light behind the trees. He thought 4 high-rank swordsmen from the CIBs have been dispatched to kill Theo. In the end, Uncle has decided I cannot defeat him even though he's just a lowly imbecile. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Theo stepped out from the trees and stood before Axion. All eyes turned to him, hope rising in their gazes. Axion lifted his head and said, So you finally showed your face, Theo Ragnar. Theo stood with furious eyes, his sword gripped tightly in his hand. Sybil, Edie, Bunette, and others from Plum Blossom Palace looked at him with desperate hope. Theo's gaze swept over them all, seething with anger. Axion remained seated and said, You sure made me wait a long time. Theo's eyes locked onto Sybil lying on the ground, with Axion seated above him. His grip on his sword tightened even further. Axion rose slowly and reached for his sword, but a telepathic message stopped him again. Sir Axion, don't do anything. Frustrated, Axion sighed and let go of the sword. He said, Let's just get straight to the point. If you want to save your friends, tell me. Before he could finish, Theo cut him off and asked, Were you afraid? Axion narrowed his eyes in irritation and said, What? Theo smiled and said, Were you afraid you were going to lose to me? Axion's eyes flared with rage and he shouted, What are you saying? Theo spread his arms wide and said, Why else would you bother pulling such a trick? You gathered all your goons to protect you, those watchful glares from afar, not to mention this pathetic hostage game. It's all because you were worried you would lose against me. You are unworthy of the title of one of the 4 hoons. Axion clenched his teeth in anger and said, You son of a bitch. Theo pointed his sword at Axion with a calm smile and said, If you want to prove me wrong, let's have a bout. Face off with the sword like true Ragnar, that is, if you even have a shred of dignity left. Axion stared at him with evil eyes and a crooked smile. Theo continued, If you beat me, I will give you everything you want, including my life. But if I win, you will release. Axion laughed while looking at his own hand and said, You want a duel of swords? The imbecile of Ragnar is challenging me to a duel. He shook his head slowly and said, Your arrogance knows no bounds. You really think I am afraid of you? His voice trembled with anger, but then a voice echoed inside his mind, Sir Axion, it's an obvious provocation, you need not entertain it. Don't fall for his tricks, please follow the plan. Axion gritted his teeth and said in his mind, Shut up, you don't trust me either. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, he shouted, Fine, Theo, I accept your challenge. Theo smirked while those watching through telepathy began whispering in concern. One said, Things have gotten out of hand, what now? Another replied, No, this is still within range, we proceed as planned if Sir Axion starts to lose. Drawing his blade, Axion announced, This is a proper Ragnar duel, no one interferes until it ends, the hostages are part of the wager, touch them, and you die. Theo dashed forward so fast he blurred past Axion and landed behind him with a grin, saying, "Thanks, let's not waste time." He spun and struck without hesitation. Axion blocked the blow, his arms jolted from the force, and he growled, "Nice try, you mixed blood cur." Theo lifted his sword calmly and pointed it at Axion. Axion roared, then swung his blade, sending a wave of red energy that formed into a blazing dragon. Heaven Dragon's shout echoed through the battlefield, and the pressure forced Theo back a step. But Theo didn't flinch. He jumped high into the air and slashed down fiercely. Triple Dragon Claw tore through the Crimson Beast, shattering it with a roar. Axion's eyes widened with disbelief. Theo lowered his sword, slowly narrowing his eyes as he said, "You still think you're the one qualified to teach me?" At the edge of the battlefield, Orion stood tense at 14th position with 179 points. He clenched his fist, thinking, "Damn it, I doubted after the first stage, but Theo is actually this skilled. This is bad. If this keeps going, Axion could lose." He watched the fierce clash ahead, his thoughts racing. Maybe I should switch sides and join Theo instead. Axion was always a cocky bastard anyway. But then he glanced at the shadows and remembered the Central Intelligence Bureau proctors watching. "No, if they're backing Axion, I can't risk it." He turned to his team and shouted, "Scattered Dragon Society, disperse. We're not getting caught in this chaos. Let Axion deal with it. We move on our own." Meanwhile, Axion's thoughts burned with the memory of his uncle Ed Troivan voice saying, "You must take the throne of Ragnar, Axion. For your mother, for your uncle, for the Troivan. The Ragnar name is only a mask. You are Troivan. Never forget." Fueled by that memory, Axion shouted through Ragnar and charged again. Their swords crashed together, sparks flying as both gritted their teeth and held tightly, either backing down. Far in the woods, the CIB observers watched. One of them said, "So far so good. Axion is doing exactly as we expected." But the unease in their expressions was growing. At the central council room, a man rushed in and said, "Theo, Ragnar has appeared. He's facing off with Axion." Julius Ragnar stood and said, "So he finally moves. I knew the boy would survive." Wolfgang watched silently and thought so they didn't get him. "He's still alive." Trivian sat back with a grin that twisted into something darker. "I may not know what Theo has been up to all this time, but now that he's alive, my plan can finally begin. Once Axion extracts the location of the relic, the high-rank swordsman I placed will strike and eliminate him." Just then 2 guards rushed in and reported, "Theo Ragnar and Axion Ragnar are currently engaged in a duel." Ed's expression darkened, his face turning red with rage. What he thought, he's moving completely outside the plan. Back at the battlefield, their swords clashed with lightning speed, their techniques wildly different yet equally deadly. Each move echoed with years of training and personal grudges. Axion narrowed his eyes while dodging a slash. He's stronger than before. His growth is undeniable. But he's still not fast enough. I can read his movements. To the others, both fighters seemed impossibly fast, but to Axion, he was just a step ahead. Theo's strikes were deliberate, calculated, as if he was searching for one perfect moment. Then Axion suddenly hurled his sword directly at Theo's face. It came so close it looked like the end. Everyone watching gasped. Axion smirked and said, "You should know using a secret technique always locks your next move. All it does is show your enemy where to strike." But his smirk faded. Theo had caught the spinning blade in midair with his bare hand. Blood slid down the edge of the blade, dripping to the ground. His red eyes locked onto Axion, and in a low, cold voice he said, "So it was you." Back in that final moment, when the flames devoured everything and death closed in on him, Theo remembered a man approaching through the smoke. "You talk too much," he had said, and hurled a sword straight into Theo's chest. That memory burned more than the fire itself. Now standing before Axion once again, Theo's eyes narrowed in fury. "So it was you. You're the one who did that to me." The day Theo died, he had no strength to uncover the truth behind the fall of Rose Palace. He had no power, no answers. But fate wasn't finished with him. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation and Rendon's slip, the truth had begun to unfold. When Rendon removed his mask for Theo, the truth clicked into place. Camellia Palace and the Trivon clan were working together. The betrayal ran deep. Among the Trivons, only one used the sword-throwing technique, an arrogant method rarely practiced because it left one unarmed. That arrogance belonged to none other than Axion Ragnar. Back then Theo had doubts. Now, gripping Axion's thrown blade midair, he had none. He saw it with his own eyes both then and now. His grip tightened until the blade groaned and cracked under pressure. Splinters of metal broke loose and scattered in the air. Axion's sword shattered in Theo's grasp. Theo grabbed the shattered remains of Axion's sword and held it tight, thinking to himself, this life won't be like the last. This time, I'll protect everyone, myself, and all those who fought beside me. Without hesitation, he hurled the broken blade straight at Axion's face. But Axion tilted his head slightly and dodged it with ease. Where are you even aiming? He sneered. But his smirk disappeared the moment he saw Theo standing right in front of him, his aura now cloaked in a deep red glow. The air twisted around Theo like fire, and beneath the red aura, a quiet blue light began to swirl deep within his core. Axion's eyes widened. That killing intent, it wasn't normal. His mana levels are off the charts. Was he hiding all this back during the first stage? Before Axion could process it all, Theo was already gone from where he stood. He reappeared in midair above Axion and came crashing down with his blade. Axion barely caught the movement, and had no time to evade. The strike pushed him back, his boots dragging against the ground as he planted himself hard to stop the force. Theo didn't give him a moment. He pressed in close, sword bearing down with strength that made Axion's arms tremble. Theo smirked. So, when are you planning to show me that so-called strength of yours? Axion growled and grabbed Theo's arm, yanking him forward. His own blade came dangerously close to Theo's face. But Theo tilted back at the perfect moment, letting the edge graze past, then kicked off to gain distance. He landed softly but didn't pause. He lunged again, faster this time. In a blur, Theo's sword struck with such precision that it knocked Axion's weapon clean out of his grip, sending it flying through the air. Now unarmed, Axion froze. Theo closed in slowly, his sword raised, eyes sharp. He asked Axion, "Do you know what it feels like to be pierced through the stomach?" Axion's body tensed. For the first time, a visible shiver ran down his spine. Remington crouched near the blood trail staining the snow, eyes sharp as he examined the scene. "These aren't from demonic beasts," he muttered. "Someone dragged them away, and the only one bold enough to pull something like this is Axion." Hulkus frowned. "Axion? But why would he do that? He's already in first place. What, does he want to hoard more bells?" Remington stood up slowly, turning to face Hulkus, then tilted his head slightly. "No. I think he took Theo's comrades hostage. He probably planned it all during the first stage, just to lure Theo out and finish him off in the second." Hulkus's eyes flared with anger. "That bastard! He should fight like a real warrior, face to face. What kind of coward plays these games?" Erica, standing off to the side with arms crossed, chimed in coolly. "And? This is the Ragnar Awakening ceremony. Things like this happen all the time." Remington scoffed under his breath, his smirk fading quickly. "And that's exactly why I hate the Ragnar way. They talk about strength and honor, but this is just cheap." Erica glanced at him sideways. "That's dangerous talk. You sure you want to go that far?" Remington's expression tightened. "I don't care. I have to protect our comrades. That's what Theo would do. If any of you can help me, I'd owe you." Hulkus clenched his fists, a wide grin spreading across his face despite the tension. "Help? You don't even have to ask. We're going, right, Erica?" Erica exhaled sharply and said, "No, I'm not interested." She turned and began walking the other way. "I only came along to meet Theo Ragnar, and he hasn't even shown himself. Besides, I have no patience for weaklings. I see no reason to save them." Hulkus scowled. "Sister, are you seriously that heartless?" She stopped in her tracks, annoyed. "What did you just call me?" Remington stepped in calmly. "Erica, I know why you're so set on meeting young Master Theo." She turned back, narrowing her eyes at him. Remington met her gaze. "If you help me now, I'll make sure you get closer to that goal. That's a promise." Erica hesitated for a moment, then let out a sigh. "Fine. But you better not waste my time." With that, the three of them broke into a run, heading toward where Theo and the others were last seen. Remington thought as he ran, "Everyone, just hold on a little longer." But as they neared their destination, a group blocked their path. Leading them was none other than Orion. He stepped forward, swinging his sword once as a warning. "That's far enough. You're not going any further." Remington's eyes narrowed. "The Scaled Dragon Society?" Orion grinned. "Long time no see, Remington. You really went and abandoned us for that clueless fool. And now you're dragging around these lumbering oafs?" Holkus flared with anger and shouted, "What did you just call us? Brush-headed, dumb, muscle-brained bears?" Orion shrugged with a smirk. "I didn't exactly say all that, but I won't argue." Remington stepped forward, voice firm. "Orion, move aside. I don't want to fight someone I once called a friend." Orion raised his sword and said calmly, then prepared to be disappointed. "I'm not letting you pass." Remington sighed, gripping his sword. "I see. Then I won't hold back. Let's settle this quickly." Without wasting another word, the three charged straight at Orion and his group. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the broken sword Thu had thrown earlier wasn't random. It was aimed discreetly towards Sybil, who now had it wedged between his legs. "This is my chance," he thought. "Young Master Thu must have done this on purpose. I won't waste it." With quiet determination, Sybil used the blade to cut the rope around his abdomen, doing his best not to draw attention. Just a short distance away, Axion and Thu were locked in fierce combat. But suddenly, someone stepped between them, forcing both to halt mid-strike. Thu's expression twisted in frustration. "So, they've finally made their move." The cloaked figure bowed slightly. "My apologies, young Master Axion. I'll accept whatever punishment comes, after the ceremony is over." The man was none other than Liam Troyven, the high-ranking swordsman and exam proctor, now breaking the sacred rule of non-interference. Axion stood behind, his anger palpable as he watched Thu face off against Liam. The battle between them was intense, swords clashing with a force that made the ground tremble. But then, Liam pushed Thu backward and shouted, "Protect the young master." More figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding Axion and calling out, "Yes, young master." Liam charged toward Thu, his sword ablur. Thu swiftly blocked the attack, their blades locked in a fierce struggle. One of the men from Axion's group spoke up, "You've done well, young master. We'll handle the rest. We've retrieved your sword." Axion gripped the sword tightly, his eyes never leaving Thu, anger flashing in them. Liam was relentless, leaping into the air, his sword aimed straight for Thu's neck. Thu swiftly dodged, but Liam didn't let up. Spinning 360 degrees, he swung his sword towards Thu's back. Thu bent low, narrowly avoiding the strike, and with precision, he swung his sword toward Liam's abdomen. But Liam jumped back just in time, blocking the attack with his sword. The impact was immense, both swords locked once more, their strength pushing against each other. Liam thought to himself, "I have to give him credit. Not just young Master Axion, but this kid could even keep up with my best high-rank swordsman. Still, he's no match for me yet." With no proctors around, Liam saw this as their only chance. It was a shame he had to kill someone with such potential, but it was for the Troyven clan. With a sudden burst of energy, Liam leaped again, soaring over Thu's head. As he descended, he raised his sword high, ready to strike. "Fevral Theo Ragnar!" he called out, the blade aimed at Thu. But just as the sword came down, something unexpected happened. Blood poured from Liam's mouth, his expression twisted in shock and pain. Someone had pierced a sword through his back. Liam gasped, choking on his own blood. As his vision blurred, he saw behind him, Axion stood there, his eyes burning with fury. "Young master," Liam gasped, what is the meaning of this?" Axion's gaze was cold, filled with unrelenting wrath. His voice came out in a low, dangerous growl. "It's clear now. No one is to interfere." Blood soaked the white snow around them, the deep crimson painting a brutal picture of what had just happened. Theo stood stunned, unable to hide his surprise at what Axion had done. Axion tossed Liam's body aside like broken armor, and the cloaked men who had accompanied Liam cried out in shock. But Axion wasn't listening. With bloodlust in his eyes, he snarled, "He interfered thinking I would lose." That's what he believed, and in doing so, he mocked the heir to succession. Theo stared at him, a chill running through his spine. "He's gone mad," he thought. "He just killed one of his own." Axion's voice rang out again, sharp and heavy, "Fine. I'll acknowledge it now, Theo. You're strong." His thoughts drifted back to the words of his uncle Ed Trivian, spoken long ago. "The weak are useless. But you, Axion, were born with talent. Trample over everyone and rise. That is what it means to sit on Ragnar's throne." Axion gritted his teeth. "But you're supposed to be weaker than me. That's how the world should be. I'm destined to be stronger. To claim the throne. There's no way I'm going to lose, not to someone like you. Not here. Not now. Anyone who gets in my way, I'll kill them all. Gripping his sword tightly, Axion roared and charged toward Theo. His power exploded like a storm, his aura wild with rage. As he ran, he slashed the ground, and the earth cracked in a long, deep line behind his blade, the tremor shaking the air. Theo's eyes widened, but he didn't hesitate. He didn't give Axion even a second. He leaped into the air, sword raised. Axion, blinded by his own fury, couldn't track the movement in time. In a blur, Theo landed, and his sword drove straight into Axion's chest. Liam's comrades rushed toward him in panic, shouting his name. "Sir Liam, are you all right?" one of them cried. Another gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but this is insane." Liam coughed up blood but still raised his voice, barely able to shout. "Why are you all just standing there? Don't worry about me. Help young Master Axion. Kill Theo Ragnar." One of his subordinates hesitated. "But he's clearly against us interfering." "There's nothing we can do," Liam roared. "That doesn't matter. If Axion dies here, we're all finished." Meanwhile, Axion screamed in pain, his voice raw, his body trembling. Blood mixed with spit as he forced Theo back with a burst of strength. His teeth clenched, eyes wide with disbelief. "This can't be happening," he thought. How? How is this possible?" His uncle's words echoed in his mind again. Ragnar is the land where even the smallest spark can turn into an uncontrollable fire. Against a furious wind, even a fragile candle can rise into a raging flame. No, Axion thought, this isn't right. He recalled the careless conversations he'd once had, laughing at the idea of Theo being a threat. He remembered saying he'd play with him a bit, maybe toy around. His advisors had warned him not to underestimate Theo. And now, the bitter taste of regret filled his mouth. Axion let out a furious cry. "No! I refuse to lose to you! I can crush garbage like you without effort!" His voice shook with desperation. "I am Axion Ragnar, the rightful heir to the Dominator of the North. I'm destined to claim the throne of Ragnar." His aura surged like a dragon. The energy around him twisted into the form of a massive beast. Theo stood firm and said, "Throne, this throne that your obsession with power cost the lives of my people. If you won't let go of that greed, then I'll make you." With the strength I've been given, he stepped forward and his own energy surged into the shape of a dragon. He shouted triple dragon claws. Theo's dragon rose to meet Axion's. In his mind, Theo said, "I will grow strong enough to cut down anyone who stands in my way." His attack struck with precision and sliced Axion's dragon clean through the jaw. Gasps echoed around them as Axion screamed but somehow stayed standing. Theo staggered too, his body reacting violently to the immense power. Axion couldn't hold on any longer. The pressure crushed him and his head burst. His body collapsed, and his severed head rolled to a stop at Theo's feet. Theo stared at it in silence. The warriors behind Liam froze in disbelief. Liam said, "What have you done?" Everyone is stunned by what just happened, and Liam, in panic, yells to kill him and not let him live. His comrades charge toward Thu, knowing the situation is dire, and Thu admits this is a gamble, since even in top condition, facing 4 high-rank swordsmen alone is nearly impossible. Now, with stamina drained and mana exhausted, it is even less so, but he wonders if help will arrive. Just then, Liam's comrades lunge to attack when Remington, Hulkus, and Erica leap in to stand by Thu, slashing immediately and making the fight chaotic. Thu asks where the rest of the gang is and why they are here. Remington replies that it is only natural to save a comrade in need, young Master Thu. Erica remarks that he is even more handsome up close, and Hulkus laughs that he has never seen anyone as strong as Thu, saying he likes it. Sybil, after cutting the rope, stands and declares her loyalty compels her to help young Master Thu and that she will not be a burden. Remington, while clashing with a protector, shouts that intervention by a proctor is forbidden, especially directly harming an examinee, and that it is a grievous crime. The protector grits his teeth, blocking Theo's strike, and mentally asks Liam what they should do, saying things are out of hand and asking if they need to eliminate them all, urging him to make a call. Liam stands lost in thought, weighing his options, before muttering that they are completely screwed. They have failed to find any clue about the Rose Palace relic, failed to eliminate Theo, and now, with young Master Axion dead, they have been caught red-handed with no way to fix it. The protector urges him to decide quickly, and after a pause, Liam says the best course is to kill them all. The protector asks in shock if he is serious, and Liam coldly explains they will claim an unusual appearance of demonic fiends wiped out all the examinees and use it to cover up any trace of the trio of clan's involvement. The team pulls out a pouch, pouring small marbles onto the ground, saying 20 Class 5th fiends will be enough to pass this as an accident. The protectors, though nervous, agree with a "Yes, sir." But as they carry on their task, someone approaches from behind and drives a sword into Liam's back. Liam falls to the ground as those from the other side appear, led by white-armored Dragon Cavalry Protector Salford Garner, with Protector Aaron Buckus, Plum Blossom Palace Protector Natasha Koppel, and Daffodil Palace Protector Sally Gardner following. As Liam takes his last breath, he wonders how they arrived, while the protectors with him shout his name. Salford rests his sword on his shoulder, ordering the three to freeze and come quietly if they want to live or fight and end up like Liam. The protectors grit their teeth, unsure what to do. Thu feels relieved, but before he can collapse, Ray Ragnar catches him, and he rests his head on her shoulder, thanking her. She tells him it was reckless and asks why he did it. Remington comes over, asking why Theo did not wait for him and was so reckless, but Erica pushes him aside, saying not to forget her help. Holkus excitedly adds not to forget their rematch and not to die yet. Theo's comrades cry with pride for their master, and Theo smiles, taking a deep breath, saying this is the strength he envisioned. Ray Ragnar calls it a smart move, and Theo asks her to grab him some bells so he can take first place. Meanwhile, in a room, the announcer exclaims, Ed Troyvin's eyes wide open. He shouts, "What did you just say? Exxon is dead?" The entire round table, everyone present widens their eyes in shock. The second stage ends, and all participants gather as a man steps onto a massive rock, revealing himself as the Nine Dragons' Zenith Dragon Pharaoh Ragnar. The crowd murmurs in surprise, growing louder when he speaks, commending their efforts and declaring the second stage of the Awakened ceremony complete. The participants whisper in shock at seeing him, since he rarely appears in public. Holding a scroll, he surveys them and notes the number of survivors as impressive, calling this the most talented generation and saying he was particularly impressed by the valedictorian's score. He reminds them that all who passed are now promoted from apprentice swordsman to low-rank swordsman and have earned the right to be proud swordsmen of Ragnar. Before announcing results, he declares first place Theo Ragnar with 1,121 points, shocking the crowd, who wonder how he managed that after being at 0 until the end, and recall he fought Axion the Zenith Dragon. He then calmly declares second place Remington, third place Erica, and fourth place Ray Ragnar, and fifth place goes to Holkus. After this, the Zenith Dragon finishes the rankings and nods, telling them they did well, but the awakening ceremony is not yet over, as there is still a third stage, so those qualified should raise their hands. Hesitation spreads before Remington, Erica, Ray Ragnar, and Theo lift theirs. Thu thinks about the hidden piece of the second stage, the elementary attribute breathing technique, or elementary breathing, which requires collecting fragmented passages hidden in demon bells, and how these hidden pieces are both difficult to obtain and even harder to understand, and that only by fully mastering them can one infuse mana with an elemental attribute to earn the right to enter the third stage. In his past life, he could not comprehend them, but this time, by visualizing the essence, he grasped them instantly. The Zenith Dragon notes it is rare to have even one candidate reach this far, and having 4 is remarkable. Thu looks at Ray and Remington, recalling that in his past life they failed to obtain elementary breathing, and realizing this is the butterfly effect of his changes. Then, the Zenith Dragon says they will begin by examining what Theo Ragnar has gained. As Thu steps forward, he thinks that with Axion gone, the future is already shifting, but he feels no fear, certain the path ahead will be brighter. Theo announces what he has obtained and presses his foot into the ground, as a swirling blue vortex of light rises from his leg to envelop his body, with yellow currents sparking like lightning. He declares he has obtained Thurima, the thunder, and a translucent screen appears, showing 5 stages: infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, and aura release. Focusing, he infuses his mana with the Thurima attribute, then manifests it as his eyes gleam yellow and the swirling energy explodes outward, sending blue and yellow currents cracking the ground. The crowd gasps in disbelief at him reaching manifestation so quickly, but Theo continues, moving to the rare stage of control, condensing the chaotic lightning into a compact ball in his palm, drawing further astonishment even from the Zenith Dragon, who remarks on his skill before noticing an intense blue glow forming at Theo's chest, knowing exactly what is about to happen. Theo hurls the ball of lightning into the air, where it bursts apart, releasing refined elemental force that expands and condenses into a radiant form. As he raises his sword and slashes, creating a colossal dragon of pure lightning, he reaches the fourth stage, expansion. The audience stands frozen in awe as the Thunder Dragon surges toward the Zenith Dragon, who smiles at the display and remarks how fun it is that Theo has reached expansion, calmly raising his hand to summon countless droplets of water before activating water current breathing, forming a sharp streak of water light in his palm and using the water jet cutter technique to slice the Thunder Dragon cleanly in two. He then tells Theo he has earned the right to challenge him. Theo smirks as the crowd gapes, and the Zenith Dragon nods, awarding him an extra 1,000 points. Theo thanks him respectfully while thinking that the Zenith Dragon is generous enough to test him with the spirit of a warrior, bringing his total to 2,121 points, with Remington in second at 926, Erika in third at 843, and Ray Ragnar in fourth at 789. The gap leaves everyone stunned, with Theo leading by over 2,000 points, and the Zenith Dragon turns to the remaining three, telling them to show their achievements. Remington steps forward, displaying infusion, manifestation, and control, earning 500 points. Ray follows with infusion and manifestation, gaining 300 points, and the Zenith Dragon nods, saying this is an exceptional generation, as most ceremonies would call a single person over 1,000 points a prodigy, yet now there are 4 contenders at that level. Once all scores are tallied, the examinees who did not qualify for the third stage are dismissed, and the Zenith Dragon tells the rest to return home and prepare for the nomination ceremony in 1 week. The crowd disperses until only the top 4 remain. Then the Zenith Dragon turns his gaze to a distant mountaintop, which begins to emit a thick crimson aura, radiating ominous pressure that unsettles the remaining examinees, though he does not blink as he announces the beginning of the third stage of the awakening ceremony. Theo narrows his eyes, with a chill running down his spine, and clenches his teeth, wondering why he is sensing Lodbrok energy. The third stage, called the meeting with the clan head, is a unique test where anything can happen, and the outcome depends entirely on the clan head's judgment, with only 5 examinees in history having served in the clan head's manner, making it highly significant. Standing at the mountain's base, Theo thinks the one at the peak must be the clan head, but wonders why he senses Lodbrok's energy, and if it belongs to the one who took Lodbrok's heart. The Zenith Dragon orders the candidates to break through the dragon fear and greet the clan dragon, and the ground shakes, the air thickens, and overwhelming pressure crashes down as if crushing their souls. Erika grits her teeth and shouts how they are supposed to reach the top, as all 4 struggle in pain. Theo says brute force will not work. Erika asks what they should do, and Theo says they must match the mana's wavelength. She asks what that means, and Remington says they need to generate an anti-phase wave to counteract and cancel the pressure. Theo confirms it, and Remington mutters it is easier said than done. Theo explains this is how they test for finesse, and that anyone who cannot control their mana properly does not deserve to stand before the clan head. Remington nods, saying fair enough, and Erika grits her teeth, saying anti-phase wave interference sounds like a foreign language, while Remington smirks and explains that magic power behaves like a wave, and since the clan head's aura is also a wave, they need to create a counter-wave to cancel it out. Erika, still confused, says she just needs to make magic power opposite to the pressure, and Remington says it is something like that. She shouts at him for not explaining it simply from the start, and calls him a stupid goody two-shoes, which makes him snap back. Ray silently figures out what to do as Erika keeps teasing Remington about sounding like an old man despite being 17. Meanwhile, Theo closes his eyes, stabilizes his energy in a calm blue glow, and says it is only natural for the next clan head to do this with ease. Then he runs toward the mountain, shouting that he will go first. Remington tells him to wait, but the Zenith Dragon reminds them that points will be awarded based on who arrives first, making the others quickly gather their magic and form opposing waves before chasing after Theo, while the Zenith Dragon softly chuckles, saying he never expected to want a disciple at his age. At Camellia Palace, Cecilia's mother rushes in, calling for her daughter with urgency and excitement, opening every door along the corridor as maids whisper that the demon craftsman has returned and the palace has grown livelier since young Master Theo rose to fame. Cecilia sits in her room when the door bursts open and her mother enters with joy. Cecilia calmly asks her to mind palace decorum, but her mother laughs, saying manners mean nothing when they are about to become obscenely wealthy. Cecilia notes they are already wealthy, and her mother leans in, shouting that they are not obscenely wealthy yet, but will be soon, with Theo's popularity driving non-stop orders to her workshop and her craftsmanship finally gaining mainstream recognition. Cecilia smiles faintly, thinking she always knew Theo would shine, but now feels worried for his safety and frustrated she can only support him through small gestures like making him a new outfit, wishing she could help in a more meaningful way. Her mother, still brimming with excitement, declares her days of only making weapons are over and she will expand into accessories, growing her business tenfold. Then Cecilia suddenly asks, with quiet seriousness, if her mother has ever made a prosthetic arm. At the mountain peak, the clan head burst into laughter as he saw Theo approaching and shouted his admiration, calling him bold and fearless. He then acknowledged Theo's worries and declared no parent had the right to obstruct a child's dream, especially when ambition burns so fiercely, recalling that they had been the same in their youth, and that this very place, the sword graveyard, a peak littered with countless swords, stood as proof of those untamed days. A crow nearby chirped sharply, but the clan head smirked and reassured it, saying he wasn't worried and only wanted the Ragnar clan's prosperity, promising to cut down anything that threatened that path. He told the crow nothing was decided yet and there was still time to observe. Then, as the wind stirred and the atmosphere tightened, he added, with a dry chuckle, that even if his own son was a regressor, he was prepared, while Theo kept sprinting toward the peak, unaware the clan head had already recognized the truth in his heart. Theo finally reached the peak, breathless and worn from the brutal 4-hour climb, where his father, Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head, stood smirking and said it was about time. Between them lay a grim field of shattered swords, driven into the mountain like tombstones, and Kyle's aura radiated killing intent that pressed down on Theo's shoulders. Theo panted, noting how the climb had taken far longer than it should have and how suffocating his father's pressure felt. Kyle raised a hand toward the graveyard of swords and asked if Theo knew what it represented. Theo replied that it was the resting place of the swords of all those Kyle had defeated, and Kyle confirmed it, saying that being clan head meant standing alone against endless threats and challenges, never depending on anyone, and rising through strength alone. He asked if Theo believed he had the right to such a throne, and Theo straightened, declaring that he did. But Kyle warned him not to speak so lightly, reminding him he had slain thousands to stand here, and telling Theo to say the same after feeling the fury of the dead. At that moment, Theo heard haunting whispers rising from the broken swords, voices full of pain and vengeance, accusing Kyle of unspeakable cruelty. Yet his resolve did not waver, and he said his answer was the same. Kyle gripped his sword and demanded to know why, and Theo smirked inwardly, thinking he would do it to avenge his past life and end the cursed succession war, willing to face any hardship to complete that mission. Though he knew this wasn't the answer his father sought, he drew his ghost sword and declared he would answer with steel, prompting Kyle Ragnar Grind to say that from this moment he would treat Theo not as a son, but as a challenger, and that it was time to see what Theo had learned from her teachings. The mention of her filled Theo with fury as he realized his father was likely the one who took Lodbrok's heart, but before he could react, the world spun and his eyes snapped open in disbelief as he saw half his body already sliced apart, wondering if he was dead, while Kyle stood calmly, sword still raised as if just struck. A crow swooped in, chirping at Kyle, who smirked and asked if it was worried their little prodigy might die, explaining that only someone with unshakable resolve could break free from his hard sword illusion, a brutal mental technique, and that this was an essential test for any novice at the third stage of awakening. If Theo's resolve was soft, then better he die here and now as a lost soul, for Kyle had no use for a regressor who might bring ruin to the clan, and within the illusion, Theo felt the horror of death settle over him. Theo believed he had died by his father's hand and accepted it with strange calm, feeling no regrets as he recalled stealing from Camellia Palace, killing Rendon and Exxon, and surviving through sheer luck. Until shadows clutched his limbs and dragged him downward, thinking that compared to his last life, this one had been a blessing and perhaps it was time to rest, he let go and fell into darkness. But then, a massive eagle appeared, glaring down and telling him enough already, to get up, and that if he intended to be moody, he should have let it devour him. As the voice echoed, the ashes of Theo's body began to swirl in reverse, reforming from his eyes outward, and he whispered that it was right and thanked it, determination reigniting in his heart as he gripped his sword, swearing that even if he broke, he would never yield. Slashing wildly in all directions until cracks rippled through the illusion and the world shattered like glass, leaving him standing tall before his father, who greeted him with a satisfied smile, saying he had passed and brightening further. 1 week later, at the nomination ceremony in the clan headquarters, Hiatus grumbled that the crowd was too large and made him anxious, and Erika teased him for being so big yet so timid, prompting him to snap back that he wasn't timid, but that she was simply too bold. Hiatus nervously listed the heavy presence at the ceremony, the commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one. All the legends gathered in one place, but Erika smirked and told him to stop whining since no one would notice someone who hadn't even obtained elementary breathing, which made him erupt and demand to know what she had received from the clan head during the 3rd stage, only for her to coolly reply that it was a secret, prompting him to shout again, calling her stingy and complaining that Theo would have told them already, which made her pause in confusion and ask what he was talking about. So Hiatus seriously explained that the life of someone from the Lanky was to become the Sword of Ragnar and bet everything on the clan, and that was why he wanted to serve someone who had it all: strength, character, ambition, and for him, that someone was Thu, and he declared he wanted to bet his life on Thu claiming him as his own, while Erika raised an eyebrow and asked if Thu had agreed, but Hiatus shrugged, saying Thu didn't need to since he was just planning to join the same unit as him, and that for some reason the clan head had decided not to take Thu into the manor, so following him should be possible. Drums thunder across the arena as the announcer declares the start of the nomination ceremony, drawing every gaze to the center where Thu Ragnar, now hailed as the overall Vindictarian, steps forward to deafening applause. Among the crowd, Evelyn watches with a quiet smile, thinking the whole world must be watching him too, and secretly hoping he will choose their white-armored dragon cavalry, even if it is only her selfish wish. The announcer commends his outstanding performance and begins to speak again, but a crushing wave of pressure suddenly sweeps over the arena, silencing every voice. Its source is Ed Troyvin, standing tall with a cold, unshakable presence. Startled, Sybil mutters that he might be here to avenge Axion, while Kyle Ragnar observes in silence. The announcer struggles to keep control, urging the central director to return to his seat, but Ed ignores the call and fixes his eyes on Theo, announcing that the Central Intelligence Bureau wishes to appoint him as deputy director, leaving Theo frozen in shock. The arena fell into silence as gasps and whispers swept through the crowd, Theo narrowing his eyes and calculating what the man's game could be and why it was happening here and now. The scene shifted to a mysterious egg radiating significance, the narration framing Theo Ragnar's rise to valedictorian as more than just a victory, but a symbol of a man once seen as the lowest of his lineage now standing at the top. A crack split the egg, revealing a glowing red eye brimming with power, followed by a shift to the skies where a majestic dragon soared above the clouds, its ascent mirroring Theo's climb from obscurity to dominance. Back at the ceremony, murmurs questioned whether he truly killed Axion alone, some claiming the supervisor would have slain him had he not stopped, others conceding that his power had clearly overwhelmed Axion. Despite the skepticism, admiration began to replace doubt as Theo's image transformed from an underdog to a rising legend, his growing number of supporters drowning out the critics. Standing tall as the victor of the awakening ceremony, he faced no more contempt, only respect, awe, and reverence, every gaze in the arena locked on the new god of the Ragnar clan. A translucent system notification appeared before Theo, congratulating him for securing first place in the awakening ceremony, marking the quest as complete and sending an ether core to his inventory. Momentarily taken aback, he remembered the quest with a faint, amused smile, realizing he had been so absorbed in everything else that he had forgotten about it. Wondering if the long quest had earned him something worthwhile, his attention shifted to Ed, who stood before him with an unsettling smile and an offer to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as deputy director. Suspicion rising, Theo activated his observe skill, locking onto Ed and reading the system's display, only for his expression to harden at the revelation of Ed's hidden intent to adopt him as a hunting dog to uncover the secrets of the ancient dragon relics. A chill crept down his spine as he realized Ed knew he possessed the relic of the Taigo dragon. Anger flared in Theo's chest, hardening into defiance as his fist clenched, and he vowed that nothing would go Ed's way and that he would personally destroy Trovian. At the high table, Julius seethed at Ed's brazen move, slamming his palm against the armrest and demanding what the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau thought he was doing. Ed turned to him with irritation masked by a smile, claiming there was nothing wrong with recruiting exceptional talent and that his actions were within the ceremony's rules. Julius rose to his feet, eyes narrowed, accusing him of taking out his anger over his nephew's death, the hall falling into heavy silence. Ed chuckled darkly, denying any ulterior motive beyond recruiting the most gifted, though admitting he felt personal anger. Julius ground his teeth, his glare fixed on Ed, thinking bitterly that he truly was a wicked man. Julius thought bitterly that even with his nephew dead, Ed could think of nothing beyond his ambitions, but before the tension could erupt further, the coordinator's commanding voice cut through, reminding them that the process had yet to begin and telling them to restrain themselves. Turning to Theo, he asked if a decision had been made, but Theo, calm and confident, said he had not and wanted to hear all offers first, placing a hand over his chest in respect as the crowd buzzed. His eyes swept toward the 9 dragons and the clan head, waiting for their bids, when Osa Ragnar rose from the crowd and offered to make him her personal disciple and the junior lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. Gasps and uproar followed, whispers noting that with no children, she was essentially offering to adopt him as the successor to the Sword Dragon. Theo's smile widened, unsurprised by her move, while Remington, nearby, lit up with excitement over 2 of the 9 dragons stepping forward. Hulkus and Erica exchanged looks of joy, Erica remarking that most commanders and directors could not compete with offers like these. Before more could be said, a thunderous voice echoed through the arena, declaring intent to join the contest. All at once the crowd fell silent, then a deafening crash shook the arena, sending shockwaves through the stands as dust billowed and hid the impact's center. When it cleared, gasps spread as a man wrapped head to toe in black bandages stood radiating an overwhelming, mysterious power. Cries erupted naming him the Black Dragon Robert Ragnar, head of Black Snow, his sudden arrival throwing the arena into chaos. His piercing gaze fixed on Theo, and with a grin he said he had been watching him throughout the awakening ceremony, confirming Kyle's assessment that he was interesting before turning serious and offering him the rank of Null Snow within Black Snow. The crowd reacted again, knowing the agency's secretive nature and that Null Snow, its highest rank, was unique in allowing public identity along with fame and honor. Theo's thoughts churned, drifting briefly to his past life. In his past life within Black Snow, Theo had seen only 8 Null Snows and had worked tirelessly to reach that rank, yet it always eluded him, making the ease of Robert's offer now weigh heavily as his fists clenched. Before the tension could settle, Pharaoh Ragnar, the Zenith Dragon, cleared his throat and reminded Theo of his Zenith Academy, drawing gasps as the crowd realized this made 4 of the 9 dragons who had stepped forward. A murmured reminder came that one more remained, and all eyes turned to Julius Roner, the Demon Dragon and commander of the White-Armored Dragon Cavalry, who declared he would offer Theo no special treatment. The crowd was split between shock and admiration, the latter recognizing his belief that true honor was earned. Julius closed his eyes briefly before stating that while his desire to recruit Theo was immense, bending the rules would dishonor the other recruits, his arms folding as he held firm in his decision. Julius finished by promising only full support for Theo's growth and the pride of being a dragoon, the crowd murmuring in mixed approval and disbelief at his unshakable stance. At the arena's center, Theo stood calm and thoughtful, the 9 dragons' offers running through his mind before he closed his eyes with a small, grateful smile, thanking them for their generosity and beginning to announce his choice. Before he could finish, a telepathic voice cut in, calm and unnervingly certain, accusing him of being a regressor. Theo froze, heart pounding, scanning the crowd in panic until his heightened perception traced the source to Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. Meeting her gaze, he replied steadily that he had no idea what she meant, but her serene smile and piercing tone pressed on, praising his acting and referring to a previous cycle. The term rattled him, thoughts spiraling at the possibility of a set number of regressions, his tension so sharp that he almost missed the coordinator asking if something was wrong, prompting him to quickly compose himself. Theo straightened, hiding his unease behind a calm facade as he asked for a moment to gather his thoughts, the coordinator agreeing with understanding. Inside, his mind questioning who Hilda Ragnar really was and how she knew his secret, only for her to smirk and reveal she too was a regressor, though her cycles had ended. Her repeated mention of cycles made him wonder if multiple regressions were possible, and how many others like them might exist, especially with her being a former clan head. Deciding direct confrontation was fastest, he asked what she meant, prompting her to express surprise that Kyle had told him nothing and to remark that Kyle hated regressors, making it a wonder he had been allowed to live. The realization that his father knew sent his thoughts spiraling, suspecting the brutal challenge he was given might have been about more than strength. Hilda, smirking wider at his unease, told him they lacked time for answers now but invited him to find her if he wanted to learn the secrets of the world and their clan, leaving him shaken beneath a stoic exterior. Theo's mind churned as he realized they knew his secret, memories of the third stage of the ceremony flashing back when his father had given him no answers, only the heart sword, and he questioned if his father, who hated regressors, had stolen the heart of Lad Brock, the ancient dragon known to welcome regressors. He wondered if a human defeating such a being was possible, concluding that for his near demigod father it might be, and if nothing could be hidden from him, then the truth lay with Hilda. Determined, he accepted that to uncover the clan's connection to regression he would have to seek her out, but his thoughts were interrupted by the coordinator calling on him to declare his choice. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, and Theo pushed aside his anxiety, straightened, wore a confident smile, and with eyes full of determination declared clearly that he had decided. The scene shifted to Remington, who confidently announced his choice of the Zenith Academy, prompting a satisfied grin from the Zenith Dragon at seeing the second highest ranked participant join his faction, while Theo, watching, felt pleased as it made sense since both used the water current breathing technique. Recalling in his past life how Remington had returned to the Nerio clan to grow stronger and later rebelled against the Ragnar clan, but noting that this time Remington stayed, marking another change Theo had caused. Sensing this, Remington turned to Theo, and the two shook hands in mutual respect, acknowledging their farewell as temporary and promising to meet again stronger, their bond forged through countless trials evident as they parted, after which Theo thought of Ray Ragnar returning to Daffodil Palace to be with her mother, the Ice Dragon, and then of Sybil and the others from Training Ground 4 who had wanted to follow him but lacked the grades to join his faction. Leaving him with bittersweet feelings as the coordinator declared the ceremony concluded and dismissed everyone, prompting Theo to exhale slowly and gaze up at the vast sky. A fresh wave of excitement surged through Theo as he reaffirmed his belief that even though they had parted ways, everyone would still give their best and that their journeys were only beginning, but his thoughts were interrupted when Hulkus, grinning and sweaty, called out to him, surprised they ended up in the same unit, with Erica following close behind. Hulkus's carefree energy quickly turned into nervous laughter and blushing, prompting Erica to roll her eyes in exasperation, while Theo, caught between amusement and confusion, thought about how he had just made new friends, thanked them for helping him back in the second stage, and saw Erica smirk and remind him he owed her, even as she inwardly admired him, before Hulkus, without thinking, blurted out that he liked Theo, causing both siblings to turn bright red before laughing off the awkward moment. Theo, baffled by Hulkus and Erica's sudden interest in him, was pulled from his thoughts by an announcement that the commander was arriving, prompting the recruits to stand at attention as Julius Roner, the demon dragon, strode in radiating overwhelming authority and congratulated them on joining the white-armored dragon cavalry, a moment Theo knew was perfect for laying the foundation to become clan head. Julius, each step heavy with dominance, stopped before the recruits and ordered them to declare their ambitions, prompting Hulkus to vow to become an awesome dragoon, another recruit to shout he wanted his name known far and wide, Erica to declare she would be the strongest of her generation, and a third recruit to demand acknowledgement from the commander, until at last every gaze new recruit, veteran warrior, and officer alike fixed on Theo, waiting for his turn. Everyone waited for Theo's answer as he stood perfectly still, recalling the great war that would occur in 5 years before declaring with absolute confidence that he would become commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry within that time, drawing stunned reactions from recruits and a smirk from a veteran, while Julius laughed heartily and praised such grand dreams, then addressed them all with a serious gaze, raising his fist and declaring that every drop of blood and sweat they shed would be immortalized in Ragnar's legends, that today's hardships would become tomorrow's pride, that their shield would never break and their swords would never yield, igniting fierce determination in the recruits as he vowed comrades would always have each other's backs, then with pride spoke of the glory awaiting at the end of a road forged in blood and sweat. Glancing skyward at a massive figure soaring above before turning theatrically to spread his arms and welcome them to the white-armored dragon family, only for the sky to tremble as a massive shadow descended and a colossal force slammed into the arena behind him, shattering the ground and filling the air with dust and debris while Julius stood utterly unfazed. When the dust cleared, a magnificent dragon stood before them, scales gleaming and wings still partly spread from its landing, bowing in submission to Julius, who introduced it as his partner, Gullah, the very symbol of the dragoons. But before the recruits could fully process this awe-inspiring sight, the sky darkened as dozens more dragons descended in perfect formation, their roars shaking the arena until Julius ordered the newcomers to mount the seniors' dragons, prompting a mix of Excitement and disbelief Theo among them before Julius vaulted onto Gullah and announced the start of the admittance test, soaring skyward at breathtaking speed, leaving Theo marveling at the power and synchronicity of rider and beast, only to be startled by Evelyn's voice urging him to go. To his shock, she sat astride a dragon with effortless grace, smiling warmly as she revealed she'd returned to active duty. But Theo's attention locked on her arm, now a prosthetic sparking confusion, disbelief, and a torrent of questions as he finally asked, stunned, about what had happened. Theo, still stunned, asked Evelyn how and when her injury had happened, and the memory shifted to a few days earlier when the training grounds were quieter than usual and Cecilia arrived with her mother, the scent of sweat and steel in the air and the sound of clashing blades echoing in the distance. Evelyn, pausing her drills, greeted them respectfully, but Cecilia, cheeks faintly flushed, stepped forward to thank her, insisting that while Theo's talent was his own, being acknowledged by someone dependable was powerful, and that from what she'd heard, Evelyn had been that person for him, leaving Evelyn caught off guard and denying it, calling herself just a retired one-armed swordswoman. Yet Cecilia's warm, unwavering smile remained as she stepped closer and told her that lights guiding others often don't realize how brightly they shine, declaring Evelyn one of those lights and offering to help her shine even brighter. Words that left the battle-hardened woman speechless, caught between disbelief and a feeling she hadn't known in years, hope that had now, in the present, become reality. Theo sat behind Evelyn as they soared through the skies on her wyvern, the wind cutting against them as they raced toward the dragon nest, with the horizon stretching endlessly ahead and the vast landscape below dotted with valleys and jagged cliffs. And when Evelyn glanced back to thank him for calling in a favor that let her hold the reins again and return to the white-armored dragon cavalry, he closed his eyes with a faint smile, knowing it was his mother who had given him the credit, thinking that was just like her. And as Evelyn tightened her grip and pledged to be his loyal sword, he thanked her and asked her to look after him from now on. Their wyvern descended into a valley where the nest of the white dragons lay like a kingdom of wyverns, dozens perched on cliffs, soaring above, or basking in the sun, their sheer size and presence making the air heavy. And with a knowing smile, Evelyn explained this was where the cavalry's admittance test was held, prompting Theo to ask if failing to find a partner meant failing outright, to which she quietly admitted it did, though it was rare, and his thoughts drifted to Erica and Hulkus. Theo rolled his eyes, wondering how the Length siblings would handle the test, which didn't seem like their thing, but figured they would manage as Evelyn gestured toward the valley, telling him they should look around since usually one just knows when they find their partner. When a thunderous stomp shook the ground and a massive wyvern emerged from behind the rocks, its hulking form casting a shadow as muscular limbs dug deep into the dirt with each step, making the earth tremble, forcing Theo and Evelyn to duck behind a boulder, their eyes locked on the beast while Theo's heart pounded with excitement, and Evelyn identified it as an Opteryx, a monster dragon species and tyrannical predator that can grow up to 15 meters tall, and once claiming territory is rarely challenged, which made Theo grin before they continued exploring and encountered a massive serpentine creature with violet scales shimmering under the sunlight, which Evelyn identified as an Avari capable of releasing toxic mist and striking with a deadly stinger that could kill instantly, prompting Theo to take note and move on until they reached a quieter, secluded area where they found another species with thick earth-toned scales blending into the rocky ground and appearing far more docile than the lethal Avari. Evelyn identified the creature as a Sigia, a blade dragon species that normally burrows, nesting underground and emerging only when sensing danger to ambush enemies from below, warning not to underestimate them before they took to the skies again and ascended above the cliffs, where a pack of small, agile dragons zipped through the air with rapid, coordinated movements, which Evelyn named velociraptors. A speed dragon species that, despite their size, are highly intelligent, hunt in packs, and can breathe orange fire, demonstrated when one inhaled deeply and spewed flames, forcing Evelyn to swerve their wyvern to narrowly dodge as she finished her explanation, saying the cavalry primarily worked with the four main types they had seen and asking if Theo had gotten a feel for any, which made him roll his eyes and think back to 6 years after the Great War began, when a mutant wyvern had shattered the foundation of the white-armored dragon cavalry by storming through the white dragon's nest and slaughtering nearly 100 wyverns. The evil shadow dragon, whose rampage left 8 villages burning under a blood-red sky and dozens of swordsmen dead, blades broken against a foe that lurked where they could not strike, leading Ragnar to brand it a calamity-class threat and issue an extermination order that was only fulfilled when 2 legendary dragons, the demon dragon Julius and the sword dragon Lady Plum Blossom, brought it down, though its most terrifying trait had been its ability to disappear into shadows, making Theo tighten his grip as he thought of a partner with such potential. Theo's thoughts about wanting a partner with such potential were interrupted when he spotted a group of wyverns gathered at a cliffside ahead, an instinct telling him what he saw was there, making him smirk and clench his fist as he thought finally, while elsewhere Julius stood on a separate cliff with his dragon beside him, both surveying the nest until the sound of footsteps signaled the arrival of the sword dragon Osiah, whose composed expression contrasted Julius's small grin and rare excitement as he said a dragon he had anticipated had fallen into his grasp, to which Osiah smoothly replied that was exactly why she was there, then stepped closer and suggested Julius' plan to make Theo a pillar of his unit, prompting Julius's eyes to narrow but his silence to remain as she remarked on his careful words and warned against careless speech, her gaze sharpening as she accused him of painting a bigger picture than she had thought, yet he stayed calm until finally stating he had not said a single word, after which she chuckled, stepped closer, assured him she was not there to pry, and explained she had come to make a proposal for the sake of that child. Julius's attention sharpened as he asked what Osa had in mind, smirking faintly as he pointed out Theo had already chosen his cavalry and could not go to Plum Blossom Palace, wondering what proposal she could offer, and Osa, standing at the cliffside with confident playfulness, declared joint mentorship. Catching Julius off guard and making his normally unreadable expression waver before the scene shifted to Theo and Evelyn approaching the wyverns on the cliff where Evelyn's expression darkened at the sight, muttering that the rascals were at it again, and when Theo asked if she knew the bluish-white wyvern below, she explained he had been bullied for some time and ostracized for not being a wyvern, revealing he was the offspring of a female wyvern and a male vapor, shocking Theo, who recognized vapors as Class 1 demonic fiends from the deep sea, and questioning how one could reproduce with a wyvern. To which Evelyn replied it was a mystery since by all logic his birth should have been impossible, leaving Theo silent as he considered that Class 1 demonic fiends were living calamities capable of devastation if they breached the Great Wall, with vapors being powerful ghost-type monsters lurking in forest shadows. Before she could finish, Theo leapt, making Evelyn gasp as he plunged toward the cliffside below while she screamed for him across the skies, but he only smirked, vowing to help Umbra live a different life, granting a second chance like his own. Lightning cracked on impact as he landed, the flash framing his grin as he sprang from Evelyn's dragon, gave a quick salute, and shouted that he'd meet her below. She reached out in alarm, demanding to know what he was doing, but her words were lost as his focus stayed locked on the target, fingers moving with practiced precision while he fell. Mid-descent, Theo pulled a series of gleaming swords from his inventory and hurled them downward, each slicing through the wind before freezing midair in a burst of blue energy as his hatchling synchro skill activated, telekinetically suspending the blades like stars in the sky. He landed on one, then bounded from sword to sword in a blur, closing the gap to the chaos below while Evelyn watched in disbelief at his unreal growth. On the cliff, the bluish-white dragon was cornered by a pack of wyverns, roaring in warning but finding no reprieve, and as Theo neared, memories of his own ridicule and isolation flooded back, fueling his determination not to let another suffer alone. He channeled lightning into each floating blade, golden arcs dancing across them as thunder dragon breathing amplified the charge, the air sizzling before he yanked his hands downward with explosive force. The charged swords streaked toward the ground like bolts of judgment, detonating in a massive electrical explosion that sent shockwaves through the battlefield and scattered the wyverns into the skies. Theo landed amidst the sparking, half-buried blades, watching the retreat before turning to face the bluish-white dragon whose wary, intelligent eyes met his as he stepped closer, calling it out as a coward beneath its mask of power. Umbra growled and launched skyward, disappearing into the clouds despite Theo's call to wait, and moments later Evelyn arrived, warning that approaching would not be easy and advising patience, but Theo insisted on staying by the dragon's side, convinced that its lingering near the nest meant loneliness, that emotional wounds cut deeper than physical ones, and urging Evelyn to help him give chase. After a pause, she nodded, taking the reins for pursuit while far within the jagged terrain of the nest, Umbra finally landed. Umbra's massive frame heaves with exhaustion, each breath heavy from the strain of flight, his wounds throbbing as pain sears through his body. He rests his head against the cold stone, but the stillness shatters as faint footsteps approach, forcing his weary eyes open. Theo and Evelyn land nearby, tension hanging thick in the air. Evelyn quietly remarks that many have tried to tame him and failed, that he is cautious of people and in his state it will be even harder, but Theo cuts her off, asking for something to feed him and saying he will figure it out since this is his admittance test. She hesitates but leaves, while Theo advances. Umbra tenses, a guttural growl rising as a surge of wyvern fear radiates outward, the predatory aura enough to scatter lesser creatures. Theo does not flinch, his eyes flashing red as he answers with his own lesser drake's fear. The silent clash of wills intensifies, Umbra roaring and pressing harder, yet Theo keeps moving forward, each step defiant. The wyvern grows unsettled, realizing this human is not like the others who have yielded before. Theo stayed firm, refusing to be intimidated, then quickly pulled a potion from his inventory and poured it over Umbra's open wounds. The wyvern's eyes widened in shock as the healing potion took immediate effect, rapidly closing the deep injuries and easing the pain while partially restoring stamina. Theo gently placed a hand on Umbra's neck, voice softening as he asked if it felt better. The wyvern stared back with raw disbelief, emotions swirling, rage, sorrow, longing, anger at those who abandoned him, sadness mixed with attachment, and beneath it all, a fragile hope. Theo sensed this complex mix and mused quietly that maybe the dragon heart was the cause. Umbra was suspicious and distrustful but also wanted to trust and believe Theo wouldn't abandon him like the others. Umbra's gaze held on Theo as if searching for that truth. Theo smiled and pulled a sparkling gem from his inventory, wiggling it before Umbra, who feigned disinterest but couldn't hide his curiosity. Theo pressed the gem to Umbra's chest, offering it as a gift and promising more if he followed him. Mentioning the wyvern's dislike of reins and saddles, Theo teased about crafting one encrusted with gems, making Umbra's hesitation fade. Meanwhile, far away, Ken sneezed violently while counting gold, worrying about a bad feeling of losing a fortune. Back with Umbra, the wyvern loomed tall and then roared loudly, not with anger, but joy. A system notification confirmed Theo's success as Umbra's master, triggering another that granted a new skill, wyvern taming rank C- mastery with a power boost for both. Theo chuckled breathlessly, gripping Umbra's fur with pride while Evelyn flew back to him across the mountains. Evelyn struggled with the weight of the meat as she landed, only to freeze in shock seeing Theo sitting beside Umbra, laughing and petting the once hostile wyvern now curled up calmly next to him. She struggled to believe the terrifying creature, which had rejected all others, was now so at ease. Theo barely glanced up, greeting her casually before taking the meat she brought and feeding Umbra, who devoured it eagerly. Evelyn pressed him on how he managed it, and Theo smirked, saying he healed more than the wyvern's body. He healed its heart, and once that wavered, the bond was sealed. Evelyn, still stunned after years of failed tamers, was further thrown off when Umbra nudged a chunk of meat toward Theo, who laughed off the offer and told the wyvern to eat as much as it wanted. Evelyn shook her head, amazed how Theo could charm anything, even a wyvern, and then she almost had a heart attack spotting him already mounted on Umbra's back. Evelyn's mind went blank for a moment before she exploded, demanding what Theo was doing, but he casually replied he was getting on Umbra. Her panic rose. He hadn't had any flight training, riding without reins or a saddle was deadly, but Theo just chuckled and told her to relax, saying he had his own methods. Before she could protest further, he activated his wyvern taming skill, and with a roar of wind, Umbra launched into the sky with Theo holding tight as the landscape shrank below them. Theo's heart raced with adrenaline as he grasped Umbra's fur, hearing the wyvern's growl as if it wanted to show him something. Umbra angled his wings and sped forward purposefully, but unease crept over Theo as his mind replayed the mystery of how this pure-hearted dragon had become the feared evil shadow dragon, a name linked to destruction and death. Below them, a waterfall looked calm at first, but the air shifted, dark energy pulsing and spreading ominously from its center. Darkness spread as Umbra and Theo soared over the dragon's nest, the endless sky above framing breathtaking landscapes below. Other dragons paused, watching as they weaved swiftly through the air, the wind roaring past and carrying the sound of waterfalls. The sun glistened on the water, casting shimmering mist across the sky. Approaching a grand waterfall, Umbra angled his wings sharply and descended, his sleek black form cutting through the spray like a shadow. Theo held tight as Umbra landed inside a hidden cavern behind the roaring water, claws scraping the crystalline floor. Theo dismounted, echoing footsteps filling the cave as he took in the stunning sight of countless crystals bathing the cavern in ethereal light. Surprised, he murmured how he had never known such a crystal cave existed despite his time in the Winter Mountains. Turning to Umbra, he smirked, teasing the dragon about his love for shiny things, and Umbra responded with a nod, his golden eyes gleaming in delight. Theo's gaze caught a strange cluster of ghost spirit flowers hidden in the shadows, and he crouched to inspect them, realizing this was how Umbra became the evil shadow dragon by consuming them. He lifted a glowing flower, wondering how such demonic energy could mix with the dragon's nature. Then his lightning power flared, incinerating the flower instantly, declaring them too dangerous. Umbra hissed in displeasure, but Theo reassured him he wouldn't touch the crystals nearby. Turning to leave, Theo's blood ran cold at the sight of a massive tangle of chains on the far cave wall, trapping not just chains but a corpse with bleached bones and tattered clothes suspended in iron grips. Steeling himself, Theo approached slowly, his stomach twisting at the grim sight of the chained remains. Theo's grim realization deepened as he identified the chained figure as a corpse, preserved unnaturally for at least a decade, likely due to extreme cold and the deceased's high martial skill resisting decay. Sensing something wrong about a warrior bound and left to die here, he resolved to investigate later but first needed to deal with the ghost spirit flowers. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, silence fell, and a red glow sparked from the corpse's eye sockets. Before Theo could react, the chains rattled violently, and the corpse lunged with a horrific scream, calling out the name Kyle. The corpse, seething with unnatural energy, aimed to strike Theo's throat, but Umbra roared fiercely and slammed his claw down to block the attack, shattering the cavern floor as Theo stumbled back, heart pounding, realizing Umbra was protecting him, while the furious corpse ground its teeth in frustration. The undead corpse shrieked Kyle's name again, lunging to bite Umbra's leg, but Theo leapt forward, intercepting the attack with his bare hand, pain exploding as the rotten jaws sank deep into his flesh. Blood dripped onto the crystal floor while he gritted his teeth, yanking Umbra's claw away to protect the dragon. The creature snarled, naming Kyle and Robert, stirring shock in Theo as he recognized his father's name and the black dragon's. This was no random corpse but a vengeful spirit fueled by deep hatred. Before Theo could react further, Evelyn burst in, her white armor flashing as she launched a fierce blade barrage, shaking the cavern walls, and finally drove her sword through the corpse's skull with a sickening crack. The undead's body convulsed then fell silent, its blood splattering the stones. Theo collapsed with ragged breaths and trembling limbs, his arms still burning, barely aware of the pain as the weight of the encounter settled on him. Theo's vision flickers as Evelyn's voice rushes to him, asking if he's okay. He forces a weak smirk and apologizes, but a sudden surge of white-hot pain overwhelms him, nerves burning and strength fading fast. He realizes the toxin isn't ordinary, it's infused with demonic energy, and will kill him in minutes without help. Evelyn quickly supports him, determined to take him to HQ despite the pain. Suddenly, a deep growl shakes the cavern as Umbra steps forward, golden eyes blazing. The dragon nudges Evelyn, demanding attention, but she's frustrated and warns him to stop, focused on saving Theo. Just then, Theo weakly opens his eyes, meets Umbra's gaze with a faint grin, and asks if the dragon has a solution. Umbra rumbles affirmatively, and Theo, breathless but resolute, says he'll trust his partner with his life. Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief and frustration as she warned Theo he'd die if they didn't leave immediately. He'd been poisoned with corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy. Theo's breathing slowed, but he whispered that even with treatment, survival was under 30%, which is why he trusted Umbra's method. His eyes shut as Evelyn panicked, shaking him to stay awake. Umbra quickly snapped up ghost spirit flowers and crushed glowing crystals, gathering everything for Evelyn to prepare the antidote. The caves air thickened with tension as Evelyn eyed the strange mixture, doubtful but knowing Theo's condition worsened fast. She hesitated, aware the concoction was a huge gamble. One misstep could worsen the poison, but since Theo trusted Umbra, she steeled herself and agreed. She summoned magic to dissolve the crystals and flowers, blending them into a liquid she carefully fed to Theo, watching as it slid down his throat. For a long, terrifying moment, he lay still, pale and lifeless, his chest barely rising. Umbra watched silently alongside her, golden eyes fixed on Theo. Then, after unbearable silence, a single deep thump broke the stillness. Theo's heartbeat thundered through the cave like a war drum, so loud that both Evelyn and Umbra could hear it. Evelyn staggered back, covering her mouth, unable to believe what she was witnessing, whispering in disbelief that this was impossible. Umbra, however, immediately understood, the antidote was working. Theo's body began to glow with a blue aura, swirling around him like a protective cocoon of pure elemental energy flowing through him like a raging river. Evelyn struggled to grasp the sight, gasping as she realized he was recovering. But then the energy shifted. His blue aura flickered and darkened, lightning crackling from him as the color turned from bright yellow to an ominous black. The cavern air grew heavy with dangerous power, shadows twisting unnaturally toward him. Evelyn's heart sank as she saw his magic attribute corrupting, taking a dark turn she had never witnessed before. Theo's body arched off the ground, limbs twitching violently in an unnatural way, and Evelyn's panic turned to outright fear as she shouted desperately, trying to reach him. A sudden system notification cut through the chaos, announcing the start of body cleansing purification. Theo's face twisted in unbearable pain as cracks like shattered porcelain spread across his pale skin. Another alert declared he was acquiring the trait of the evil Shadow Dragon. Meanwhile, far away at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, Commander Julius stood tense by his desk, gripping his sword hilt as a messenger urgently reported fresh intelligence. After verification by Black Snow, the information was confirmed 99% authentic, igniting a furious rage in Julius. He slammed his fist into the desk with such force it shattered, sending debris scattering as he roared in frustration, knowing something terrible was coming but not expecting this level of devastation. The scene shifted to a battlefield-turned-graveyard where Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry lay destroyed, 15 soldiers including Captain Isvin dead, blood soaking the ground and the wind howling over the ruined formation. The brutal truth was clear, they had been utterly annihilated. The purification rebirth, a legendary and grueling technique only spoken of in ancient texts and feared even by skilled mages, purges impurities and reshapes the body for greater mana accumulation, normally requiring multiple high-ranking mana users and days of suffering and only working on children under 5. Yet it inexplicably begins within Theo through a perfect alignment of impossible coincidences as the extreme corpse poison that should have destroyed him collides with decades of condensed mana from ghost shade flowers deep in the cavern, with Umbra's mastery of neutralizing demonic toxins stepping in just in time to prevent destruction. So instead of being consumed or expelling the poison, Theo's body absorbs its essence in a mutation of power defying logic and prediction, and suddenly his eyes snap open in the cave as he gasps sharply, lungs drawing in cool air. Theo's body trembles from the ordeal, his pulse pounding against his ribs and fingers twitching as the shock of his transformation courses through him. Evelyn, watching anxiously, breathes shakily when he awakens and asks if he's all right. Theo coughs, throat dry and sore, struggling to sit up, but she steadies him with worried hands. Despite his weakness, he manages a small, reassuring smile and apologizes for worrying her, which makes Evelyn exhale deeply, momentarily relaxing. Umbra rumbles softly, his gaze softening at Theo's recovery as the tension eases. Yet Theo feels something change within him. Leaning against the cool cave wall, he opens his system interface, swiping through translucent screens and noticing a shift in his being. His eyes scan a list of titles branded into his existence: Flash Tiger, Greatest Prodigy in a Millennium, Ragnar's Successor, Player, Observation Master, Inventory Holder, Purification Rebirth, and Phantom Dragon, with the last two making him narrow his eyes before a status screen appears, sending a shiver down his spine. Theo discovers he's acquired the demonic poison that created the first Phantom Dragon, and if left unchecked, he could become the second. His breath slows as he absorbs the weight of this dark, overwhelming power now dormant within him, like a storm waiting to break. Staying composed, he checks his stats. Level 16 with 85 extra points, an insane boost. His eyes move to the glowing crystals around the cave, recognizing them as pure energy condensations fueling the mountain's lifeblood. He connects the dots. The lethal ghost shade flowers mutated here, combined with these mana-rich crystals, altered the poison's effect. Looking at Umbra, a newfound respect grows as he realizes the toxicity was diluted into medicine. Gratitude swells in him for trusting the dragon. Umbra responds with a soft growl and admiring gaze. Theo grins, feeling his body transformed, the perfected physique of Ragnar now enhanced with purification, rebirth, and phantom dragon traits, excitement flickering as his fingers tighten into a fist. A sudden memory surged through Theo's mind as he recalled the corpse's furious howls and the names Kyle and Robert, his fists tightening and spine chilling with the truth that the corpse truly knew them. His eyes stayed on the engravings as he read that the man's body was rapidly deteriorating, possibly from damage to his mana core by Robert, with the ghost shade he consumed to survive now killing him. Theo realized the same poison that nearly consumed him had once sustained this man but corrupted him over time, turning him into something inhuman. The desperate words revealed the man's fading consciousness, his struggle against demonic transformation, and his unfinished revenge. He decided to melt his jade serpent blade to bind himself, hoping someone would find the place and carry out his revenge, surpassing those who wronged him and leaving his legacy behind. Theo and Evelyn staggered back in shock, speechless as they grasped the forgotten legend's truth. Theo's voice lowered as he traced the next words, noting the phantom sword art and storm thunder god technique, and Evelyn's alarm grew, realizing this was the story of a legendary figure. The one who commanded the winds freely was the tragic hero Hector Ragnar, known as the Wind Lord, who had competed for the clan throne against the current head 40 years ago, his name spoken in awe by Evelyn, who suddenly knelt before Theo, recognizing him as a rightful heir of the Ragnar bloodline despite being defeated and exiled. She warned that harming such a successor was a crime punishable by execution, but Theo cut her off, dismissing it sharply and insisting the man she killed was no longer Hector Ragnar but a madman, killed to save his life, and declared everything a secret. Then, with grave authority, he commanded Evelyn to take the Wind Lord's secret techniques, rivaling even the Nine Dragons' arts, and become his successor to carry on his legacy, shocking her as she had expected punishment but now faced a weighty responsibility. Theo reassured her, promising that if she accepted, the Wind Lord could finally rest, and with a mischievous grin, reminded her of her vow to be his sword, prompting Evelyn to kneel once more, steady and resolute, ready to embrace her new role. Evelyn Nerevevel, senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, solemnly pledged her loyalty to Lord Theo Ragnar as his vassal, closing her eyes and asking him humbly to accept her oath. Theo watched her with a flicker of amusement and respect, thinking how rigidly she followed rules, then slowly drew his sword and with a serious voice accepted her vow, tapping his blade lightly on her shoulder to mark the formal bond and promising to make her his first sword for the journey ahead. Their eyes met with unspoken understanding, knowing they would protect each other no matter what, while Umbra growled proudly. Soon, the three mounted their wyverns and soared out of the cave toward the bustling white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters, where wyverns flew overhead and soldiers trained intensely. Among them, Holka stood with a proud smirk, boasting loudly that Theo still hadn't arrived and claiming he might be the most talented warrior, but as his words echoed, a thunderous wyvern roar silenced the grounds as Theo appeared, and the crowd fell silent, gasping at the shadowy massive figure beside him. Holkus froze in disbelief, mouth agape, demanding to know what Theo had brought, and whispers rippled through the assembled warriors. Whispers of awe, confusion, and disbelief spread through the senior members of the white-armored dragon cavalry, seasoned warriors exchanging stunned glances as one asked if that was really Umbra, while another marveled at how Theo had tamed such a wild beast, sparking wild discussions among recruits and veterans about whether this made him the greatest prodigy in a millennium. Some admired his talent, others were baffled by Umbra's monstrous yet majestic presence. Meanwhile, Holkus, once boasting loudly, sat dazed and ignored, his ego shattered. Theo and Evelyn stepped forward toward the senior officer in charge of the admittance test, Evelyn announcing their return with authority and asking about the captain. Before the officer could answer, a crowd of excited warriors swarmed Theo, bombarding him with questions about taming Umbra and secret techniques, to which he laughed lightly and joked that it was a trade secret, skillfully dodging their curiosity. The senior officer's expression darkened as he informed Evelyn that the captain had just received an urgent message and was back in his office, causing their faces to tighten with concern. Suddenly, a powerful gust tore through the training grounds, kicking up dust and debris, prompting Evelyn to shield her face as a massive wyvern descended like a storm and landed with a thunderous boom, shaking the ground beneath them all. The wyvern's landing sent a shockwave through the training ground, forcing warriors to stumble as silence fell over the crowd. A lone figure jumped from the beast's back, his voice cutting sharply through the stillness, acknowledging their recent completion of the admittance test but shutting down any celebration with a serious announcement. Effective immediately, everyone was being deployed to Blanqui Fortress. The news rippled through the ranks, sparking murmurs of shock and concern as even seasoned cavalry members grew uneasy. Blanqui Fortress was frontline territory, and actual combat deployment so soon was alarming. Theo's golden eyes narrowed, fists clenching subtly as he processed the gravity of the situation, understanding at once that the moment Julius mentioned Blanqui Fortress meant the Merchant Guild hostage crisis was unfolding, a carefully crafted coup disguised as a heist, all to capture the legendary dragon-slaying sword Bamong, a weapon forged to destroy dragons and shift the balance of power in war. At the center of the conspiracy stood the mastermind, Edie Trovan, sharpening Theo's resolve and tightening his jaw like a blade ready for battle. That bastard is finally making his move. Julius's face twisted with rage and determination as he commanded his dragon cavalry, declaring that everyone present would be deployed to Fort Blanky. His sharp, final words filled the air with heavy seriousness, prompting uneasy glances among senior members. One troubled soldier stepped forward, questioning the urgency of deploying even untrained recruits. Julius's grip tightened on his dragon's reins, his expression darkening as he revealed that Platoon 5 Captain Trainer Isvan and his 14 subordinates were missing, a revelation that froze Theo in disbelief. Trainer Isvan was the oldest knight, and a formidable figure even Julius respected, not someone to fall easily. Doubt crept into Theo's mind. Could this be the butterfly effect from his actions? Julius's voice turned cold, reporting Black Snow's intelligence that there was an 89% chance the missing were dead, and if alive, they wouldn't be fit for the mission. The new recruits would now form a temporary Platoon 5 to take over the mission. Without pause, Julius's steely gaze turned to Evelyn. Evelyn Nerevevel was appointed captain of the new Platoon 5, given only 3 days to complete basic training as Julius, gripping his dragon's reins tightly, refused to believe the missing soldiers were dead, vowing vengeance before launching into the sky, leaving Theo and Evelyn to wrestle with the dark truth behind the Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the Merchant Guild. The real goal being the theft of the legendary dragon-slaying sword Bamong, now wielded by Ed Trovan in his coup. Theo, burdened by confusion and a sense of responsibility for the altered timeline, accepted the need to face the situation head-on as a system notification marked the hidden quest of obtaining Bamong. Then 3 days later at Fort Blanky, a freezing soldier on watch noticed something odd about the moon before panic erupted as the white-armored dragon cavalry arrived, only to be met with a sudden, devastating explosion that destroyed the watchtower and claimed a soldier's life, while Evelyn and her cavalry soared through the sky, the mission pressing heavily on them, her orders cutting sharply through the wind as the cavalry unleashed their bombs from their dragons' backs in precise coordinated attack. The bombs fell like blazing stars, smashing into the fort and triggering massive explosions that shattered defenses and engulfed the area in flames and thick black smoke, chaos erupting as a desperate soldier shouted for everyone to hide inside the castle to avoid needless deaths, but was swiftly cut down by the descending white-armored dragon cavalry who moved like ruthless predators. Evelyn commanded her troops to kill every last defender, her voice sharp as her soldiers charged with bloodlust, turning the fort to burning ruin while the clash of battle echoed all around. Meanwhile, a lone soldier clutching the dragon-slaying sword slipped through forest trails, muttering grimly that he barely escaped the cavalry and that his mission was nearly complete. But before he could relax, a hooded figure appeared in a blur and instantly beheaded him, his head rolling on the frozen ground amid a spray of blood staining the ice. The hooded figure, calm amid the chaos, wiped blood from his blade and ordered his subordinate to bring the dragon-slaying sword, confirming it was the right item before commanding the group to prepare for the next phase, aiming to exterminate the remaining foes as they pushed cannons through the icy ground. Back at the fort, the white-armored dragon cavalry finished their raid, with Hulkus boasting about their easy victory while many soldiers were captured and forced to kneel. But Theo's suspicion grew as he observed how simple the subjugation was, doubting that the original Platoon 5 was wiped out so easily and reading one prisoner's memories which revealed they knew about the stolen sword Bayang but never saw it, deepening his unease about what was really going on until a concerned senior member interrupted his thoughts and another senior teased him, reminding him that despite his titles, he was still a rookie. Theo's sudden realization about gunpowder made him dash forward with his sword drawn, surprising his senior members who were left behind confused while the yellow-haired man blinked at Theo's urgency. And as Theo smashed the tower wall, shockwaves shook the ground revealing explosives tied to oil barrels, confirming a deadly trap meant to take them down. Theo urgently ordered evacuation, and the cavalry scrambled as cannonballs cut through the air, striking the fort with massive explosions that shook the earth. A hooded figure calmly watched from a distance, signaling his men to reload cannons and ordering the extermination of all, his voice cold and merciless as the fort was bombarded repeatedly, engulfed in fire and smoke that blinded the skies. Meanwhile, in a palace shrouded in night silence, a woman cradled the lifeless body of Axion, her sorrow palpable as she whispered softly before fury consumed her, her eyes burning with dark determination and venomous promise to bring vengeance upon the one responsible. The white-armored dragon cavalry members lay tangled and stunned on the cold floor after their fall, relief and surprise mingling as Evelyn voiced her doubts about survival and Hulkus praised Theo for his last-minute destruction of the floor, lightening the mood despite their grave situation. 2 fort soldiers approached with spears raised, demanding their identity, while Theo, suspicious, recalled the Black Skull's presence and sensed something off about the fort's layout, especially when his gaze caught a group of gaunt, fearful hostages behind jail bars, Captain Trainer and his platoon from Platoon 5, alive but in dire condition. Evelyn, Erica, and Hulkus quickly subdued the guards, tying them up without killing, as Evelyn hurriedly removed the prisoners' chains with tense precision, acknowledging their survival and expressing disbelief that the Central Intelligence Bureau of Ragnar was responsible for their captivity. Evelyn tossed aside the handcuffs, burning with betrayal, while Captain Trainer cracked a dry smile, noting her lack of surprise, and Evelyn admitted she suspected internal collusion since such a large ambush couldn't happen otherwise, and raged that their own clansmen had turned swords against them. 2 senior cavalry members agreed it was treason and demanded payback, but Captain Trainer urged caution, reminding them their enemies were prepared and their forces limited, emphasizing the need to alert Black Snow outside the fort. Before he could continue, Theo stepped forward with doubt, pointing out that since Black Snow hadn't come to help, the enemy must have already eliminated the nearby Black Snow agents. Theo explained that he chose to run inside the castle because Black Snow agents nearby had been eliminated, but they still had a chance. He pointed to the 2 captured soldiers, revealing their enemies tried to bury their own pawns with them, aiming for a perfect cover-up by confirming their deaths and celebrating their victory. But if they ambushed the enemy hiding in the rubble, they could win. Captain Trainer recognized Theo's sharp mind and youthful strength, smiling with amusement at his own past defeatism, then grabbed a stick and rallied everyone, declaring they were the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and would not give up. Renewed determination filled the room as Trainer called for battle preparation, his voice echoing through the fort's broken walls, signaling that the fight was far from over. The hooded man surveyed the destruction as his subordinate reported that all the cannonballs were used, and he drew his sword, declaring that this was revenge for young Master Axion and demanding the head regardless of the rest. The hooded figure and his soldiers arrived at the destroyed fort and began searching through rubble and smoke for the White Armored Dragon Cavalry bodies. One soldier found a barely conscious fort soldier who begged for mercy but was immediately killed by the hooded man. He ordered his men if they had found their target, but they had only searched the western side and were moving east with no special reports from the ambush unit. Noticing only the cavalry bodies were missing since yesterday, the hooded man commanded a stop and asked if anyone had seen the White Armored Dragon unit. Before any answer came, the cavalry attacked from the shadows, taking down his soldiers one by one. The hooded man froze, then turned as a blade shot up toward him. He parried the attack, clashing swords with Evelyn, who grazed his face. He tensed from the cut but recovered as Evelyn kicked him in the chest, sending him stumbling back. He countered with a downward slash, but Evelyn used the momentum to flip backward and create distance. She landed and stayed ready, locking eyes with the hooded figure whose face shifted from surprise to concern as he shouted the enemy was the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and ordered prepare for combat. His men scrambled but the cavalry attacked with precision. Erica slashed from behind, Hulkus cleaved an opponent, and the rest charged head-on, overwhelming the enemy. Theo cut through several before they could react. Evelyn faced the hooded man, declaring by Ragnar's law he would be executed for treason. Their swords clashed relentlessly, sparks flying, either yielding. The hooded man struggled to fend off Evelyn's attacks, frustrated how they survived the bombardment. He faltered briefly, and Evelyn seized the moment. Evelyn blocked his strike with one hand and swiftly drew a hidden dagger, aiming for his vital points, forcing him to dodge and stumble back, losing balance. She pressed her attack relentlessly, slashing with sharp, powerful strikes that pushed him back, leaving deep wounds. Evelyn shouted at the Central Intelligence Bureau soldiers, ordering them to surrender as the cavalry closed in with swords drawn. The hooded man, furious, commanded his men to use a secret technique, surprising Captain Trainer and his platoon. Theo watched in shock as an enemy soldier revived with dark energy using the forbidden reverse blood surge technique, draining his life force to increase power. The energized soldier lunged at Theo, who barely blocked the heavy blows but was pushed back and wounded. Fueled by blood surge, the enemy soldiers charged, but a White Armored Dragon Cavalry soldier from Captain Trainer's platoon stepped forward to defend. The battle raged on as a White Armored Dragon Cavalry soldier took the full force of enemy strikes, each blade piercing his body, yet he stood firm, blocking the oncoming attack to protect Theo. Blood poured from his mouth as he urged Theo to run and save himself before collapsing to his knees. Fueled by rage and helplessness, Theo clenched his sword and unleashed his full power, activating Triple Dragon's Claw. His sword moved with lightning speed, cutting down enemies in a single devastating arc, leaving bodies crumpled in his wake. His bloodlust flared, blue aura intensifying as he opened his mind gate, sharpening his senses to target the Central Intelligence Bureau soldiers still fighting the cavalry. With focused energy, he pulled back his sword and unleashed the Triple Dragon Claw skill again, blue energy slicing through the battlefield, obliterating all marked enemies instantly, ensuring no harm came to his comrades. Theo's comrades watched in stunned disbelief as his attack tore enemies apart instantly, the ground scarred by the force. The hooded figure, bloodied but steady, blocked Theo's strike and seethed with rage, deciding to kill him. As the hooded man charged, the senior cavalry murmured astonishment at Theo's skill, noting the need for vigilance. Theo, breath ragged from repeating his amplified mind gate attack, barely had time to react when the hooded figure lunged with murderous intent, planning to take him down by blowing himself up. Suddenly, Evelyn appeared, unleashing her God of Tempest Squall, a fierce wind that slammed the hooded man into the air. She followed up with God of Tempest Maelstrom, stabilizing his mana hall to prevent the explosion, causing him to crash to the ground lifeless. Evelyn landed gracefully while Theo, exhausted, collapsed but heard his name called just as he felt he might pass out. Theo turned to see the white-armored dragon cavalry members smiling with relief and admiration. Hulkus, excited, claimed he was Lord Theo's first sword and warned others not to challenge him. The yellow-haired senior thanked Theo, crediting him for their survival. Theo, still surprised by the praise, smiled tiredly and accepted the senior's hand to stand. As Captain Trainer and his men approached, one asked when Theo and the platoon leader had learned such skills. Theo shrugged casually, saying revealing that would only get them hurt. The mood lifted, and the cavalry began celebrating their victory, their revenge complete and their bond stronger than ever. Laughter and cheers filled the air, the battle's tension giving way to relief. Captain Trainer watched the junior members with admiration, seeing their power and unity as proof of their growth, feeling peace as the dark night passed and dawn arrived. The scene shifted to the Rose Palace grounds, tense like a thunderstorm. Inside, Axion's mother struggled for breath as Ed gripped her neck fiercely, his eyes blazing with fury. He choked her, then hurled her to the cold stone floor while snarling at a sealed document on the table accusing her of stealing his subordinates. He crushed the paper, ordering to kill Ragnar and the white-armored dragon cavalry, condemning her crime. She cried out, covering her ears, but he accused her of ruining Trovin's plans, his words sharp as daggers. Through tears, she declared her desire to cut off the head of the one who harmed Axion, demanding vengeance to satisfy her heart and soul. Ed's frustration peaked as he clenched his fists and glared disgustedly at Axion's lifeless body. Ed stomped on Axion's body with a sneer, questioning if she forgot her role. The sight froze Axion's mother, her shock turning to whispered grief for her baby. Ed, teeth clenched, declared they lost the dragon's sword, the plan's centerpiece, and that she was no longer Trovin's daughter, leaving the room heavy with crushed hope. She remembered her father's rage, lowered her head, and fell silent, broken. Ed, still seething, ordered his soldiers to remove her out of sight and erase all traces. A terrified servant begged for mercy, but Ed ignored the plea, descending stairs littered with bodies, vowing to kill Theo Ragnar for ruining his plans. Meanwhile, Theo in solitude examined the sealed dragon slayer sword buying in his inventory, noting its unknown requirements and effects. As he touched the hilt, a dark aura pulsed, burning his hand and forcing him to drop it. He realized the sword conflicted with the Ragnar bloodline, acknowledging its name was no coincidence. Theo accepted that he couldn't use the Dragon Slayer sword until its divine seal was unlocked. Its power was immense but currently out of reach. The sword, a relic from a mythological age, appeared ordinary but held legendary strength once unsealed. Recalling his past life, Theo thought about Ed Trovin releasing a seal called the Strand Fate, piecing together its significance. With a slight grin, he put the sword away, deciding it was just a plaything for now. Suddenly, Evelyn knocked and asked him to meet the commander. The scene shifted to Julius and Captain Trainer sharing tea, where Julius expressed relief at Trainer's survival but questioned his retirement. Trainer admitted he lost his leg and Drake rose Nate in battle and planned to honor his comrades at home. Julius teased him about his stubbornness, and Trainer shifted to praise Theo, noting his mind gate was already open at such a young age. Julius's eyes sparkled at the news, recognizing that meant Theo had crossed from human to superhuman. Julius leaned forward with a wide grin as Captain Trainer sighed heavily, explaining that Theo's mind gate wasn't naturally open but forced by sheer willpower, causing his vessel to expand beyond what seemed possible. Julius grew excited, saying they needed to fill that enlarged vessel, while Trainer warned that from now on Theo would have to grow on his own, not just for himself but for those who depended on him. Later that night, Theo met Julius at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry training grounds. Julius praised Theo's role in the mission, but Theo humbly credited his comrades. Julius pressed, asking not about combat skill but what kind of world Theo's sword was trying to express, a question that stunned Theo into silence. After a pause, Theo admitted he wasn't sure and had only trained to emulate the clan head sword technique. Julius nodded knowingly, acknowledging that was a common answer. Without hesitation, Julius drew his sword, eyes glowing red as the air thickened with power. The sword's ring echoed across the training ground, forcing Theo to stagger back. The sky cracked open, turning a deep red, and suddenly Theo was transported to a crimson world surrounded by water and falling shards of glass. Julius explained this was the Demon Dragon Glass Domain. Theo's mind raced, comparing it to the glass domain he'd seen before. The pressure mounted as Julius shielded his face, black and red energy swirling around his sword. Julius announced this was his demon's sword. He demonstrated his technique with flawless, deadly strikes, each movement charged with power and bloodlust. Theo watched in awe as Julius commanded destruction with ease. Then, a massive red tsunami surged, swallowing Theo whole, but Julius sliced through it with one swing, making it vanish. Julius stepped forward, asking how Theo found the martial art of the dragon he had just witnessed. Theo, still stunned, struggled to reply. After a moment, Theo spoke quietly, filled with awe, saying the power was strong and destructive. Julius smiled, sheathing his sword smoothly, explaining that the demon's nature is direct and unyielding, breaking everything in its path with violence and destruction. Crossing his arms, he asked Theo what he thought of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's sword. Still thoughtful, Theo described it as elegant and beautiful. Julius nodded knowingly, saying that sword represents life itself, slow, gentle, and unstoppable, growing from seed to full bloom despite obstacles. Theo reflected deeply on how both swords represent the 9 dragons but interpret them differently. Julius, grinning, stepped closer and asked if he saw their differences as conflicting. Theo hesitated, uncertain. Julius then relaxed the scene, undoing his skill and returning the sky to normal. He tossed the diary to Theo, explaining it held the debates between the masters of the 2 swords, about the principles of swordsmanship. Theo was stunned. Julius interrupted to declare, with firm resolve, that Theo was chosen as the joint successor of both the Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon. The weight of the announcement hit Theo hard, his mind racing to grasp the significance of the honor. The scene shifted to the past at the Dragon's Nest, where Julius sat writing in his notebook. Lady Plum Blossom stood across from him, arms crossed, patiently waiting. When he closed the notebook, his expression darkened and he clicked his tongue sharply, muttering with jealousy that Julius already claimed Theo but now had to share him as a joint disciple. Osiah laughed lightly, reminding him it was all for Theo's sake. Julius's gaze flickered but he stayed silent. Osa pressed on, explaining that Theo's talent was growing fast but he'd soon hit a wall, holding up a notebook of her sword secrets to help him overcome it. Julius's voice grew tense, worrying what would happen if Theo became an enemy of the Ragnar clan. Osa looked surprised but finished his thought somberly. Rapid growth often ends in tragedy. Julius agreed, warning that their teachings might one day lead to bloodshed for the Ragnars. Osa smirked with unexpected optimism, teasing Julius for being so protective but affirming he was the right person to guard these secrets. She urged him to watch over Theo until he remained pure and true to the Ragnar values, then passed the knowledge to him. The scene snapped back to the present, where Theo and Julius stood on the training grounds, Theo clutching the notebooks with disbelief at his fortune. Theo's eyes widened in surprise at the thought of becoming the joint disciple of the 2 greatest swordsmen, the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. Hesitating, he asked if he was truly worthy. Julius responded firmly, assuring him there was no need for humility. He believed Theo deserved it. Closing his eyes, Theo felt the weight of everything that had led him here and a small grin appeared. He reflected that his growth was thanks to their unending support, even though he hadn't yet repaid them. With renewed resolve, he bowed deeply to both Evelyn and Julius, promising to one day return their kindness. Evelyn facepalmed, already anticipating what was coming next. Julius stomped the ground hard, the thud echoing as his ominous aura filled the air. Approaching Theo with a dark smile, he declared there was a way for him to repay the favor now: a duel. Julius drew his sword with flair, excitement shining in his eyes as he called this the real lesson and challenged Theo. Theo's face drained of color, realizing this wasn't just training but a trial he likely couldn't win. Julius charged forward, pushing him to move faster, while Evelyn turned away silently and hurried out, closing the door behind her. The clash between Julius and Theo echoed relentlessly as Theo pounded the bolted door in desperation, begging Evelyn for help, who regretfully held it shut. The next day, Evelyn arrived with a sly smile, unlocking the door to find Theo bruised and broken on the stairs, his spirit drained. Concerned, she asked if he was all right, and Theo admitted the commander had gone too far, his smile nervous but resigned. Evelyn then told him she had confined their captive in the underground cell, doubting if leaving him there idle was wise, but Theo assured her it was all part of his plan and whispered something shocking that stunned her. Days later, Theo entered the heavy air of Plum Blossom Palace training grounds, greeted smoothly by Lady Plum Blossom, who descended the stairs smiling and asked if he had received the gift prepared by her and the demon dragon. Theo bowed respectfully, acknowledging the gift's great benefit, while Osa chuckled softly. A glint of amusement flickered in her eyes as she summoned energy to her hand, effortlessly drawing a sword from the training ground that flew into her grasp. With fluid grace, she leapt toward Theo and landed before him, firmly expressing her happiness that he liked the gift. Her eyes shone with determination as she spoke of continuing to teach him the fundamentals of swordsmanship, the often overlooked roots of technique. Demonstrating with smooth, after-image trailing movements, she declared they would start there, ending by pointing her sword at Theo with a warm smile. She expressed a sincere desire to discuss how to let life blossom through the sword and then gently placed the blade on his shoulder, asking if he would become her disciple. The question hung heavily as the world seemed to pause, and after bowing, Theo hesitated but respectfully asked if this was truly her request. Surprised by his insight, she smiled warmly and confirmed the secret she held. The Heaven Dragon sword was a secret school passed down to only one disciple, herself the sole inheritor and Heaven Dragon sword master. Theo's heart raced, but he stayed composed as she asked if he wanted to know her true intentions. He quickly lowered his head and apologized, but she smiled warmly, assuring him she held no hidden motives. She intended to pass everything, the full bloom of plum blossoms and the Heaven Dragon sword, to him. Shocked by the weight of her words, Theo's thoughts swirled with the possibility of inheriting such a legacy. As he left the training ground, lost in thought, a group of Plum Blossom members approached with disdain. One stepped forward, asserting his authority and reminding Theo he was a new recruit of the white-armored dragon cavalry and now a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom, demanding respect. Theo responded coldly, dismissing their demands as immature ego protection and mocking their claim to seniority since they weren't his direct superiors. The seniors, flushed with irritation, challenged him, but Theo stopped, turning with a confident grin to reveal he had rejected Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple. Their disbelief and frustration grew, shaken by his boldness and refusal, which shattered their sense of importance and left them questioning everything. The scene shifts to the training ground where Lady Plum Blossom and Theo quietly converse. Theo, still kneeling, is surprised as she confirms her intention to pass down the full bloom of the plum blossoms and the Heaven Dragon sword to him, which he finds exciting yet admits he doesn't understand why she values him so much since he hasn't done anything for her. Lady Plum Blossom gently tells him to stand, explaining there's no big reason but that he reminds her of Kyle, the clan head, in both appearance and spirit, someone who chased dreams and ideals in his youth and worked tirelessly through hardships without despair or yielding his principles, which shaped him into the man he is today. A distant memory flickers in Lady Plum Blossom's eyes before she chuckles softly, saying she sees in Theo the side of Kyle she fell in love with and couldn't stand by doing nothing. She asks for his answer, and Theo, resolute, declines the offer, explaining he already has many teachers including her, the Demon Dragon, Commander Julius, his senior dragons, Evelyn, Self Ford, Aaron, his friends, comrades, and even Ashian and Ed Trovan, whose hardships helped shape him, despite Lady Plum Blossom's puzzlement and curiosity about his relationship with Ed. Theo insists that the trials and loves from all have changed his sword and built who he is, but he doubts he can uphold the school's tradition and pass it on, which Lady Plum Blossom finds both endearing and regrettable. As she begins to leave, Theo respectfully declares that while he cannot be her disciple, he will gladly be her son. Lady Plum Blossom's eyes widened in surprise, overwhelmed by Theo's endearing gesture, her heart warming as she realized he had become more than a disciple. He was truly part of her family. Later, sitting gracefully in her garden with a servant pouring wine, she reflected on their conversation with quiet satisfaction, admitting she had no children of her own but considered Theo as her son, delighting in that thought. The servant smiled warmly, and Lady Plum Blossom, now excited, asked her to prepare a letter for her husband about Theo's promotion exam, surprising the servant with the news. The servant voiced concern, warning that Theo was still a rookie fresh from the awakening ceremony and might fall into danger if he gained too much attention early, but Lady Plum Blossom set her wine down firmly, insisting she must act quickly to prepare him before the coming great winds threatened the Ragnar clan. The scene then shifted to the grim white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters where a captive swordsman from the Central Intelligence Bureau sat chained in a dark cell, waiting for a visitor. A masked man arrived with 3 daggers, explaining it was by command, and the swordsman, resolute, told him to kill him. The daggers flew but were deflected by a sudden green light around the swordsman just before Evelyn crashed through the collapsing roof with fierce speed and anger, attacking the masked man relentlessly. Overwhelmed, the man struggled to defend as Evelyn's sword strikes broke his weapon, leaving him stunned at her unexpected skill. In a moment of vulnerability, the masked man's eyes flicked to the chained swordsman with regret for failing to kill him, but before he could act, Evelyn raised her sword for a final strike, warning he wouldn't escape. She unleashed the God of Tempest's secret technique, Squall, a fierce hurricane of energy that slammed the masked man into a wall, blood spilling as he staggered and summoned mana to make a desperate move. But Evelyn anticipated and disrupted his energy flow before he could finish, her cold resolve ending his attempts as he collapsed defeated. The scene shifted to a secluded forest house filled with books and scattered boxes where Theo, Evelyn, Julius, and a masked woman gathered, and the woman calmly reported that the assassin captured was from Serpent Season, a suborganization of the Eastern elite clan, the Troven clan. The group discussed the likely connection between the assassin and the sky dragon Ed Troven, with Julius confirming their suspicion of a mole among them. Cleve, a Null Snow agent, explained the meeting was held remotely to prevent further leaks and revealed Serpent Season operated from an ancient castle in Calhelm, planning to destroy evidence and flee within 3 hours, so they had to ambush the base and capture members for interrogation. Julius added this mission would also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam, surprising Theo and Evelyn, with Julius warning the exam's difficulty had increased significantly, involving a mission that could spark civil war, an unusual test for a mid-rank swordsman. Evelyn struggled to grasp the gravity of the task while Julius reminded them that since Theo had ordered the stakeout anticipating the assassin, he was responsible for seeing the mission through. Theo's shock was evident as he faced the heavy responsibility thrust upon him. Julius interrupted Theo's apology by grabbing his head under his arm with a grin, scolding him for planning without consulting higher-ups and insisting he must complete the mission flawlessly, then gave him a firm yet playful headbutt to challenge and encourage him. Theo accepted his promotion to mid-rank swordsman with solo mission privileges and, though tense, managed a slight smile, inwardly shocked at how much attention the incident was drawing to him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared announcing Scenario Quest 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life, urging Theo to stop a sinister plot connected to his past. Cleve eyed him suspiciously, but Theo denied any problem, firmly vowing to complete the mission no matter what. Julius approved, slamming his hands on the table and declaring the start of the snake cleanup mission, sparking a shared determination among Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn as they prepared for a perilous task that transcended a mere promotion test. The scene then shifted to a distant palace deep in the forest, surrounded by thick woods. Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo crouched low in the shadows as Cleve explained the mission was limited to the 3 of them due to the risk of a mole, targeting an assassin organization. Despite their swordsman advantage, they faced a numbers disadvantage and must never let their guard down. Theo nodded firmly, ready for the challenge. Inside the assassin hideout, 2 figures examined documents while a masked third sharpened his sword until a metallic ball rolled toward him, releasing a thick smoke that filled the room and caused panic. Cleve emerged from the shadows with supernatural speed, decapitating the guard instantly and critically injuring the others before they could react. The masked assassin, stunned and bleeding, muttered in frustration, but Cleve swiftly kicked a table into a fleeing assassin, stopping their escape with precise, ruthless efficiency. The table slammed into the fleeing assassin, knocking him down and leaving him motionless from his injuries. Cleve grabbed a flying document midair, quickly scanning it before declaring the area clear and assigning Evelyn to cover upstairs while Theo took the basement. Theo nodded firmly and headed down, impressed by Cleve's swift takedown of 3 assassins. As he approached the basement stairs, he failed to see a wire trap and triggered it, barely dodging an arrow that shot past his face. Suddenly, arrows rained from all directions, forcing Theo to react quickly. He activated his hatchling synchro skill, causing green energy to reveal the layout of the room, hidden traps, and enemies lying in wait behind cover. Understanding the ambush, Theo opened his inventory, summoned multiple swords with telekinesis, and charged them with his Thunder Dragon breathing skill, ready to face the deadly attackers. Theo swiftly commanded his skill Dragon Mark, unleashing swords charged with black lightning that flew in all directions, shattering traps and incapacitating the ambushing enemies instantly. One stunned assassin barely muttered how he did it before collapsing. Without hesitation, Theo moved toward the basement stairs, his mind sharp as he anticipated something important below. Reaching the bottom, he found the floor stained with blood and a figure in red standing still. The man, wearing a hat that hid most of his face and surrounded by skulls and a blood-painted symbol, spoke with dark amusement, calling Theo impure. Theo's mind flashed to the Holy Demon Church, a cult that believed in an impending apocalypse and a savior from the heavens, responsible for the looming Great War. The evil priest's grin widened as he reveled in Theo's recognition. Theo, sweating with tension, activated Hatchling Synchro to analyze the mana flow, but what he sensed made his heart race with disbelief. Theo's mind reels as he detects a mysterious mana flowing from the priest's shattered mind gate, unlike any normal energy, possibly the grace blood priests speak of. The priest sneers, calling Theo a non-believer, and declares he will become a sacrifice for their god. Suddenly, the priest moves with terrifying speed, attacking Theo, who manages to block the initial strike but struggles to grasp the overwhelming power he faces. Their battle is fierce, the priest countering every attack with flawless precision, pushing Theo to retreat. When Theo charges a full-powered strike, the priest blocks it barehanded, sparks flying as the collision shakes the basement. Theo's disbelief grows as the priest effortlessly deflects every attack, then violently disarms and hurls him across the room, leaving him bloodied and stunned. Despite being a low-ranking blood priest of the Holy Demon Church, his strength is immense and shocking. Theo lies on the floor in pain as the blood priest approaches with slow menace, the air thick with impending torment. Knowing he can't use his powerful triple dragon claw attack without risking being buried alive, he struggles to find a solution. Memories of his mentors Julius and Lady Plum Blossom echo in his mind, reminding him that swordsmanship balances explosive destructive power with the essence of life and death. Suddenly, understanding dawns. Life and death aren't opposites, but a cycle where death nourishes life. As the blood priest raises his fist for a crushing blow, taunting him as a pitiable sacrifice, Theo narrowly dodges the strike and springs back to his feet, energy gathering around his sword with renewed focus, ready to embrace the balance between life and death in their battle. Theo seizes the priest's head with crushing strength and smashes it against the wall, the impact ringing through the air as the man crumples, helpless under the force. Without hesitation, he activates his Hatchling Synchro skill, pressing a hand over the priest's face, intent on prying into his memories. His focus sharpens. This could be the key to uncovering the source of the Holy Demon Church's strange power. But the moment his palm makes contact, the priest's body begins to unravel, vanishing like smoke in the wind, and to Theo's shock, he is pulled along with it. Reality tears away, hurling him into an alien dimension where his senses reel and the ground beneath him shifts with every breath. This is nothing like past memory dives, he realizes, eyes darting to a system screen flickering with distorted, glitching text. Pop-ups burst into view one after another, and among them, a red warning burns. He has encountered an enemy of overwhelming level, and the only advice is to run. His chest tightens as a suffocating pressure descends, crushing him from all directions until he feels himself shrinking beneath its weight. A thunderous voice booms, shaking the air, demanding to know who and what he is. His vision wavers under the force, but he steadies himself, refusing to buckle. Then the darkness ahead splits open, and a colossal eye blinks into existence, its vast, sinister gaze locking onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo looked no bigger than an ant before it as the pressure increased tenfold, crushing him beneath its weight, while a voice boomed louder, demanding to know how he dared disturb its slumber. A massive being appeared, colossal and shifting with countless eyes fixed on him, and as he struggled to grasp the scale of the entity, He questioned where he was while its gaze bore into him, and his sense of reality began to collapse before the incomprehensible presence. Theo finds himself in a twisted foreign realm, confronted by a massive being that has just awakened and scans the space in fury, demanding to know what he is with a voice so intense it nearly crushes him. His mind races, wondering if this is the blessing the demonic cult spoke of, only for the being to lock its gaze on him and address him by name, declaring it has been looking for him, the main lead of the world. Tentacles lash out, coiling tightly around his legs and body, lifting and immobilizing him as the suffocating presence towers overhead. Helpless and unable to react, he is fully ensnared when a sudden burst of bright yellow light erupts from within the tentacles, flooding the darkness with an ever-growing radiance. Ladbrok, the ancient dragon, bursts free from the tentacles with a powerful roar, soaring upward while carrying Theo out of the suffocating grip. His massive yellow glowing form shimmers with energy as Theo, shocked, asks how he managed to come, but the dragon keeps his eyes on the colossal being ahead, warning that it is far beyond Theo's ability to face. Even reaching Sigurd's position would not guarantee victory, he adds, before lashing his tail to hurl Theo away from the battlefield, telling him to escape as it is not his time to fight. Theo struggles and shouts to help, but before he can act, the scene shifts and he is suddenly back in the assassin's hideout, collapsing to the ground, trembling and wide-eyed as he clutches his head, trying to make sense of what just happened. Theo, still reeling from the weight of the encounter, staggered as sharp pain shot through his head, his hand coming away from his forehead soaked in blood, proof that what he had seen was no illusion. His trembling gaze shifted to the blood priest, who knelt clutching his head, muttering in disbelief and fury about how a non-believer could meet the Lord despite his own sacrifices, his face scratched raw before blood poured from his mouth. In an instant, Theo's sword ended his life, his eyes cold as he muttered that he would refuse such a god. Thoughts raced. Was this the god the demonic cult was hiding, the unnamed monarch Ladbrok had once spoken of during the examination ceremony, when she revealed she had guarded the world from it for 1,000 years but would not survive more than 3 years without her dragon heart? His mind flashed to the 5 years remaining before the Great War, the guardian dragon's death, the rise of the demonic cult, and Trovin's rebellion, realizing none of it could be coincidence. Clutching his head against the pain, he stumbled, certain all these events were somehow connected. Before Theo could collapse, Evelyn appeared and steadied him, placing his arm around her shoulder and telling him he had done well. Moments before Cleve arrived, scanning the basement for priests until her eyes landed on the dead blood priest, and she remarked with pride that Theo had caught one alone and no longer needed to prove himself. Though exhausted, Theo stood with unshaken resolve, and soon the three of them gathered at a table sorting through documents. As Cleve noted, they were only reports with no usable evidence. Theo handed her a box he had found in the basement, prompting Evelyn to recall retrieving the same secret ledger of Ciri and Trovin before the blooming ceremony under the young master's orders and wondering if he had predicted all this. Cleve flipped through the ledger until stopping at a page confirming the merchant group's transactions with Trovin, sealed with their official mark, declaring that with enough evidence they could prove Trovin's treason and ties to the demonic cult, a revelation that darkened both Theo and Evelyn's expressions. The proof was in their grasp as Cleve stated this was more than enough to take them down, and as they left the hideout she added that after a brief report they would confront the Ciri's merchant group, her words lingering in Theo's mind as he clenched his fists, thinking that this time it would be Ed Trovin's turn to be trampled. At the white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters, Julius slammed a document on his desk in fury, muttering that he knew Ed Trovin would betray him one day, while Robert calmly sipped tea and reminded him that the man was still just a suspect despite suspicious activities. Julius crushed the paper, accusing him of thinking he was stupid, insisting that the black dragon showing him this meant it had gone beyond suspicion, but Robert told him to refrain from useless speculation. Julius accused him of letting them be despite knowing, but Robert ignored it, sipping tea before casually mentioning Theo Ragnar catching a priest on his own, which shocked Julius, who muttered disbelief while Robert teased that the punk suited their black pillar and should be passed to him. Julius snapped at why he was also like this, but Robert replied seriously that Theo had excellent reasoning, discernment, and planning, managing to find the key point from just a small clue. Julius scoffs at Robert's remark about Theo being trained in the Black Pillar's ways, saying he has already claimed him and telling Robert to stick with thieves like Hung and Osa. Robert grows solemn recalling the old days with Kale, Osa, Julius, and himself as siblings, but Julius dismisses it, warning him not to steal Theo. Robert's tone shifts as he vanishes and reappears behind Julius, whispering that the young often steal from their younger siblings, then snatching a couple of bottles from Julius's shelves and mocking him to prepare something pricier next time before dashing off, leaving Julius shouting in frustration. Outside, Robert notes with relief that the White Dragon has no spies while the Sky Dragon's influence reaches everywhere else, then fades from view, leaving the plan to Julius, transforming into a bird and flying away while musing on the absurdity yet excitement of attacking the series merchant group now. The scene cuts to the main ceremony hall where a man steps to the podium, bows, and introduces himself as Naven Bakis, second son of the Bakis family, while a bald man with a long beard watches and introduces himself as Quadra Ceres, leader of the series merchant group. Quadra announced his formal proposal to the Bakus family, gesturing toward his daughter as she stepped forward, bowed, and introduced herself as Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. Declaring that from this moment the Bakus and Ceres families would be bound by blood and the couple would forge a union, he spoke with the weight of an arrangement set to alter their futures. Smirking inwardly, he noted the noble crest on Naven's chest, recognizing the prestigious lineage it represented, and thought this was the beginning. Soon they would bring down the Ragnars who had looked down on them and claim their long-awaited revenge. The hall is tense as Naven Bakus, second son of the Bakus family, faces Lilier, fourth daughter of the Quadra Ceres and daughter of the head of the Ceres Merchant Guild, with their families on the verge of a political marriage. Men in the audience murmur quietly while a bald man clenches his fists in anger, fuming at the merchant daring to call his family before the Bakus, one of the 6 great houses, but forcing himself to endure for the dowry that could save his family, dismissing the illegitimate child involved. Naven watches Quadra with a smirk, seeing through his intentions and scoffing inwardly at the idea that these merchants could help them, noting the hidden greed on their faces while knowing they are blind to the bigger game. Dropping to one knee before Lily, his grin widens as he thinks of their store being used as collateral without their knowledge, fully aware of the control he holds. Naven thinks they won't live long enough to witness the Merchant Guild's downfall, his grin darkening at the thought. Standing before Lily, he extends a hand, speaking softly that it's nice to meet her and promising to treat her well as both son-in-law and husband. Her gaze remains hard and distrustful, arms crossed as she firmly demands proof. He briefly looks confused before smirking, saying that his family is bankrupt and even he is being sold, but if his bride wishes, he can give her the Bacchus family seal. A bald man nearby nearly bursts with rage at the sight, inwardly cursing the illegitimate child. Lily lowers her head with a fierce expression, muttering that if he puts it that way, she wants the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who scarred her arm. Slowly pulling up her sleeve to reveal the mark, she shouts her demand. Naven's smirk widens, intrigued that she's asking him to publicly kill a family heir, realizing she's far from ordinary. The crowd murmurs in shock as the weight of her words fills the room. Quadra Ceres, her father, steps forward, gripping her shoulder and warning her against speaking such things in public. She lowers her head in silent acknowledgement, but before she can speak, a voice cuts through, agreeing to the task, making her expression light up with sudden excitement. She turns to see Naven standing with a confident smirk, eyes sharp with determination as he states that if his young bride wants it, he will bring the enemy's head himself, his tone final and commanding as the fate of the Bakus and Siri families hangs in balance. Outside, dragons fill the sky, their looming presence drawing confused stares from the crowd below who question what they're seeing, some guessing they might be wyverns. Before they can comprehend it, the dragons descend and 3 figures leap from their backs, landing with thunderous impact: Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo, shaking the ground as Cleve grips a document in one hand and Ragnar's flag in the other. The crowd freezes at the sight, recognizing the insignia and gasping in shock at the weight of its meaning. Cleve plants the flag firmly into the ground and declares that from this moment onward they will enforce justice in Ragnar's name, her words carrying through the crowd as she announces that those behind Ragnar's attack are tied to the Siri merchant group. Cleve announced the immediate search to trace the path of treason, warning that anyone who interfered would be judged as complicit and executed on the spot, causing panic in the crowd as whispers spread that the Ceres merchant group was behind the treason against Ragnar, and she declared that if they claimed innocence, they should allow Ragnar's forces to investigate. Inside the Merchant Guild building, the head of the merchant group panicked but tried to remain composed as a bald figure questioned him. Then Cleve demanded Quadra Ceres come out, prompting Quadra to suppress his panic as a family member nervously asked what to do, and with defiance he declared that a piece of paper could be fabricated and that they were being framed, vowing the Ceres family's loyalty to Ragnar and ordering his soldiers to exterminate anyone who looked down on Ragnar or pointed a blade at them. the tension rising as both sides prepared for conflict, and when the bald man asked if he was refusing to cooperate with the investigation, Quadra angrily swatted his hand away and snapped back. Quadra, voice sharp with fury, refuses the marriage and mocks the bald man for thinking he could walk away after committing treason, reminding him as a member of the Six Pillars he should know the weight of such a crime, then leans close with a cold grin, saying he will not face it alone and pointing out that if Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo had solid proof an army would be with them, meaning they must also lack confidence. Urging that stopping them now would leave them clean, before the bald man can speak, Naven cuts in with mocking firmness that rouses him, then moves to the window, draws his sword, and with a smirk calls it a chance to give his bride a wedding gift, startling the bald man who realizes the weapon is his own, and in an instant Naven leaps out, sprinting across rooftops toward Theo and the others, prompting the bald man, now furious at being made an accomplice, to order his men to join and support the Ceres family, and the soldiers obey instantly, armor clanging as they gather outside where the Ceres family's troops surround Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn. The Ceres soldiers formed a tight ring around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears aimed with deadly precision as the trio stood ready with drawn swords, Cleve warning them to step aside or face execution for treason, the soldiers hesitating in tense confusion until Naven dropped from the rooftops into the center of the standoff with a mocking remark about Ragnar's love for executions, startling Theo's group with how easily he breached their defenses, then unleashing a sweeping 360-degree strike that forced all three to block and slide back under its power, introducing himself with cocky familiarity toward Theo, whose shock deepened as he recognized Naven Baku's, the ghost sword from the Great War who once brought chaos to Ragnar, and before Theo could react further, Naven lunged with blinding speed, his blade a phantom blur aimed to take Theo's head, forcing Theo into a desperate defense against relentless, precise strikes that drove him backwards step by step, sweat pouring in breath. Ragged as Naven's superior power and speed pressed him to the edge, Theo struggled to keep pace under Naven's relentless assault, his mind racing to draw on knowledge from his past life before deciding to face Naven alone, telling Evelyn and Cleve to leave him while they dealt with destroying evidence, Cleve agreeing and urging haste, Theo focusing on Naven's sneering form and enduring the strain of each blocked blow, vowing to catch up later as Naven mocked his chances. The two exchanging grins before Theo coldly accused him of treason and questioned whether this was revenge for his mother, the mention of which hardened Naven's expression and turned his aura lethal as he vowed another reason to take Theo's head, but Theo, despite sweat and shallow breaths, lowered his sword and extended his hand, offering to help Naven take revenge on the Baku's family, triggering a system notification for a hidden quest to recruit the ghost sword as an ally. Theo's eyes flicked to the notification but stayed focused on Naven as his mind pieced together the truth of Naven Baku's past, realizing how deeply he was tied to the Baku's family's shadowed history, knowing Naven was the illegitimate second son born in a brothel, whose immense strength rivaling Thor's was ignored because of his birth, and whose mother had died because of his talent, making his desire for revenge inevitable. And deciding he could make him an ally, Theo returned to the present, standing before Naven with his hand extended, calmly offering to help him bring down the Baku's family, prompting Naven to raise an eyebrow, scratch his head, chuckle, then without warning coil like a spring and unleash a powerful ranged sword attack so fast Theo barely had time to react, blocking just in time as the collision cracked the ground and sent him skidding back, while Naven, cold and distant, declared he had no reason to accept the offer because the Baku's family would fall to treason regardless, which Theo acknowledged with a serious, determined look, realizing it was true. Naven says without his help the Baku's family will vanish and Theo will fall with them, but dismisses it as a useless worry, claiming he has no regrets and doesn't mind disappearing alongside that cursed family. Theo interrupts, pointing out its ether fever, an illness caused when a young body cannot bear its own talent, curable only in its early stages but fatal if untreated, and the Baku's family failed to treat it in time. Naven, jaw tight, admits with mocking ease that he has 5 years left, accusing Theo of doing dirty background research, then grips his sword and charges, declaring that knowing his illness changes nothing, that today the Baku's family will disappear and he will die as Naven. Their blades collide with a deafening crash, sparks bursting as Theo strains against the overwhelming force that shakes the ground. The impact hurled Theo back, but he regained his footing and, still smirking, asked what if he could cure Naven's disease, drawing an instant flare of disbelief and rage as Naven shouted there was no cure for ether fever and struck again with renewed force, pushing Theo back though he held his ground. Inwardly, Theo recalled that in his past life a cure had been discovered days after Nathan's death, a device resembling an arc reactor, meaning only he now knew how to save him. Steadying himself, Theo declared it could be cured, his arrogant grin widening as his eyes glowed faintly red, and when Nathan faltered in shock, Theo pressed on, reminding him the Baku's family would fall regardless, but if Nathan took his hand, he could live on as a hero who aided the Ragnar family, urging him to trust him once. Nathan froze, staring at the extended hand, torn between doubt and a gnawing hope that the cure might be real, before the scene cut to the battlefield where soldiers readied giant spear cannons aimed at Evelyn and Cleve, launching massive projectiles that tore through the air. Cleve caught one mid-flight and hurled it aside while Evelyn deflected another with a ringing clash of her sword, dispatching it with an irritated sigh. Evelyn mutters that this is getting annoying as Cleve narrows her eyes, scanning the battlefield for Theo and wondering if he is done yet. Evelyn spots him seemingly talking to someone, while Cleve tosses a caught spear to the ground, tempted to end everyone but restraining herself. A memory flashes. Robert opens wine, telling her not to act up and to focus on analyzing Theo's potential so they can recruit him. She confirms he wants her to observe him, and Robert reminds her they need proof since she didn't witness him catch the priest. Their mission as part of the Black Pillar is to assess future leaders of Ragnar, with Theo tasked to secure more evidence, and her role being to evaluate his skills. She asks about the limit he mentioned, and he replies she can interfere only at the level of bishop or above in the demonic cult. Back in the present, Cleve dodges a spear, thinking she'll be nagged if she interferes now, but delays will push back her clock off time. Evelyn spots Nathan charging at full speed, sword raised, and wonders if the young master lost to him. Distracted, she almost misses 3 spears aimed her way, but then notices Theo sprinting just behind Nathan with a grin. Nathan passes her in a blur, leaving her stunned, before rushing straight toward the incoming spears from the Merchant Guild and Baku's family soldiers with the precision of a master swordsman. Nathan slices through incoming spears with ease, his movements fluid and precise as he apologizes lightly to the women behind him, winking before declaring they are now on the same side. A system notification flashes in Theo's view announcing Ghost Sword Nathan as an ally. An explosion rocks the front of the building, and Nathan disappears with his signature technique, reappearing among enemy soldiers who shout to stop him. He flips through the air, lands on a weapon wagon, and uses it to launch behind the soldiers, cutting through ropes and smashing wagons with rapid strikes. Weapons scatter, soldiers fall, and chaos spreads as he dismantles the enemy's arsenal with unrelenting speed. From a distance, a bald man yells in rage at Nathan for betraying his family, but Nathan cuts down the soldiers guarding him and leaps above, sword raised for a decisive blow. Nathan's eyes burn red as he fixes on the bald man, mocking the idea of family for an illegitimate child before cleaving him in two with a single strike. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve watch the battlefield strewn with fallen soldiers and shattered defenses. Evelyn remarks on Nathan's skill, asking how Theo won him over, and Theo replies he simply gave him what he wanted before urging them to follow. The trio rushes forward, swords drawn, storming toward the building. Inside, Quadra Ceres watches the chaos from a window as his subordinate warns their forces are being pushed back. Snapping in frustration, Quadra orders no time wasted, but when the subordinate suggests burning Trove-related documents, he explodes, refusing to destroy them and grabbing the man by the collar, raging about the money invested. A cold, commanding voice suddenly interrupts, accusing him of being blinded by greed. Quadra's fury vanishes as he turns to greet 2 red-eyed figures from the demonic cult, their presence radiating menace. Outside, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve cut down the last of their opposition and approach the building, only for the doors to creak open, revealing an armed crowd inside. Theo instantly senses the dark aura and recognizes them as cult members. A lone figure steps forward, voice cold and commanding, declaring it time for believers to act. The doors swing wide to unveil hundreds of robed cultists, torches and weapons in hand, advancing toward the trio as the air grows heavy with impending violence. 2 mysterious figures emerge from the shadows, a towering man followed by a bishop cloaked in dark robes, moving with purpose amid the chaos. Quadra's eyes flickered with brief relief as he greeted them, grateful yet desperate, acknowledging their timely arrival and slyly noting the bishop sent from the demonic cult. He accepted their aid, insisting they were no longer aligned with Trovan and thus on his side, begging for help. The bishop spoke calmly, agreeing to help only because he might need Quadra on the day of judgment, then inquired about Trovan's documents. Quadra, suspicious and defensive, insisted those documents were his hidden source of money and challenged the bishop's intentions. Suddenly, the bishop's subordinate grabbed Quadra by the face with terrifying strength, cutting off his breath, while the bishop hissed disdainfully, calling Quadra an arrogant, foolish non-believer and questioning his loyalty to the great lord's plan. With a bored yet commanding tone, the bishop turned and ordered, "Kill him!" The bishop didn't look back as he ordered the subordinate to kill Quadra, already focused on the next task and the funders waiting in line. Without hesitation, the subordinate's grip tightened around Quadra's throat, cutting off his breath, his vision blurring as blood dripped from his mouth. Quadra gasped out desperate apologies, begging for mercy, warning that if he died now, Trovan would remain suspected and the bishop needed him alive. The bishop paused, eyes narrowing in thought before finally signaling to release Quadra. He collapsed gasping, trembling with pain as blood still dripped from his mouth. The bishop commanded that all documents related to Trovan be burned immediately, warning Quadra not to run because the Lord watched everything. Quadra, pale and fearful, forced himself up and rushed toward the documents with shaking hands. The scene shifted back outside where Theo narrowed his eyes, spotting the bishop of the demonic cult who grinned sinisterly, and raised his hands, proclaiming that God would descend through their blood. His followers roared a chilling chant to worship their lord as the demonic cult's army charged toward Theo and his group, their wild eyes fixed and unblinking, the chant sending a wave of unease crashing over Theo. Theo, Evelyn, Cleve, and Naven stood ready as a massive army of the demonic cult charged toward them, the roar growing louder with each second. The group braced themselves, weapons drawn, prepared for the onslaught. Theo charged forward, his sword flashing like lightning as he sliced through cult followers with deadly precision, noting that he expected the cult to be behind this but was still surprised to see their bishop mobilized. He cut down enemies relentlessly, never faltering, striking down 3 foes with one decisive blow. Evelyn fought alongside him, swift and brutal, yelling at the enemies in frustration while slicing through them with relentless fury. Naven held his own, moving gracefully through the battlefield but voiced concern about their endless foes and whether they would survive. Cleve watched calmly from behind, her gaze sharp and calculating as she assessed their determination and the overwhelming force. Spotting the bishop inside the building, she rolled her eyes in disbelief, realizing the fight would be even more troublesome than she had anticipated. Cleve drew her sword swiftly, moving so fast no one noticed before enemies around Theo, Evelyn, and Naven exploded from her attacks, sending cult members flying and scattering. She leapt into the air and unleashed a rapid series of strikes that rocked the battlefield with explosions and chaos among the cult forces. Landing with energy crackling around her, she declared she would lead now, determined to destroy the palace and stop those opposing Ragnar. Theo, shocked, reminded her they needed to secure the documents before they were destroyed. Cleve paused, sword ready, and dismissed him with a casual sigh, saying she overestimated him. She spun her swords effortlessly, a brief smile fading as she charged the demonic cult, slicing through foes with deadly precision, declaring no need for more evidence while Theo joined her, insisting their interference meant something critical was at stake. Fighting in perfect sync, they cut down enemies relentlessly, Cleve demanding they break through first despite the risk of evidence being destroyed. Theo, eyes glowing red, activated his mind gate and hatchling synchro skills to scan the battlefield with precision, taking in every detail around them. Amidst the chaos, a saint appeared behind Cleve but was swiftly dispatched by her blade. With a fierce declaration to secure the evidence, Cleve entrusted Theo to handle it, and he leapt into the fray shouting he'd take care of it, though something unusual caught his attention midair. The demonic cult followers formed a human wall, their glowing eyes fixed on stopping Theo as he used them to spring forward, but just as the situation tightened, Naven and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos with their glowing skills. Naven's blue energy and Evelyn's vibrant green god of tempest squall, clearing a path for Theo. Naven called out he cleared the way, but Evelyn mockingly questioned when he started calling Theo Lord, hinting at jealousy. Theo, still with hatchling synchro active, summoned multiple swords telekinetically, jumping between them with agility while thanking Naven and Evelyn. Using his Dragon Gate technique, he sped toward the building, knowing only Quadra's series would be trusted with destroying the top-secret documents. His enhanced vision caught a figure, and with a narrowing gaze and intensifying blue glow, he grinned and declared he found Quadra. A system notification appeared, urging him to settle past grudges and stop their conspiracy. The scene rewinds to when the demonic cult followers formed a glowing-eyed human wall charging at Theo, who used them as a springboard while they tried to block him. Just as the threat peaked, Naven and Evelyn cut through the chaos, their powers igniting, Naven's blue energy and Evelyn's vibrant green god of tempest, Squall, tearing through enemies and clearing Theo's path. Naven called out he cleared the way, prompting Evelyn's sharp, teasing challenge about his sudden lordship claim. They landed with deadly grace as severed heads thudded to the ground, blood splattering. Naven confidently introduced himself as the Lord's first sword, which only frustrated Evelyn more, snapping that his joke was old. Unfazed, Naven teased that her reaction proved she was the first sword, glancing at Cleve, who dismantled foes with lethal precision, then softened, saying if Cleve was first sword, he'd gladly be second. Evelyn shot him an annoyed glare and challenged if he meant he was better than her, not missing a beat. Naven lunged at Evelyn, sword ready, eyes glowing red with confidence as he declared he was definitely better. He sliced through enemies effortlessly, his blade stopping just inches from her neck, his control flawless. Grinning, he proposed they settle who's first sword by seeing who captures the most believers. Evelyn, frustrated and focused on her mission, dismissed the challenge. Naven teased her about being scared, but she snapped back, parrying his sword with fierce skill and blazing eyes. Surprised by her sudden aggression, Naven froze as Evelyn swiftly cut down cult followers targeting him from behind. Without hesitation, she dashed past him, unleashing her God of Tempest skill to strike at the enemies ahead. Evelyn's eyes blazed with determination as she declared she would prove why she was the first sword, warning Naven not to regret it. Naven grinned confidently, ready to accept the challenge, and the scene shifted to a quiet, empty city street where an abandoned tavern held a hidden basement. Quadra, sweating intense, unlocked the basement door and entered, finding a chest surrounded by shelves of books. He opened the chest to reveal crucial documents tied to Trovan, realizing burning them would temporarily avoid charges of treason but cause major losses. His mind raced with memories of business dealings and the bishop's strict order to destroy all related documents. Torn but knowing the consequences, Quadra reluctantly dropped the torch onto the chest, flames about to consume the evidence when suddenly black lightning surged through the room, filling it with intense energy. Before Quadra could react, Theo appeared in a flash, snatching the torch midair with lightning speed. The Merchant Guild leader stared in shock at Theo, whose eyes burned with deadly intent as he coldly accused him of failure. Quadra tried to explain, but Theo cut him off, sending his sword crashing down with black lightning, severing Quadra's head and killing him instantly. Theo then turned to the chest, scanning the documents tied to Trovan and pondering if the demonic cult's mobilization was truly justified. He recalled Cleve's secret ledger, enough to trap Trovan, but knew the Sky Dragons still posed a threat. As he rifled through the papers, he found a book titled Rose Palace, Investigation Report, revealing that relics were hidden there and warning of Black Dragon surveillance. Theo's anger surged as memories of past injustices and his tragic fate flooded his mind, realizing the stakes were higher than ever. Theo's anger flared as he read that their plan involved removing him and Cecilia over a relic. His body trembled with rage, crushing the paper in his fist and cursing Trovan's cruelty. He took a steadying breath, closed the book, and focused on revenge. His eyes landed on shelves filled with relics and documents, and he decided to seize the relics Trovan had collected. 2 glowing cubes radiated ancient energy, and as he reached for them, a system message confirmed he had found 2 relics of the ancient dragon, the weight of his next move pressing heavily on him. Back at the Merchant Guild's headquarters, tension filled the air as the demonic cult's forces pressed on, but Naven and Evelyn stood back to back, battered yet unyielding. Evelyn recalled Naven's past, reminding him of his second-place finish at the Blooming Ceremony 7 years ago, while the cult followers relentlessly advanced, their eyes fierce. Naven, smirking despite exhaustion, cut down foes with swift, brutal strikes, declaring he would become the first sword. Suddenly, a surge of green energy burst around them, revealing Evelyn unleashing her Wind Thunder God technique, Wind Blast, her eyes blazing with determination as the whirlwind tore through the battlefield. The green whirlwind tore through the enemy ranks, devastating them completely before fading, leaving Naven stunned as he met Evelyn's fierce gaze. She declared it a tie, and he nodded with respect. Suddenly, a massive man who had come with the bishop charged at them, swinging a huge axe that shattered the ground when it struck, his eyes burning red as he warned them not to disrupt the great god's plan. Naven smirked, ready for the fight, and Evelyn agreed they would settle it with this man. Both warriors charged, their auras flaring, Evelyn glowing with green energy and Naven radiating blue, as they prepared for the final showdown. The hulking giant readied his axe, but before he could strike, a senior white dragon cavalry member swooped down on his wyvern, grabbing and pinning the giant with powerful claws, stopping Evelyn and Naven's charge. The wyvern crushed the giant beneath it as dust settled over the battlefield. The cavalryman, grinning proudly, claimed he arrived just in time, provoking fury from Evelyn and Naven, who demanded why he interfered. He stammered in confusion, thinking he was helping, just as more wyverns flooded the sky, landing forcefully and crushing cult followers beneath them. The cavalry's fifth team leader, a woman with glasses, commanded to eliminate everyone linked to the merchant guild and demonic cult, unleashing their forces in a fierce assault. Wyverns burned, poisoned, and slashed through enemies amid chaos and screams. Meanwhile, inside the guild headquarters, the wounded bishop lay slumped, weapons piercing his body, yet he smirked with sinister satisfaction, murmuring cryptic words about a new sun rising in a blood-red sky and urging resistance and reverence. Cleve sat before the wounded bishop, exhausted but indifferent, sarcastically remarking that measuring things didn't suit her and that she was losing her appetite. The bishop, broken and defeated with severed limbs courtesy of Evelyn's mercy, remained slumped on the ground. The scene shifted to the now quiet city streets where the White Dragon Cavalry had set up complaint booths, with citizens lining up to report losses. Evelyn found herself swamped by endless questions, brusquely telling one person they could leave after submitting their Merchant Association certificate. Chaos reigned as soldiers shouted orders and reports flew everywhere, one claiming a drake ate a horse, causing Evelyn to roll her eyes in disbelief. Jokes about extra pay only added to her frustration as the flood of questions kept coming, wearing down her patience. Evelyn suddenly snapped, her eyes narrowing fiercely and veins bulging as frustration boiled over. She grabbed the nearest table and hurled it into the air, scattering members and silencing the chaos with her furious outbursts, demanding others handle the administrative mess while questioning the whereabouts of the Black Pillars who had abandoned them. The scene then shifted to a calmer part of the city where Theo and Evelyn sat in a tent, seriously discussing the documents Theo had secured, the very evidence the merchant leader wanted destroyed, including plans of treason and traces of Ragnar's relics. Cleve, standing nearby, teased Theo with praise, calling him an intermediate inspector, catching him off guard. She then suggested he consider joining the Black Dragon, but quickly dismissed it as a joke, leaving Theo amused yet thoughtful. Cleve's playful smile faded as she turned serious, revealing some good news. The operation to capture Sky Dragon was underway, backed by the ledger proving his rebellion. Theo's face brightened, a smile spreading as she confirmed the elite Black Pillar arrest team was already en route to the capital. Suddenly, the tent flap burst open and a bloodied, exhausted Black Pillar operative stumbled in with urgent news that Ed Troven, the Sky Dragon, had been hiding his true powers. The scene cut to Ed's violent rampage as he effortlessly decapitated a Black Pillar operative, muttering that revealing all his cards was foolish. His grim expression and sinister smirk showed he was far from defeated as he strode past the fallen operatives. Ed Troven's footsteps barely made a sound on the snow-covered ground, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he congratulated Theo Ragnar. His cold, calculating rage showed clearly as he muttered to himself, recounting the Camellia Palace and Ashian Dragon Sword series, all the pieces he had set in motion. A dark laugh escaped him as he admitted Theo had ruined everything, but his expression hardened with fierce determination. Though they lost the dragon sword, he believed capturing Theo was enough. Clutching his weapon tightly, Ed whispered to the wind that everything was prepared and that it was almost time to call upon his father. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, buzzing with activity as preparations for a grand event fill the air with anticipation. Nobles move purposefully across the palace grounds, their conversations blending with the hum of tailors measuring and sewing lavish dresses for the elite guests. Among the excited chatter, one noblewoman admires a design, asking about the deadline, while another reminds her she's waited long enough. Amidst the opulent chaos, the blacksmith stands apart, calm and detached, smoking her pipe as she observes the bustling nobles. Her eyes widen slightly at the growing frenzy before a familiar voice breaks her thoughts. Cecile approaches cheerfully, greeting her mother and explaining the new venture, a luxury brand using precious fabrics and jewels. The blacksmith, taken aback at first, slowly warms to the news, pride filling her heart as she gazes at her daughter's bright smile, more valuable than any treasure. Cecile grabs her mother's hand, urging her not to worry about the damages, leaving the blacksmith blinking, caught off guard by her daughter's words. She hadn't been paying close attention to the chaos around them, slightly confused when Cecile eagerly asked if that was the reason for her visit, to which the blacksmith replied with a chuckle that it wasn't just that but also important news about Rose Palace. Cecile's fear grew as she worried about her son Emile, fearing harm from a vicious human, while the blacksmith reassured her to calm down and said the opposite had happened. Taking a drag from her pipe, she revealed Emile's involvement, shocking Cecile into disbelief as the scene shifted to Rose Palace where blood-stained walls and floors, the air heavy with death, bodies littered everywhere, and severed heads on spikes at the entrance labeled traitors to the Ragnar clan, with Ashien's mother's head displayed prominently. Back in the tent, Cecile broke down, overwhelmed by the horror yet feeling relief as she apologized to her mother, grateful that it was finally over. The blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, holding her tightly as Cecile sobbed, finally releasing years of pain and fear. Through tears, Cecile asked if it was true, and the blacksmith replied softly, questioning if elves ever lie. Cecile confessed she had endured constant accusations, framing, and assassination attempts, almost dying multiple times while begging for her son's safety. Despite her suffering, a hopeful smile appeared as she asked if it was truly over. The blacksmith, moved and proud, assured her it was, praising her resilience and hard work. The scene then shifted to Camellia Palace where Theo and Naven arrived after the battle. Naven joked about Theo's growing fame, and Theo inquired if Naven had completed his tasks. Naven relaxed, explaining the Baku's family was being destroyed starting with the head and all involved losing status. Theo questioned if that was enough and suggested Naven become the new family head since everyone else would be stripped of their position, leaving Naven stunned by the proposal. Theo's gaze sharpened as he urged Naven to become his ally in the impending war against the Trovans. Naven's expression darkened briefly before returning to his usual casual smirk, questioning if this war had been planned all along. Theo explained the psychological battle escalating into open conflict, revealing the Sky Dragon Rebellion's ties to both the Trovans and the demonic cult, signaling an unavoidable war between Ragnar and the Trovans. Naven, reclining with his usual ease, dismissed war as the last thing on his mind given his terminal illness, and questioned what would motivate him to act. Theo, prepared for this, placed an object before him, the cure for Naven's ether fever. He revealed the recipe and a glowing ether core as the key to the cure, shocking Naven who had expected a leash, not a real cure. When Naven asked what Theo would do if he ran away after being cured, Theo shrugged off the concern but warned against focusing solely on power like Ragnar, insisting they were both victims of that culture. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he clarified that his goal wasn't to dominate others with strength. Theo emphasized that what he truly sought was trust, not power or coercion, surprising Naven who momentarily dropped his carefree act. Theo explained he wanted relationships built on trust rather than threats, prompting Naven to chuckle and call him an immature romanticist. After a pause, Naven accepted Theo's offer, drawing his sword and pledging as the head of the Baku's family to become Theo's sword. Theo smiled in approval, confirming that pledge was enough. As Naven left, Theo stood alone reflecting on the upcoming war with the Trovans, noting how events moved faster than in his past life but feeling confident everything was on track. Placing his hand on a relic on the table, he smirked, ready to open the treasure chest and move forward. At that moment, a system window appeared announcing a sub-quest: conquer the 2 recovered relics. Theo reflects quickly on the ancient dragon relics he's absorbed, the lesser drake and the griffin, holding the Merchant Guild relic in his hand and considering its potential as a major asset. He opens a box revealing a ring, which he immediately equips, a system window confirming the Mima rune ring is now active. Suddenly, another prompt appears to move to a dungeon, and the ground shakes violently, teleporting him to a vast desert wasteland filled with cracked earth and scattered skeletons. Disoriented and overheated, Theo sheds his coat, muttering about the unbearable heat and wondering what to do. A new objective pops up: survive 72 hours in the Guardian's domain. As he processes this, the ground trembles again, but instead of an earthquake, a massive explosion kicks up sand, revealing an enormous sandworm-like creature that growls and identifies him as an intruder. Without hesitation, Theo spins and flees, the giant worm roaring and charging at him with terrifying speed. Theo pulls his sword from inventory as he runs, turning just in time to face the charging desert worm. He activates his skill, unleashing a barrage of black lightning spears that explode on impact but barely harm the massive creature. Frustrated, he notices the worm now surrounded by crackling lightning, which it uses to fire a violent bolt aimed at him. Sprinting faster, Theo dodges the attack as the worm charges again, its thunderous energy matching his own lightning properties. The worm bellows a deadly warning and sends another surge of electricity toward him, which he narrowly avoids as it strikes a rocky hill ahead, causing a rockfall that blocks his path. Before he can react, the worm lunges with its massive body, shattering the ground and sending Theo flying backward. He quickly recovers, aware the worm could strike again from anywhere. Theo glances at his system window and panics, seeing only 5 minutes left, knowing he won't survive much longer. The ground trembles as the desert worm, charged with lightning like him, erupts from underground, forcing Theo to jump back and realize his lightning attacks won't work. Noticing the terrain favors the worm, an idea sparks in his mind. He quickly pulls out a snowflake-shaped relic from his inventory, but the worm relentlessly charges, sending blasts of lightning and closing in fast. With no other choice, Theo equips the relic on his ear, feeling a surge of energy as a system window confirms the ice flower butterfly relic is equipped, but immediately an error flashes. He's still on a dungeon mission. Theo's hope fades as the system denies starting another dungeon mission, and disappointment sinks in. Suddenly, a massive crack glowing with eerie light appears in the sand, a dimensional rift revealing an icy, blizzard-filled landscape on the other side. The freezing wind sweeps into the desert, halting both Theo and the desert worm. The worm shifts its attention to the crack as the temperature drops, causing sand to freeze. System alerts flash. 2 dungeons are invading each other, and the Ice Flower Dungeon's boss has appeared. A huge glowing eye and a creature, a mix of icy dragon and giant butterfly, emerge through the rift, slipping into the desert world. The desert worm and the icy guardian lock eyes, 2 rivals from different realms colliding. A commanding voice announces itself as the selector, chiding Theo's recklessness. The fairy dragon spreads its wings, chilling the air as sharp ice spears form and hover, then launch at Theo. He draws his sword just in time to deflect the barrage, his body shaken by the impact as he curses the turn of events, struggling to keep his footing. Theo feels the crushing reality of being trapped between the lightning-powered desert worm and the ice-wielding fairy dragon, with nowhere to run. Panic rises, but he steels himself, ready to fight. Suddenly, the desert worm redirects its lightning attack at the fairy dragon, which counters with a protective barrier, absorbing the strike. The 2 guardians exchange fierce words and then turn on each other, unleashing powerful attacks, ice spears and lightning bolts, clashing violently across the desert. The fairy dragon declares no 2 guardians can coexist here and commands the desert worm to die, while the worm insists on killing the intruder. A system window alerts Theo that the 2 ancient dragon relics are now battling for dominance, leaving him to watch the conflict unfold. The scene cuts back to the battlefield where the desert worm charges fiercely at the fairy dragon, its jaws wide but stopped by the dragon's shimmering barrier. Theo watches from the sidelines, amazed by the lightning and thunder shaking the ground and the chaos swirling around them. Dark energy forms into a griffin shape on his sword, eager to be unleashed, and he smirks in anticipation. The desert worm and fairy dragon clash violently amid sand tornadoes, ice, and thunder attacks, turning the area into a storm of destruction. The worm's lightning begins breaking through the dragon's defenses, one bolt ripping holes in its wings and sending the dragon crashing to the ground, struggling to recover. The worm presses the attack relentlessly while the frustrated fairy dragon, unwilling to yield, unleashes its full power, radiating a massive snowflake-shaped aura that freezes the worm in place as towering ice spikes explode from the earth toward it. The ice spears come fast and thick, giving the desert worm no chance to dodge as they smash into it, one piercing its mouth and shattering teeth, causing it to roar in pain but refusing to back down. The beast crushes the spear lodged in its mouth, shards breaking under its power. Both battered guardians glare fiercely, their hatred and resolve unyielding. The desert worm roars and clamps its massive jaws on the fairy dragon, which fights back with a fresh wave of ice spears stabbing into the worm's body, claws scraping its tough hide with little effect. Locked in a brutal struggle, the worm tightens its grip, crushing the dragon's arm as the creature roars in agony. Theo sees the fairy dragon's distress and charges into the fight with sword drawn, catching the dragon off guard. He swings his blade, unleashing a surge of blue energy that pierces the worm, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The worm roars and tosses the fairy dragon aside, but Theo presses the attack, calling on the griffin's spirit from his sword. The griffin dives with deadly precision and severs the desert worm's head, ending the fight. The fairy dragon watches stunned and shaken, its disbelief clear as it sees the worm fall. The massive desert worm's body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, blood oozing from its wound as it fell into the sand, while Theo landed gracefully, still surrounded by the dark aura of the moonlight blade, and immediately focused on the system window that appeared, announcing his successful hunt of the desert worm and the conquest of 1 out of 2 recovered relics. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he prepared to claim the remaining relic, but the fairy dragon, still recovering from shock, urgently interrupted to demand a talk, insisting that conquering the relics wasn't done right and claiming to be the most knowledgeable guardian tasked with testing his wisdom through a riddle, though before it could finish, Theo's dark aura flared, his bloodlust visible as he coldly dismissed the challenge, claiming he already proved his wisdom and revealing he had manipulated the guardians into fighting each other. Then swinging his sword with the full power of the griffin unleashed, he smirked and told the fairy dragon to accept its fate as a massive explosion erupted from his attack, sending a shockwave miles across the battlefield, dust and debris filling the air, and the ground trembling beneath the force. Theo, chest heaving, stood amid the chaos with his sword still glowing darkly as a system window confirmed he had hunted the fairy dragon successfully. Before he could react, everything shifted and he found himself back in his chambers, hand firmly on the table, clutching the ring relic tightly while the snowflake relic hung on his ear, both heavy with power as the dark aura pulsed from him, especially around his blood-red and black eye. A slow grin spreading across his face at clearing both relics and a system window appeared confirming the sub-quest completion, but before he could speak further, a strange sensation took over him as his dark aura spread with black lines creeping through the room, the moonlight blade in his hand radiating more intense dark energy. And suddenly a shadow flickered in his vision, revealing the griffin with glowing eyes declaring its desire to eat his heart, while its sinister aura twisted and spread like venom, thickening the air with toxic energy that engulfed Theo as the darkness wrapped around his sword and body, tightening with every second, the black goo binding him like sticky ropes from arm to torso, cutting off movement despite his struggles, and he realized in panic that the white moonlight blade was constantly craving flesh and must have consumed the Guardian's powers before their return. Theo realizes the moonlight blade's dark power is far stronger now and knows he must act quickly or risk being consumed as the griffin materializes from the darkness, its glowing eyes fixed on him and body wreathed in dark energy, mocking him with a promise to swallow him whole. The chamber closing in as shadowy energy envelopes Theo until suddenly he finds himself transported to a strange new dimension filled with swirling gray liquid, sitting trapped, while the fairy dragon and desert worm appear before him, the fairy dragon explaining that the griffin has swallowed him and plans to consume his heart. Theo steels himself as the guardians mock his inability to control the griffin and warn that only he will die if his heart is eaten, revealing they themselves would simply revert to relics and grow bored waiting for the next chosen one. Which surprises Theo before he sharply reminds them of their mission to aid the chosen one against the nameless monarch and accuses them of irresponsibility for leaving him to die, their confused expressions showing his words hit home. The fairy dragon's eyes flashed with anger, its voice rising as it accused Theo of selfishness like the griffin, summoning ice spears that erupted from the ground to trap him while the cold energy thickened around him, yet Theo stood firm and defiant, challenging the dragon to kill him if it truly wished, his presence darkening as he warned that the relics could destroy the world. The tension cut sharply as he shattered the ice binding him, grabbing shards like weapons, earning grudging respect from both guardians, the desert worm rumbling approval and the fairy dragon surprised by his confidence, promising to open a portal for his escape before dissolving into streams of blue and yellow energy that merged into a crackling gateway. Theo, smiling broadly, leapt into the portal clutching the broken ice spears, calling back with fierce determination to teach the griffin a lesson once free. While the scene shifted back to the gray liquid dimension where a lone spear stood ominously shimmering. From the shadows, the griffin emerged with eyes gleaming arrogance, fixating on the orbit aimed to consume, declaring Theo's body would be its prize. But before it could finish, Theo burst forth, cleaving the griffin in half with his glowing ice weapon, blood spilling as the creature's energy weakened and raged, bewildered at Theo's escape from its stomach. Standing beside him now were the fairy dragon and desert worm. Former enemies turned uneasy allies, while the furious griffin accused them of betrayal, only for Theo to silence it by gripping its beak and reminding it of their first encounter, then urging all three guardians to stop their endless fight before they exhaust themselves, when suddenly the defeated Drake appeared behind him, acknowledging Theo with respect and advising to keep both sides wary of each other to control their powers, noting others had used this strategy before. Theo raised an eyebrow as the Drake cryptically hinted at other chosen ones, then a bright light enveloped them, signaling new buffs applied, enhanced immunity, and increased attack power, as the relic's energy fully awakened within him. Emerging from the fading dark aura, Theo stood panting in his room, realizing the guardians he thought dead now lived inside him. He picked up the moonlight blade, its dark energy still present, and wondered if it had calmed. Sheathing the sword, he reflected on understanding the ancient dragon's power better, and accepted his fate to be controlled by it. The scene shifted to the snowy graveyard of swords where clan head Kyle, calm yet dangerous, assured Robert that Theo, despite being a regressor, was worthy of successor candidacy and must undergo the proper test, gripping a sword once wielded by the previous clan head he had slain. Back in Theo's chambers, Julius urgently told him to prepare to go out because the clan head had summoned him for a spar, leaving Theo tense as he realized the seriousness of the upcoming challenge. The scene returned to the snowy graveyard of swords where Theo walked among countless blades marking fallen warriors, feeling the heavy burden of his family's dark past pressing down on him. Memories of his last encounter with his father, Kyle Ragnar, the family head, flashed through his mind, recalling warnings about facing resentment. Suddenly, Kyle's voice cut through the cold, and Theo dropped to one knee in respect, greeting him formally but was quickly stopped by Kyle's dismissive command to drop the formalities. Kyle coldly listed the chaos linked to Theo, his instructor's betrayal, his brother Ashien, the execution of Rose Palace's master, the extermination of a merchant group, and the Central Intelligence Bureau's downfall, all tied to Theo's name, revealing that his father knew everything. Before Theo could respond, Kyle sent a gust of wind to silence him and appeared again with piercing red eyes, commanding that a family head must bear his burden silently and declaring he was giving Theo the crazy dragon's sword. The sword flew through the air and landed heavily before Theo, who stared at it in shock. The crazy dragon, the previous tyrannical family head who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands and whom Kyle himself had killed. Kyle's gaze darkened as he saw Theo's reaction and asked if he knew something, to which Theo respectfully confirmed his limited knowledge, but inwardly cautioned himself to be careful since all information about the crazy dragon was classified and dangerous. Kyle then pressed seriously whether Theo's past life had lacked information, triggering a chill as Theo realized the implication of past life, while meeting his father's cold, relentless stare. Kyle's voice turned harsh, declaring his loathing for regressors who change the world greedily as if it were a chessboard to flip, and his lethal resolve to kill all regressors he finds. The suffocating pressure of Kyle's aura overwhelmed Theo, who stood frozen as the deadly command came, wielded the crazy dragon sword, and if he could withstand its resentment, Kyle would acknowledge him, the tone dripping with menace. Kyle made it clear he would only accept the human Theo Ragnar, erasing the regressor version completely, meaning all relationships, people saved, and experiences gained after Theo's regression would vanish from the world. The weight of losing everything he had fought for and all the bonds he had formed hit Theo hard, but he stood firm, refusing those terms despite the pressure. Kyle's voice thundered, insisting refusal wasn't an option. Theo had to either die rejecting the offer or survive as the sixth successor by wiping clean his past as a regressor. Faced with this brutal ultimatum, Theo grabbed his moonlight blade and, shouting his refusal, swung it with raw determination, only to be outpaced as Kyle struck with terrifying speed, severing Theo's arm at the shoulder and leaving him reeling in shock and pain, blood staining the snow. Theo's disbelief was overwhelming as he stared at his lost limb, while Kyle's looming presence reminded him of the deadly seriousness of the position and the brutal consequences of underestimating it. Kyle's voice growled with overwhelming killing intent as he questioned if Theo thought he could reach his position without sacrifice and determination. Theo's head bowed under the weight of the words, realizing how far he still had to go, Kyle towering over him like an immovable force, accusing him of being no different from other regressors and doubting he could regress again, despite being bloodied and broken. A blue aura pulsed stronger around Theo, the air crackling with his will, surprising Kyle, and as blood poured from his body, Theo's determination only intensified, shouting that he regressed to take responsibility and protect, standing firm against his father's killing intent, his aura clashing with Kyle's power as he focused all his energy into telekinesis, lifting swords embedded in the ground to prepare for battle, declaring he would surpass Kyle, who remained calm and raised his hand to command 100 swords to rise and attack in unison like a storm of blades. Theo reacted instantly, deflecting and blocking with speed and precision, some swords caught by hand, others by blade, fueled by his aura, then leaped into the air unleashing full power as a blue dragon-shaped aura formed around him, surging forward to charge Kyle in a final attack that would decide everything. As Theo closed in on Kyle, a sword suddenly struck his gut faster than he could react, blood pouring from his mouth as pain overwhelmed him and his powerful aura flickered out while he fell to the ground, vision blurring and breath struggling. Lying still among scattered swords, Kyle stood stoic, briefly softening his gaze before remaining resolute. Then Robert Ragnar emerged from his shadow. Bowing with respect and noting surprise that Theo fought Kyle head-on, admiring how Theo differed from other regressors who used and discarded others, and Kyle agreed with a small smile, recognizing Theo as a regressor who wielded his sword to take responsibility and protect. Placing his hand on the sword still in Theo's chest, Kyle acknowledged him as the sixth Ragnar successor, the crazy dragon sword glowing gold and transforming, its energy flooding Theo's body. His eyes lighting up with golden hue as a powerful golden aura enveloped him, Kyle expressing anticipation to see how Theo's path would end as the golden energy surged outward, visible for miles beyond the mountains. The scene shifts to a bustling modern city unlike anything Theo has seen, towering buildings reflecting sunlight and people rushing through the streets as a voice resembling Theo's wonders what this place is and what the view means, ending with the faint words that everything is over before abruptly cutting back to Theo lying in his bed, waking disoriented and gripping his head while his mother appears, warmly noting how tired he is and explaining that the family had carried him home unconscious, reminding him that he worries her. Theo recalls his father's words about a test just as Evelyn and Captain Julius enter, Julius congratulating him on passing the family head's test and announcing that Theo has become the sixth official Ragnar successor, news already causing a stir. The scene cuts to shadowy figures reacting with sinister amusement, and then to a woman holding a scythe atop a tall building. Calmly acknowledging the new successor, the scene shifts again to a snowy field where a man named Ian rushes to inform the legendary Black Iron Cavalry Captain Thorkel Ragnar that Theo has become the next successor, to which Thorkel responds with calm confidence and excitement, declaring he should go meet Theo.